0000000. I'm here with Gino.
Hey, Danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game. I'm a player. Feeling like Pac. Represent on my block. Try to knock me down, but I come up on top. Yeah, they wanna see me flop. Got a plot, want a lot. I won't stop on my pops. Got so many flows, it's insane. They don't really understand the game. Got a plan and it's plain, I ain't playing. I'm just trying to gain. I wanna get that big bag, need that big Rex. Blow up Tic Tac with a blue cheese at. I don't give a fuck about your feedback. Eat that, get back, sit back, watch me spit that kickback. Got so many flows, yeah, they think that I'm insane. Ghetto kids in a lot of pain, all about the bills, ain't shit changed. Danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game, I'm a player. If you a hater, I don't hate you. I'm just really happy that I ain't you. I just wanna thank you. You kept me motivated, so now I motivate you. There's a lot of cake, money on my mind like a banker. Coming through with them bangers, ain't no room for mistakes. Lot of stake, hustle till we get a lot of rooms, lot of stakes. Good kid, but I keep it gangsta. All gas, no brakes. Got cash for the case. More cash in the case. More cash in the safe. More cash on the way. Hustling all day. Ay. Danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game. I'm a player.
Danger, coming with the bangers. Where my fucking paper.
Said I'm taking big shots, just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. They been trying to get me cheap like a thrift shop, but I told them it's my time, check the wristwatch. They been talking way before they even doing something. Whoa. If they wanna play, let's get a tip off. Ain't no silver lining, dawg, this some rose gold. Getting new money, I'm a old soul. Yeah, I get it bouncing like a pogo. Whoa. And I'm too cold like Frozone. And my chick elastic, girl. Told them we ain't in the faking, this ain't plastic, girl. Bought a new whip and cash, now my tax is thorough. Way I'm shooting like step, but my pass is bro. The way I'm playing the field, I'm in a league of my own. And now they all in they fields, I got them all on my phone. But dog, I'm hitting the climb, I got no time on the low. Way I'm shooting is messy, the way I'm hitting the goal. I'm taking big shots, just stop. Way I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. I just left, but you know I'm coming back though. Whoa. And you know I don't play by my rags though. Now go and turn it up to the max, whoa. Send a paper to me now like a fax, whoa. Yeah. Got 2 phones ringing off the hook now. When I'm in the city, I get looks now. I was going bad, but I'm good now. Said I had to go and put my foot down. Told them I'ma get it and go. Even in the summer, man, they knowing I'm cold. I got a couple checks coming that I made out the flows. Might get a couple more popping if I do it some more. I gotta do it for real. Said I'm back in my bag. All my digits are climbing just like they all on a dash. And he told me slow down, cause dog, I'm moving too fast. Might go and caught me a Tesla, cause dog, I still got a gas. Said I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, thought I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't ever going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll, ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, yeah. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, yeah. On the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll, ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, yeah. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, yeah. On the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go. On the road, here we go, here we go.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Frankie Candles live stream. We're back at it again with the wonky candles here. Just kind of chopping around, guys. I am watching 3 major key levels right now. We're going to cover some of the live price action here. Hopefully we can get some action. Are we going to get a push into our upper levels, our lower levels? What is coming next for Bitcoin? Are we looking for the big breakdown? Can we get to $100,000 long term? I'm going to break it down all in today's live stream. And somebody pump some volume into this thing. Let's get a move during the live stream. Let's have some excitement. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. If we have to, we'll bring up that 1 second time frame and we'll narrate it live like an auctioneer to at least give you guys some entertainment. So shout out to the CandleMafia. Welcome in. Thank you guys for hanging out with us here. We got Matt in the chat. What is going on? We got Joe Mama. And we got the Chris and Mella just coming out the gate. Absolutely out of pocket. Said he butt chugged a energy drink, which I've never done that, but they do coffee enemas. I feel like could get you right into the bloodstream there. Like I said, hashtag not medical advice. But shout out to the Chris and Mella. Welcome in, bro. We got Alexandra G in the chat. Neon Visible. What is going on? And shout out to our boy BTC Bill, gifting the 20 Frankie Candles memberships. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Shout out to BTC Bill. Thank you so much, bro. Starting off the stream in an insane fashion here, gifting those 20 memberships. Shout out to everybody that just got a membership. Drop some golden emojis in the chat for BTC Bill. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you, and I know the Mafia does as well. You just got access, if you got a membership, to some new emojis here. Drop one of those goat emojis or golden emojis. Show some love to BTC Bill. That's super, super generous of you, bro. I appreciate you. You gift so much to the channel and the Mafia too, because they're the ones that get the membership. So, and they're not cheap, guys. So, show BTC Bill some love in the chat. Let's go. Let's see. We got Safe Haven in the chat. What is going on, Frank? Hi, Frankie, and all 91K first, then down to 85. But we're going to talk about that. We do have some key levels above us. We covered some of them yesterday, and I'm just sitting on my hands waiting for my key levels to get hit. Of course, I am already holding the trades that I've been in. But yeah, we're just waiting to see which one we're going to hit first. Are we coming up first? Are we coming down first? I'll break it down all in today's live stream. So without further ado, as you guys spam those golden emojis and smash the like button, I'm going to go ahead and jump on into the charts. Let's get into it. All right, guys. So obviously, we'll start here on a little bit of a more of a medium time frame here, and obviously we're just still kind of stuck inside our choppy range that we've been stuck in since middle of November, pretty much, is kind of when we started this range, and we have just been chopping sideways, absolutely brutal. I know a lot of people are looking at this as a bear flag, which I would say is totally valid. Are we going to see this thing break down? Are we going to go up for one more push above the highs? What is coming here? Now, as you guys know, longer term, my bias here is going to be a little bit more bearish on the much higher time frames. We got that weekly money flow. If you guys missed the live stream yesterday, you will know we do have that money flow crossing over into the red on the weekly. We have that red dot that we were looking for also printing. So you do got some of those bearish signs here, just continuing to print on the higher time frames, unfortunately. Our kind of our debacle that we're in is, are we going to have the juice? Are we going to have the sauce to push back above this high again? Come revisit that 50-week moving average. Or are we just going to see this thing kind of just, grind to the downside and melt down from where we are now? And that kind of picture is a little bit blurry in my own personal opinion, because you guys know we talked about yesterday, we do have this, daily money flow still in the green, which, as you guys know, the money flow does indicate the overall trend. And with this money flow in the green, we cannot rule out. Now, obviously, this is starting to come out. But as we looked at yesterday, we have this VWAP coming to the upside, which does indicate a green dot ready to print. And if we are going to print that green dot, right, this money flow in the green does somewhat indicate that at least we can keep an open mind for a potential break of the highs. I've been talking about how I could kind of make a case for kind of both situations playing out here. Are we going to come up and break the high? Are we just going to melt down? I think both options are on the table. Now, obviously, I am positioned with the premium Discord in the shorts from the top at about $98,000. Also have the short here from about 90,500 on that retracement. We covered all that live on the live stream as well. But we're just going to kind of have to see what this green dot does, guys. Again, I don't want to ignore this money flow crossing into the green, but of course, with the higher time frame kind of bearish bias here, it is kind of hard for me not to lean a little bit more towards the kind of bearish idea. But of course, I am open-minded for that push back above the high. And, obviously we've seen it play out, this whole kind of all this price action playing out very similar to the 2021 top. And when we looked at this yesterday, kind of talking about how, hey, our money flow crosses into the green on the daily, that retracement to the upside continues, but it is short-lived because obviously looking back in hindsight, we were clearly in a bear market. And this was just kind of the start of it before putting in that lower high and continuing the bigger capitulation to the downside. So, are we going to see this daily money flow fake out? I mean, hilariously enough, even the shape of this money flow is very similar to that. Of course, I don't just base my, I don't anticipate these fake outs at the base case, right? Of course, when I see money flow crossing into the green, I just have to take it at face value. But we do have some local levels. How do you handle this, Frankie? What do you do if we don't know, if there's a case for both sides, what do we do? Well, of course, I am positioned in the shorts. I already have profits locked in on both of those. Stop losses at break even. I do think I have those open here. We got one open on Blowfin. This was the scalp from, I think, Friday. Was it Friday? I think it was Friday's live stream. Got the profits locked in. Still got about 2K unrealized. And then we also have a position over here on WeX. This was the short from about $98,000. Short from almost the tippy top there. Still got about almost $4,000 unrealized. Kind of the same position we were in yesterday. Got the profits locked in on that as well. But comfortably positioned there for the shorts. But, as we look at this price action, right, I'm going to bring up some key levels that I'm looking at for some new opportunities for rejections and bounces, and I'll talk about exactly what I'm looking at here and what I'll be anticipating next. So if we pull up our key levels that we looked at yesterday, you guys will know the kind of major levels I've been looking at to the upside here are, of course, going to be, actually, you know what, before we pull up the range, I'm just going to pull up some of these key horizontal levels. I'll pull up the weeklies, the daily MPOCs, and the weekly MPOCs. Maybe I'll pull up the daily horizontals as well. Of course, right? most locally, right? Maybe we can get a move here on the live stream. Pretty much for me, right? I am just waiting for these next levels to get hit, right? To the downside, we do have a daily sitting at about 86,545, and above us, right, we have the daily and the weekly MPOC. We also have the daily horizontal sitting around 89,500 to about 89,160. This is also confluent with our golden pocket retracement. Shout out to Golden. So you do have a nice little area of confluence there, and that is kind of why I had this marked out on our range. Of course, I'll pull this up in a second to give you guys kind of the context here. But of course, you have that golden pocket retracement there. Daily, weekly MPLC, daily MPOC. We do have a bit of confluence there. I believe we also have a CME gap sitting in there as well. So just to add a little bit more confluence in there, you do have the CME gap as well. So would be very interesting if we can get that push into this golden pocket. I will be interested in rejections here, of course. When we start looking at some of these medium hourly time frames, you got the 8-hour money flow in the red, VWAP rolling over. Money flow coming out at least on the 8-hour has to keep us open to the idea of continuation of the downtrend. High, low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. And one of the things that we talked about yesterday was the fact that we did push down to that value area low. Which, of course, we anticipated on Friday. We front ran that level. We got the push into our key zone up here. That's where we took the short position, again, in anticipation of the continuation of the downtrend. We had the 4-hour money flow in the red, letting us know it would be much better off fading the highs here, not FOMOing into longs. And that was the short that I just showed you over on Blowfin. Taking that short and then in the anticipation of filling a local profile here and eventually coming down to tap that magnetic target of the value area low. You front run the value area low. Oh my God, what's going on? It's like it's programmed into price, guys. Eventually, you know, more often than not, I can't say it's going to happen every time, but more often than not, you will see those value area lows tapped. And that's kind of, part of the reason why we call for those targets. But as we pushed in here, we did get some bullish divergences. We got the sweep of the liquidity down here at about 86,300, an area of liquidity that we have been looking at for quite some time. Let me see if I can pull up the liquidation heat map here real quick. Internet being a little bit funky here tonight, and there it is. Just won't load the heat map. This is quite frustrating. Hopefully we don't have any trouble with the stream. I'm hardwired. I just got fiber. I tried to fix the internet problems. But luckily, guys, if this internet goes down, I still have my old provider. So we're literally running 2 internet providers. So if this one goes down, we'll just swap over to the other provider. If you have internet problems, just get 2 providers. I'm literally paying double for internet right now. I got to cancel the other one, but I'm going to hold on to it for now in case, I don't know if it's a Chrome problem. Cleared my cache. I updated Chrome. I don't know what's going on here, but I just cannot. It just gives me a frowny face folder and just won't load CoinGlass. But I think you guys know. Actually, I think I had it here. Could try to scrub through the Discord to find the picture. But you guys know the liquidity on the monthly time frame. We had the biggest area down here. We got the SFP. We had the long position down there in the premium. I was not there to take the position, unfortunately, but we did get that to push us up here. And, of course, right, we're going to be looking at that next confluent area as our next target, right? I'm waiting for either this level to get tapped. If we're able to come up in here and we can get some bearish confirmations, I will be interested in taking a potential short position. We do have some setups in there, or a setup in there waiting in the Discord. If we get over this golden pocket, weekly, daily MPOC, daily horizontal, of course, the next major target within the profile is going to be, of course, the POC, where we do have confluence on a daily naked point of control. So these are kind of the 2 biggest levels that I'm interested in to the upside right now, where I'll be looking for rejections. And then if we do come down first, I will simply be looking for our value area low to get hit. And the one thing that we did not get down here, guys, we kind of talked about how, we had the 8-hour bull div print, which is what we were looking for last week. Right, lower lows on our price action, higher lows on our momentum waves, but we didn't really get any medium time frame confirmations, right? We didn't get any 4-hour bull divs, right? You got a low and a lower low, no divergence there. So I'm going to see if we can get a push down here. We do have some other support levels in here. We have a front ran daily naked point of control and a daily horizontal down here. So this is going to be that next big level of support. So very simply, as we watch this live price action, if we get, it's if this, then that statement, right? We have our trap set in the market, as I always talk about. And if we come up here, that's going to be the first area of interest. If we come down first, that's going to be the first area of interest. And then, we'll see what happens if we can get any kind of, reaction off of this level. If not, I'll be looking up towards the point of control, sitting at about 91,221. And, obviously, with this money flow coming out on the 6-hour, with the money flow coming out on the 8-hour, and with the money flow coming out on the 10-hour, which is also a bearish market cipher B116 strategy with that weekly red dot, we have to be aware of those lower highs and lower lows, right? And these are going to be the areas that I'm looking, right? And then, of course, if we flip that point of control, I don't think we're going to get up here right now. But if we did, right, flip the POC, right, just looking at this as a typical volume profile, we don't have the 4-hour bull divs. I would like that. But if we did just end up coming up, maybe the golden pocket gives you no reaction, green dot prints on the daily, flip the POC. Of course, we'll just look for that fulfill of the volume profile. So that's what we're looking at. Let's see if we can get some action here. Get a little bit, we'll see. Hopefully we don't just... Hopefully we don't just chop here. I really hope that's not the case. But let me come into the chat. Yo, shout out to Daniel said, this is why I have your Discord announcements forwarded to my server. Discord announcements. That's why I have your Discord announcements forwarded to my server. All the boys love your content. Go to TA. Shout out to Daniel. I appreciate you, bro. Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. You're in the mafia now. You can't get out. You can't get out. We're a friendly mafia for the most part. Unless you come after the dogs or the goats, then, we do have attack goats ready to go. But let's see. Shout out to Yoda said, can you please provide your thoughts on Bitcoin testing the 50-week moving average before a big dump? Yeah, this is one of the big things that we've talk about, right? And I do have a bunch of ranges that I'm looking at in here, guys. Of course, this is kind of our current range. There's no reason to be looking up towards, the bigger macro ranges until we get out of here, right? For me personally, right, whether it is, medium term, whether it is longer term, right, I view the market within volume profiles. It's ranges within ranges. But, one of the big kind of volume profiles that I've been looking at, is this it? Yeah. I don't want to kind of confuse everybody with all the volume profiles, but the way I treat these is, we're inside this range. There's no reason for me to look up towards the bigger range until we get up there, right? So maybe if we break out of here, we start cracking the value area high, we start pushing above. We also have a lot of confluence up here. I didn't mention this level because it's kind of far away. 95K, right? This is kind of the line in the sand to come up and put in a new high. I think this is kind of going to be the final boss to get above in order to open the door to see that 50-week moving average come in. And that 50-week moving average is coming in at about $101,000. So let me just pull that up real quick. If you guys want to get this indicator on your chart, I have no affiliation with this guy, but this is like the best 50-week moving average indicator because you can see it on any time frame and it stays at the same price. But about 101K is going to be that 50-week moving average. And the reason I bring up those bigger ranges is because when we look at this range here, right, if we bring up this range here, right, of course we have a lot of work to do. You got to get back in here, push above here, and then I think this is pretty much going to be the final boss. Once you get above this, I'd feel pretty good about taking out that high. And then once you flip that point of control, right, that is where you could start entertaining the idea of filling this range in full, just like we're looking to fill this range in full. For the bullish case. Once you flip that POC, it opens the door to the value area high. That is also confluent, somewhat with this 50-week moving average. So I do think this is going to be kind of the final boss, the $95,000, weekly and daily MPOC. So, is that guaranteed, right? I think a lot of people are, we didn't test the 50-week moving average. And, listen, I get it. It is a pretty plausible situation, right? Like, we've seen that 50-week moving average tested in almost every single other cycle. Only different one was kind of in pull up the weekly time frame, right? Back here in 2014, right? We kind of broke down, instantly retested it, and then we never got another bigger retest. We kind of just ended up rejecting local levels and continuing down, right? Of course, indicated by that money flow coming into the red. 2018, right? We get the breakdown, the bearish retest. 2021, you get the breakdown, the bearish retest. By the way, all of those accompanied by the same money flow coming out. Same money flow coming out. Same money flow coming out, right? So that's kind of why I compare those kind of previous cycles, because it's not just similar from a timing perspective, but also a market cipher B perspective. And between 2021 and now, very similar from a price action perspective, right? Like literally almost identical price action here. I pull the fractal almost every single day. I don't want to beat you over the head with the same stuff. Whoops. Every single day, but I mean, it is pretty valid here. Are we going to see something very similar to what we saw back in 2021, right? Like very similar price action here. So, I think a lot of people are, Hopefully not thinking it's guaranteed. I'm not going to say it's guaranteed, but it also wouldn't shock me at the same time, right? So, I can't promise you're definitely going to get up there. I take it from a key level perspective. Remember, $95,000 kind of going to be the, big level to get above in order to anticipate a higher high. And you might ask, why is that? Like, what makes you think that is the line in the sand? Well, it just comes to simple Fibonacci retracements, right? We have the 786 Fibonacci retracement at about 193, 95.2 almost. And if I pull it up over here, you could kind of see the confluence that we have, right, with our weekly MPOC, right, and daily MPOC, right? So, like, if I'm looking for lower highs and lower lows, technically it's valid on the local fibs, and then if we go for the full retracement, this is kind of the last place to look for a lower high before a lower low. Once you flip that lower high is invalidated, and that indicates that you're probably going to, more often than not, I am expecting to come take out that high. And then what's right above you? What's your next major key level up there? Well, you have the 50-week moving average. You also have another larger Fibonacci retracement pulled from this higher low. Lower high. Right, your 786 is sitting in there as well, right? So, like, what are we rejecting from 98K? It's the golden pocket, right? If the lower high is not here and we come up and we break this 786, that indicates I want to take out this high. Once we get above the golden pocket, next place to go is the 786, and you have that beautiful confluence there. So it's an if this, then that statement. I can't guarantee this is going to happen. I could keep an open mind to it because the daily money flow is coming into the green, but we obviously spent a lot of time yesterday talking about how this is kind of on its own, right? Daily money flow in the green, that is what it is. That is a fact. Could indicate the trend continuation. But, we also have a lot of bearish signs on the higher time frame. So it's not like a crystal clear picture where I can just call for a high probability of a new high coming in. And there are times like that, right? Down here, we put in these bullish divergences on the daily into the 50-week moving average, not testing it as resistance, but support with massive bullish confirmations, right? Massive bullish divergences here on the daily. Money flow comes up. That indicates the trend will continue. We also ended up holding our 786 Fibonacci retracement, which is an area where we look for a higher low before a higher high comes in. So here we call for a new all-time high. We have plenty of time left in the cycle. Money flows in the green. We have the massive bullish confirmations. We're above the 50-week moving average. There's many reasons to be looking for that. It's a much clearer picture. But here, I would say if there's a clear picture, it's more clear to the downside. But we just, this is kind of on its own here. Money flow in the green. It's like, I don't have every time frame pointing towards this, right? We have that 12-hour money flow coming out. That's a conflicting signal. 16-hour money flow coming out. That's a conflicting signal. And, of course, this money flow crossover on the 10-hour in confluence with the weekly red dot is also a big conflicting signal. And that's kind of where we bring up, is it going to fake out? It's really hard to call the fake outs on money flow, but, we'll see what happens, right? Time will tell. I mean, if I had to say, if I had to have an emotional bias, I've talked about this before, like, just rip the Band-Aid off Bitcoin. Come on, just rip the Band-Aid off, send us down, and then hopefully we could kind of change the tone here on the channel. I hate being, unfortunately, I always say to people, I have a boss, right? The boss is the chart for me. It's so hard, right, for me to just call for higher prices when I have the charts looking like this on the weekly. And it just is what it is, right? I don't make those decisions, unfortunately. I just have to bring the raw information. You're never going to get like random bullish hopium for no reason from me. If I'm going to call for higher prices, I'm going to be pointing to why I actually think that, not just some kind of anticipating a news event or, something arbitrary. It's going to be some raw information on the charts, which are obviously right more than they're wrong. Obviously not 100%, but hopefully we can rip that Band-Aid off. We can start talking about some bigger moves to the upside. And, I'll just cover this real quick. Let's see. We get a little move here, trying to push back up. I'll bring up some hyper-local scalp levels we can keep an eye on here in a second. But I'll just say this, guys. Like, to the downside, the biggest key level to look at, in my opinion, is this 786. If we can, I'm like I said yesterday, I am not even really super interested in this level because at this point you're below your volume profile. It could just be a bearish retest. You lose the range and then continue down. But like this is kind of the line in the sand, just like that 95K 786 is the line in the sand for the break of the high. This 786 here, sitting at about 83,914, is going to be the line in the sand to break the low at about 80,500. Could we bounce here? Could we SFP this? Maybe. But again, at that point, I'm probably anticipating the break of that low. I don't really like this because we've already, I don't know. It's like we tap, right? And this isn't the same 786, but it's like, I don't know. More times you tap on a level of support, the more likely it is to break. So just like a few reasons why I don't like that. But if we did get that, right, I'd pretty much be looking for the break of the $85,000 low, where we have our next major area of confluence, which we covered yesterday, which does obviously, which does sit down here, closer to, 78, kind of all the way down to, right, we turn off the range, we turn off the Fibonacci retracement, right? You can just kind of see how important it is for us to hold above these levels. We start losing that 786, the next big area to look at is down here, right? Come take out that low. So we'll see what happens, right? And then, we'll look for bounces there. Maybe we get the bigger bounce. We'll see. But, I would have to assume that if we got a bounce down there, that could be where we get the bigger drop down towards about $70,000, where we have a ton of confluence, as you can see, right? Nothing really here. Fast move up could equal fast move down, right? There's like a big volume gap there. So like these lows are super important, right? I always bring up the visible range volume profile because this is a very, very easy way to kind of view it, right? Like high volume nodes, right? We like to, this is pretty much this high volume node is what we're rejecting at 98K. If we wind up breaking these lows, guys, there's not a lot underneath us. Sure, we have this level. We can look for scalps, little bounces. We can make money on those trades. We'll make money on the way down. We'll make money on the little retracements back up. We'll catch the shorts back down. But at the end of the day, if you just look at the volume profile here, like all those MPOCs are not massive. Right, it's pretty much a pretty big gap all the way down to about $67,000. I would say between 70 and 67K. So when I say like, what's the next big level to look at to the downside? It does, to me. Price likes to stick to these not to me, but like the price likes to stick to these high volume nodes, right? When you pull into these low volume gaps, oftentimes price moves very quickly through them. And then where does price gravitate to? It gravitates to these magnetic high volume nodes. Right? These high volume nodes are magnetic. These are kind of like repellents, right? You just kind of fly through them. So once we lose this, right, where's the next highly magnetic area is going to be this massive high volume node. And you can kind of just think of it as like a floor, right? And this is why I love the volume profiles because it's very visual, right? Like, well, hey, if we break here, free fall, where are we probably going to bounce? Boing, boing, right there, right? So just to kind of give you a view, not a lot of support down here. So anyway, and then, of course, you have the weekly money flow and all that stuff as well. Let's see. What's the least likely outcome? Shout out to Dean Mills. I would say the least likely outcome is to go from here to new all-time highs in a straight line. I'd say that's probably the least likely outcome. Impossible? No. As a matter of fact, I hope that happens. But I would say that's probably the lowest probability. And, like, why is that, right? Well, again, the charts are my boss here, right? I do this pretty often. If I invert this chart, money flow is coming out. If I invert this and change this green money flow to red money flow, and I turn, well, I just did that backwards, but right, if I flip this upside down and this money flow was crossing green and we had a green dot, that would, indicate to me that maybe you could come up and put in a new high, right? Like, so if the chart looked like this, I would call for it, right? I don't really make the decisions here, to be totally frank, no pun intended. But of course, the chart does not look like that. I had to literally invert the indicator. And, of course, we don't have any bullish divergences or anything like that. So I would say that's probably the least likely outcome. Do I hope it happens? Yes, that would be beautiful. Refresh the stream if you're having trouble. Shout out to Joe Mama. Yeah, guys, I don't know. Internet's being kind of funky today. I don't think it's just me. I think it might have to do with the storm. Saw some other people having issues as well. So just refresh the stream if you can't hear. I don't know what else I could do. I literally have the fastest available internet and 2 providers. But no, I don't think it's... I think it's just the storm is messing stuff up. Let's see. Shout out to DK Insights that alt season is the least likely outcome at this point, probably. Unless Bitcoin goes into new all-time highs. Bear market this year. Shout out to Ricardo. I mean, listen, it would be anticipated that 2026 would be a bear market year, right? I'll bring up the cycle chart. Right, top to top measurements, 1,477 days from top to top, from 13 to 17, 1427 from 17 to 21, 1421 from 2021 to current. Right, so not only is it like almost the same amount of days, right? Of course, you're not going to expect it to repeat, but rhyme. And we talked about all this before this ever even came in, just from a timing perspective. And this is not, I don't just base everything off the 4-year cycle. Obviously, that would be a silly thing to do, to just look at one piece of information. But, when you start to combine that, right? Like when I see, we could look at this and say, well, hey, like once we start getting into this range, right? It's like, well, what is the chart saying? And when you start to see massive bearish divergences on the higher time frames, and you start to see, one of the big indicators, there's your higher highs, there's your higher highs, there's your lower highs, right? Can you see that, or am I covering that with my face? All right, there's your lower highs. Here's your lower highs. Here's your money flow coming out. Here's your money flow coming out. Right? Now, we didn't really have the weekly bearish divergence in 2017, but same thing, 1477, right? Money flow starts leaking to the downside. Those weekly money flow crossovers are rare. We had one back here, we had one here, and we have just started to flash that money flow crossing into the red now. It all lines up with the timing. So, from a historical 4-year cycle perspective, it would be expected that 2026 would be some kind of a bear market year. Now, does that mean that you have to go down for a 70 to 80% correction like in every other cycle? Not necessarily. I'm hopeful that maybe we can find some support down here in our bigger volume profile. Right? And again, it's an if this, then that statement. If price ends up losing the macro volume profile up here, right, well, price is going to seek out the fair value. And you know what? I won't even pull up the volume profiles, even though I think it's helpful. I'll just pull up the visible range, right? If we fall through this big, here we are, high volume node, price clings to this, right? If we lose this, very fast drop through the gap to then get accepted into this range. Right? And then that would be the first kind of place where I would be interested in potentially looking for some kind of a macro bottom, right? Now, whether that macro bottom is a big retracement for a lower high and a lower low for maybe that typical 70% correction, that could be the case, right? I talk about these two kind of main scenarios that I'm looking for if this bear market does continue, right? One could be early bottom comes in over here. I'll be looking for that. We'll be on the charts. We'll be looking at the levels. We'll be watching the money flow. We'll be on bottom watch down here. And we'll know, right? If we get down here and it starts to look, it looks like trash still, you'll hear me up here talking about lower highs and lower lows, and I'll be like, I hate to say it, guys. But on the flip side of that, if it looks really good, I'll be saying the absolute opposite, right? Yeah, 2026 would be expected to be a bear market year, right? So that lines up, and also the TA is there as well, right? It's not just the 4-year cycle. You don't just want to base things off the 4-year cycle. At the end of the day, if you have new information on the chart, if we get a new Fed chair, super dovish, we start printing tons of money, and we have massive confirmations here, well, guess what? Those are new pieces of information we could take into account, right? So that would be kind of the hopeful case, and then the more bearish case would be, well, hey, we lose this range. Where are we likely to start playing around with? Probably going to come into this 2021 bull market range. So we'll deal with that when we get there, if we even have to. But that's kind of my thought process. So hopefully that helps you out, brother. Shout out to Crypto Arrow. Wait, we were bullish last time. I remember everyone rejecting the Trump coin and Bitcoin tanking. Shout out to Crypto Arrow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If you think I've been bullish, I've been pretty macro bearish since about $108,000. But and I've been fighting that, man. People hated me. People hate me. They're like, man, you're an idiot. You're a clown. How could you think this? But yeah, no, I'm definitely ever since those weekly bearish divergences. Again, along with that timing. I mean, these are just super clear signals. So yeah, maybe on a lower time frame, right? Maybe we're bullish on a lower time frame, but yeah, like weekly outlook. I'm kind of sick of talking about it, right? I was like, not only, have we been talking about it all throughout this, but like even at 108K, we talked about like kind of what we would expect this to look like. And we even brought up this fractal and kind of wondered, is it going to kind of form something like this, right? We see that if that money flow comes out and we fill this profile that we were looking at back here, we start to get a bounce and that weekly money flow's coming out. What's our bias have to be? It's got to be lower highs and lower lows. So not only have we been talking about this here, but also talking about the anticipation of having to talk about this situation. So I'm just kind of over the long-term scenario. I think most people know kind of where I stand on that, where we've stood on it. So, and again, people don't like to hear that, right? So I don't just want to sit here and tell people what they don't want to hear. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to give you random hopium either, but, Just gets repetitive, not only for you guys, but for me too. Bearish for over a year? Yeah, potentially. Let's see. Can we look at Zcash? Yeah, we can take a look at some of the altcoins as well. I was kind of hoping that we get a move here on Bitcoin. Let me just pull up some of these local levels on Bitcoin, like hyper local scalp levels. Let me just, I think I have them marked out here. Yeah, so we're holding this 786, right? And this is kind of similar to one of our streams from last week, right? Just kind of looking at, what can we anticipate here? We got some 12-minute money flow coming up. How's that 4-hour looking? The red dot confirmed. 30-minute money flow coming out. So locally, here's the thing, right? We have this CME gap up here. As you guys know, CME gaps do have, kind of like a similar magnetic nature to the volume profile levels, similar magnetic nature to NPOCs. And, again, right, like when I bring up these local levels here, right, what are those next major areas? It's going to be up here or down here. I don't really have super big preference, right? If we get up here, we'll look for the rejection. If we come down here, we'll look for the bounce, right, at those next key levels that we talked about earlier in the stream. But hyper locally here, you can see we got the low up to the high, bearish divergences at the high, back into the range, full rotation, bounce off the low, got some bullish divergences down here at the low, lower lows, slightly higher lows, at least on the 3-minute. You got a bull div here on the 1-minute, back into the range, flip the value area low, and now we're pushing into the POC. So I would say flipping this point of control is the level to crack above in order. And let me actually just mark an alert here. So if we're looking at the altcoins, we can come back to this, right? If we could flip over this POC, right, maybe we can open the door into that value area high. And then if we can get out of there, right, that's where maybe we could finally get that local target hit up here on the weekly and the daily MPOCs. So we'll see what happens here. Let's see. Just make sure I didn't miss anything here in the chat. The bearish case is overwhelming. Yeah, and again, like, it's not going to last forever, guys, right? There will be a time, right? And unfortunately, it's like I'm always really kind of have to battle the mass sentiment, right? It's like, I'll never forget here, right? It's like calling for higher prices, a new high to come in, and everybody was so beat down here. A lot of people thought it was a bear market. I got DMs. I had family texting me like, what's going on with Bitcoin? It was just, it's just super bullish news. Oh, my God, now we're just going down. Is this the bear market? Which, obviously we were looking for the bounces here. And, people don't want to hear that, right? I think they'd rather hear the bullish case. But it's like you still got to fight, right? Because people are like, this is a bear market. How could you not think this is a bear market? We're down, 32% from the all-time high. How could you not think this is a bear market? And it's like, well, I don't know. We read the charts. That's how we think, right? But, eventually we will be calling for higher prices, right? And probably when that happens, the general consensus is going to be like, now we're in a bear market. This is super bearish, and that's typically when we're on bottom watch, right? And I always bring that back to 2021. No one wanted to hear the idea of a bear market being likely here. People hated me, right? It's very similar right now. We wind up getting the big capitulation. Everybody and their grandma is looking for 100K here, right? High or low. Valid, right? Absolutely valid, high or low. But with that money flow coming out on the weekly, it's very unlikely that that's going to be a new high. Very similar situation that we're in right now. And then what happens? And there's also no reason from a narrative standpoint to be bearish, right? People are kind of like, why is it going down? There's no bad news. There's nothing, right? Like, show me the charts. I tell you the news every single time. But no reason to be scared here. So not a lot of people are bearish, right? Everyone's looking 100K, high or low. The 30K is the bottom, right? But what happens? Then you get the bearish narrative to come in. Then you get the big capitulation. Then there's bad news, and that is where people start to give up. That's where people say, now we're in a bear market. These are the dips we don't want to buy. And then what are we doing? We are on bottom watch. We see the weekly bullish divergences. We see the money flow starting to come back up, right? And although we're calling for higher prices, people are just like, how could you think that? We're finally in a bear market. And it's like, we were talking about that all the way up here, right? The charts will kind of keep you a step ahead of what is happening. That's not to say that we couldn't have gone to 100K there, right? The TA could be wrong, right? We could have flipped up here and maybe gone to all-time highs. It was just the lower probability scenario. And it's just very similar to what we see happening right now. So we'll see what happens, right? I hope the TA is wrong. I hope we go to all-time highs. But again, right, I have to present the information on the chart. And it is what it is. All right, let's see. October 10th dump that liquidated big players is still a mystery. Yeah, I mean, again, right? Like, I am almost 100% technical trader. You show me the charts. Like, if you ever ask me why did that happen, I'm always like, people ask me like, what happened? Like, what October 10th, right? Like, what happened? Why did we dump? Right now, of course, people are gonna say Trump tweeted, right? Which is true. Is that what caused the dump? Like, sure, right? But if you ask me, right, our sentiment, and you can go back to these live streams, right? I don't say this to like brag or, you know, prove anything. Or I guess it is to prove something. It's to prove that the charts are the truth, right? We are looking at a simple deviation above the volume profile, overvalued price, a simple failed auction setup, right? We see the confirmations up here. We short, right? We were short from like 125K. Looking for a rotation back into this range for a full fill of the volume profile, right? And it wasn't even this profile that we were looking at, still valid, but it was actually a larger profile. Looking for the full fill of this profile, right? We deviate above. Once we get back into the range, the next highest probability area for price to go is the POC. Once you lose the POC, you go to the value area low, right? And of course, we break back in here. All of a sudden, we start to get the tweet. The tweet starts to come down. Does the tweet have no effect on the market? No, right? But you could see this stuff on the chart. I don't know why. I'm not trying to sit here and say that like it's a conspiracy or anything like that. But if you ask me to explain the price action, I'm always going to give a chart perspective, right? Like people say, not only why did price dump, but like how did you like position yourself so well up here? Well, it's just simple technical confirmations. I'm like a technician, right? It's just all mechanical. And then of course, you get the big liquidation wick, you get back into the range, price settles on the POC, eventually lose the POC, and you fill down to the value area low. Does the tweet have nothing to do with the dump? I mean, I wouldn't say so. It obviously has something to do with it, but this is kind of how I can't explain it, right? I wish I could. But we see this happen time and time and time and time again. It happened live on one of our live streams recently where we were helping Rudy out with a long position, giving him targets. Actually, very similar situation where we had a volume profile that looked very likely to fill, and all of a sudden we got news, and all of a sudden, boop, right into the value area high. And then what happens at the value area high? We rolled back around and filled the range to the low. So I don't know. This is part of the reason why I love TA so much. It's just so interesting. Every time, show me the charts to tell you the news. Won't work every single time, but more often than not, it will. TK Insight said at this rate, it's going to be 2028 really soon, bro. Yeah. Hopefully, at least we get something. Volatility, the upside or the downside would be great. I don't even really care which way it goes. Give me something. Get us out of this dang range. I would have hoped that we'd be out of this range by this point, right? This range was brutal here. Then we wiggled sideways for the holidays, right? Just absolutely dead market. Then we get volatility, and then we're just back down into the range. Get us out of here. I hate this range. Shout out to Yoda said the TI I learned from you works wonderfully on stocks rather than crypto. Yeah, shout out to Yoda. I don't work on anything. Stocks, commodities, Forex, whatever. It's just the theory. The reason it works, right, is because this isn't like some made-up thing, right? It's all based off volume, right? So it's just based off failed auctions and mean reversions. So, but yeah, absolutely. I've had some people, I met some bigger stock YouTubers that they're like, hey, bro, like, we love your show, man. They actually wanted to have me on. I got to reach out to them. I say that every time I mention them. But they were like, dude, you should take your concepts and bring them over to stocks, dude. You're like crushing it in crypto. Like, if you could bring this over to stocks, it'd be a cakewalk. But I don't know. I just got that degen in me. Just a crypto degen. Yeah, shout out to Jay Dans. That's a good theory there. That's because the political landscape is theoretical and decisions are made before we know about it. Yeah, it could be valid. Why is this range so hated? Shout out to Lucia. It's just boring, right? Like, especially for me from a content perspective, it's like breaking. We're $500 away from where we were yesterday. Breaking! We're $300 away from where we were yesterday. And of course, there is some volatility within it, but like this is absolutely brutal from a content perspective, right? Like to go live for 2 hours and try to come up with some kind of like big narrative to talk about in this dead market is just very difficult, right? Not really hated from a trading perspective. We actually longed the value area low here and rode that up to the high. But it's just brutal from, it's just boring, right? Like no one really cares right now. No one's interested in crypto right now. It's a ghost town, It's people just don't care. This is almost worse than when price is dumping from a content perspective. Yeah, I realize it took well over 10 years for a 3x for gold and silver. Yeah. I mean, that's where the volatility is right now. Insane. Shout out to Daka, says I had 126K as top level and shorted it. Let's go. Shout out to Daka. Great work, bro. Great work. All right, let's go ahead. And jump on into some altcoins. We got the alert set on Bitcoin in case we do take out that POC, and we'll just kind of let that wiggle around. Taking a look at Ethereum. Let's jump into it here. So Ethereum, we took a look at yesterday, back above the value area low, and, overall sentiment here, at least long term, would be obviously similar to Bitcoin, right? Take a look at the weekly. You got your money flow in the red. This is obviously not indicative of massive new all-time highs unless you get some kind of crazy fake out. This is more indicative of a continuation down. But we're back above the value area low. We held this 786. This 786 was the key level that we have been looking at for a while. This is the line in the sand. We break 2780. I am going to be expecting a move down between 2676 and 2458, right? If we can hold above this value area low, if Bitcoin decides to get a little bit of a move up, I would say the next big key levels to look at on Ethereum are going to be the golden pocket retracement sitting between about 3,062. I'll take off this 50-week moving average. It is confluent there, but I'll just take it off. POC golden pocket confluence between about 3,060 and call it $3,085. Once you flip that POC, right? Well, that does open the door into this local value area high, sitting at about 32.55. So like very similar to Bitcoin's kind of, and we could just like look at this. Oh, there we go. Bitcoin breaking the POC. Where did those levels go? Am I tripping here? Did I just delete that folder somehow? Well, let me just go ahead and re-pull that profile. Trying to push above that POC. Let's see what happens. Come on, baby. Whoops. See if we can flip that, which would open up the target here at the value area high at about 88.302. Let's pull this golden pocket real quick. Let's see. Can she break? Can she hold? Nobody knows. Got a local level up here. Got another one right here on that golden pocket. This would be a valid place to look at before the value area high. Can she hold? Can she hold? Will we see? I'm not going to lie, guys. We're like 100 for 100 on these volume profile rotations. I don't know. This would be crazy. If this plays out, as I always say, I will get these things tatted on my head. But jumping back over to Ethereum, right, it's very similar, right? When we look at the kind of high time frame perspective, kind of annoying that that folder got deleted. Yeah, I must have deleted it. That's obnoxious. But if we look at this, right, it's kind of in the same situation as Bitcoin. And I'll even hide the MPOCs. We'll make it nice and simple. We'll just look at it as a range. Hide the fib. Hide the fib. Whoops. Hide this stuff. Hide this. Right? Here's your range on Bitcoin. And let me just take out the... Here's your range on Ethereum. All right, very similar. Very similar. Right? Back above the value area low. Technically, as long as you hold above this value area low, the POC is open. And of course, this is confluent with your golden pocket retracement. Right? So we'll see. Now, obviously, you're going to have local levels. Whoops. You're going to have local levels in the meantime, right? There's no guarantee that you have to get all the way up to that fib. If I had to pull the local fib, it would be from this lower high, right? So I'll even give it a local level here. Oh, we already tested this, right? So you got the golden pocket, push into the 786. So I'd say break that 786 at about 3K. This would be the next place to look. Set an alert here. And we'll set an alert here. So, and then, of course, we do have the daily green dot finally printing on Ethereum, front-running Bitcoin on the daily green dot here. Money flow coming out, but still in the green here. So, we'll see. Can she hold above the value area low and push into that golden pocket POC? We shall see. And then this overall range, if you want to get this on your chart, value area low sitting at about 28.79, POC sitting at 3,087, and then your value area high at about 32.53. And that would be comparable to this range on Bitcoin. All right, let's see. Shout out to Chris says, best strategy is to short all the pops. Maybe not a bad strategy. Brutal alert sound, yeah. Good evening, Mafia. Shout out to Teddy Crow. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. AVAX, yeah, we can take a look at AVAX. I'm going to take a look at Solana, and we'll take a look at, I'll just do a quick check-in on Solana, because, again, just like all very similar stuff here, right? Like your local range. Your medium time frame range for Solana would just be up in here, right? Solana's still below its value area low. Get back above here. It would kind of open that same path for Solana as on Ethereum and Bitcoin, right? And no guarantee that you have to fill this, by the way, obviously. But yeah, let me just take a look at Solana here real quick. So also, and we could take this off the chart at this point as well. Take that volume profile off. From a higher time frame perspective, right? You know, Solana's still fighting its macro value area low here. I mean, this is a huge, 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 huge level. $125. Got to get above here before you could even start entertaining any of those bigger targets, right? So we flip that value area low. Of course, it does open the door to the POC. But when we take a look at the 10-hour money flow crossing into the red, when we see the 12-hour money flow trending out, right, we can be aware of lower highs and lower lows, in which case that is where we can pull up our local range and start pulling the Fibonacci retracements. Confluence here on the golden pocket POC. These would be like the bigger targets for Solana before the point of control. And, of course, this was a purple box because we were looking for the sweep of these highs before a pullback. But I could take that off now. Not that it's not resistance anymore. Perfect SFP there. But I'll just move this. Actually, I'll kind of just move it down to the 786. Right? So these would be kind of the two major zones of resistance for Solana. Right? If this 10-hour, 12-hour money flow is going to continue out, this indicates the overall trend. Right? Doesn't indicate the pops, the little ebbs or flows. Right? It indicates the trend. So if we're going to be seeing a lower high before a lower low, I would say these are the biggest zones to look at. First one sits here between about 135.57 to 139.03. Second one sits up here between about 141.52 to 145.81. But you got to get above these value area lows to even open up those targets. Yes, you can potentially reject all the local Fibonacci retracements. I'm not going to pull every single level. I'm going to give the main levels, right? You do have some bullish divergences down here. Do I love them? Not really. But, you know, at the end of the day, we flip that value area low. That opens up the door to these next targets. So, all right, so let's take a look. Price action is trash on PTC. Yeah, it's not the best right now. HBAR, Zcash. All right, let's take a quick look at Zcash here. All right, so clean this up a bit. So obviously we did have the short setup here on Zcash in the premium Discord, literally from the top. and our daily money flow, right? One of the big things here was the daily money flow coming out. We saw the drop, we saw the bounce, we see the retracement on declining money flow, indicating that this was not going to be a new high. Very similar to what we look at on Bitcoin on the weekly, right? Like for me to look for a new high to come in on that big retracement, I need the money flow in the red crossing into the green, not in the green about to cross into the red. So this is what lets us know, right? This is probably a lackluster bounce, and you're probably better off fading those highs. We find the key level, we find the confirmations, and we went ahead and took that short. I actually kind of beefed this and closed my position a little bit too early, but the kind of end game thought process here was if we can get that rejection, right? We had the daily money, we were looking for the daily money flow crossover into the red, indicating any bounce would be a lackluster retracement for a lower high and a lower low, lower high, lower low. So as we get this bigger kind of retracement in here, let's see. This does not really change the higher time frame view. Your 2-day money flow is still trending out, right? Very similar to the daily. This green dot could indicate a continuation, but obviously lower highs and lower lows would be the higher probability scenario here with money flow coming out. So let's see what we got here as far as key levels. Pull up some MPOCs. I think I actually have some MPOCs marked out here. These are tapped. Tapped, tapped, tapped. We have some new ones here. Got one right there that was barely front ran, but it is still there. All right. So you got a weekly MPOC here. You got a daily MPOC here. Let's pull the fib. Go down to like from the high to the low. You have your golden pocket confluence in there. So this is how you can see where the confluence is. Weekly, daily MPOC, golden pocket retracement. This is definitely a level I would pay attention to. Obviously, the 786 stands up there a bit higher. If you break above these levels and flip them to the support, this is the next level to look at. Once you flip that 786, I would be looking for a break of this high, which would bring you into let's see. So this would be kind of resistance. Major zone number 1. Okay, you don't have any dailies up there. You have a daily right here, though. I'll just mark this out. I don't know if that's going to be confluent with anything. It's tapped. You got a daily up here and a weekly. Nope, that weekly's tapped. So yeah, if I'm going to be looking for high time frame, lower highs and lower lows, I'll even hide the MPOC. I'll hide the dailies, right? Obviously, the confluence is important, but if I'm just looking from a Fibonacci perspective, right? Pull from the high to the low. Golden pocket 786. Could also pull from this high to the low. And I would say, obviously, the confluence here is more significant. Where'd that other MPOC go? Did I not drag that into this folder? Daily MPOC. All right, so just from a Fibonacci standpoint, this would be a big level of resistance, right? This is an opportunity for a lower high. If it breaks above that 786, I'm looking to take out this high. The next fib I would look at would be the full fib, which sits up here. These are the two biggest levels of resistance. Once we break that 786, at that point, right, if we don't get a lower high here, if we don't get a lower high here, we crack that 786, I'm looking to crack back into this range. And that could change the overall thought process long term. But until then, you could see pretty decent retracements while still looking for lower highs and lower lows, lower highs and lower lows. And then the major target down there would be, of course, this value area high sitting at about 235.73. Call it 235, 237. And then when we, obviously confluence is very important as well, right? So when we pull up our other levels, such as the daily MPOCs, the weekly MPOCs, the daily horizontals, you have confluence up in here. You also have confluence up in here. So these are definitely going to be the valid levels. Number one, sitting between 396.54 and 418.96. Second zone, sitting between 453.81 and 495.44. That's what I'd be looking at. And you're getting that nice bounce off the daily MPOC, which is worth mentioning. Let's see. Shout out to Bitcoin. Henry said, just entered a short ski. Got my funded account up 25%. Let's go. Shout out to Bitcoin. Henry, let's get it, baby. Making some money. Making some money. I love it, brother. Dad? Shout out to Longbottom in the chat. What is going on? Shout out to Hodl Crypto says, first time making money trading crypto was watching Frankie Candles years and years and years ago. Hey, shout out to Hodl, baby. That's what I like to hear, man. That's what I like to hear. Let's go. You're not going to get more free value than on this YouTube channel. Frankie Candles legend. Dude, I didn't know you were still doing the charts. Shout out to Hodl Crypto. We never went anywhere. We've been live every day for 4 years, baby. I'm not leaving. Let's see. How do you know where to draw the range from? Shout out to Junk. I think that's what that says. Check out the tutorials on the channel. I have a beginner series that shows you exactly how to use the volume profiles, where to pull them from, how I personally trade them, and along with a bunch of other stuff. I teach you basically my kind of like a top-down view of my strategies. Go watch through that beginner series. You'll be caught up with what we look for here on the live stream. Let's see. Any bullish arguments? Shout out to Dean Mills. Yeah, I mean, the bullish argument would just be short-term. Depends on what you're like. Are there any arguments for all-time highs? That is where I have a hard time making the bullish argument. But yeah, like I mean, the bullish argument for a local push-up would be the daily money flow and the daily green dot looking to print. Shout out to Hodl, said I cannot miss any stream from here on out. I effing love your energy, brother. Let's go. Shout out to Hodl. Welcome back, baby. Welcome back. We are so back. Shout out to you, man. Yo, shout out to Yoda, said, fun fact, the word Frankie in India is used for burrito. I'll take that. I guess I'll take that. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I'll take that. I'm like a burrito stuffed with sauce. Free sauce. Does Chainlink have value to token problem? Amazing integration, but doesn't seem to be justified by market cap or price. Shout out to Hodl. I can give you more of a chart perspective on Link if you want to take a look at Link. Shout out to Darren. Thank you for dropping the beginner series. If you guys are new here, check out the beginner series if you want to learn more about how I trade so you can get caught up with what we're looking at and you're not totally lost. You'll be like, oh, he's looking at a value area high. I know exactly what that is. I know what to anticipate. But yeah, we can take a look at Chainlink. Oh, hey. Did we not have any of these alerts go off? Bro. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, guys, do I have to get it tattooed on my head now? Live. Called live, right? We don't just do hindsight analysis here. Deviate below the high, bearish divergences, get into the range, POC, lose the POC down to the low. Bullish divergences on the deviation below, flip the low, back to the POC. If we get, what did we say? Right? I don't say this to brag. I show this to teach, right? It doesn't get more picture perfect than that, right? And of course, this could have not played out, right? But you could notice the hit rate on these is extremely high. If we flip the POC, that is our opportunity to fill into the value area high. Where does price go? Above the POC, into the high. Where are we rejecting from right now? Directly from the high. You watch these free live streams, guys. There is money to be made. All right, let's take a quick look at Chainlink. It's like sometimes you got to think like what are the is it really that possible that this will play out? volume profiles are goated. Don't take my word for it. Take the price action. All right, let's see. Shout out to Hopium Copium says, moon soon. Trust me, bro. I trust you. All right. Let's see. Did we get that? Oh, man, that 4-hour green dot was printed at some point. Do I trade on linear? Are you talking about linear or logarithmic? I am on log. Where's the BTC's next profile? Well, this is our current profile. And pretty much how you would trade these guys is you trade the range until it breaks, right? If this were to break up, right? And again, it depends on, price action's fractal, right? I could jump down to, maybe not, but like I could jump down to like a 1 minute and be like, oh, here's a profile, right? Like, but again, you don't want to get like super chopped up like that. But if we zoom out here, right? There's your bigger range. Like we are so zoomed in here. Like I literally just pulled this to narrate the price, right? It's like, well, hey, when I come up here and I say like, all right, guys, this is what we're looking for, I don't know how volatile it's going to be. Like if we're just within this range, it's like, well, hey, if we hold above here, PLC is next, flip the PLC, value area high is next. But when we zoom out, you could just see like how hyper local we are here. So your bigger profiles sitting right here, right? Same theories would apply. Not all profiles are treated the same, right? Like, would the high probability fill of this be likely? Yes, but there are, I wish it was just as easy as like long the load, guaranteed fill, right? Although, I always say this, it's like it's like kind of like I always say like it's not 100%, but like then there's like really bad examples like this where it's like, well, hey, it looks pretty dang high probability, which it is. But there are times where like if you have a lot of bearish signs, depending on like context is very important. Right? If we did not have the bullish divergences at the low, if we did not have money flow coming into the green here on the 1 minute, right? And that's something you can use as a confirmation as well, right? If you see this 1 minute money flow looking across into the green, money flow indicates the overall trend. It does not indicate the ebbs or flows or ebbs or flows or ebbs or flows or ebbs or flows, right? Or ebbs or flows. It indicates the overall trend. But when you see this 1 minute money flow crossing over into the green, you can hop up 16 times that money flow time frame, right? So 16 times the 1 minute. Hang on. 16 times the 1 minute. Am I tripping? I got to use my calculator. It's the 15 minute, right? Technically the 16 minute, but the 15 minutes what I like to look at. So what can I say? If I have this 1 minute money flow coming into the green, I can say, well, maybe the trend is going to continue up. On top of that, I have the bullish divergences at the low. I'm holding the value area low as support, so I also have an idea that this is going to fill, right? And then I see the money flow cross into the green. There's confluence, right? Now, when I see this 1 minute money flow cross over into the green, I could jump up into something like the 15 minute and say, do I have a 15-minute green dot about to print? If that is the case, you have a market cipher B 1/16 bullish setup, which would further add confluence to that idea. What do we have here, right? And I can go into bar replay mode to show it. We showed it live, but I'll just come back here. What is my 15-minute telling me? Well, I'm at the low. I have the bull divs. I'm above the low looking for the POC. My 1 minute money flow is crossing into the green. This could indicate two reasons to anticipate this to fill. You have 1 minute money flow crossing into the green, indicating the trend will continue. You have the volume profile theory, indicating that you could fill the range. When I see this 1 minute money flow cross over into the green, I go to the 15-minute. Is my 15-minute looking to print a green dot? Look at that VWAP. That VWAP's about to cross over the zero line, which is what I look for to indicate that green dot coming in. So I can say to myself, if this 1 minute money flow stays green, that 15-minute money green dot decides to print, I can look for the fill of that local range. There you go. Free sauce. People charge for that. That's literally like what I think, right? Right before I was getting on the live stream here, looking at the chart, I'm thinking like, what do I want to talk about here? What am I going to be looking for, right? That's how I do it. Right? That's how I anticipated that. That's how I'm able to come up here and say, hey, get above this POC. I'm looking for the fill. Right? You have all those things lining up with you. So, free sauce. Free sauce, baby. Smash the like button for the free value. Let's see. Hello from Athens, Greece. You're the GOAT. Shout out to Shout out to Matans. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Greece. Let's go. Tony D is Greek. Sauce everywhere. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right, so let's take a quick look at Chainlink. Let's also come out of our replay mode. And let's take a look at Chainlink. Come on. There we go. All right, so Chainlink, I mean, pretty much the same situation as everything else, right? There's your local range. This is what, and I do want to say something, right? Yes, these local profiles fill, right? Obviously, and again, there was confluence there. If there was no confluence, maybe the case would be something different, right? Maybe the case would be look for a rejection on a local Fibonacci retracement or something, right, for a lower high and a lower low. Again, I don't want to make it seem like it's as easy as just buying the low and selling the high, right? You need to have the confirmations, right? And like on the volume profile, just to show you how clean this stuff is, higher highs, lower highs, bearish divergence, correction. Once you get accepted into the profile, you would look for a rotation to the POC, lose the POC, go to the low. You have confirmation, you're above the high. This is overvalued price. You look for the high probability fill. What else do we have? A 1-minute money flow crossover into the red. Do we have a 15-minute red dot looking to print, or that was looking to print here? Well, to be totally honest, I don't know, but we'll just come back and see. I would not be shocked if a 15-minute red dot printed and this 1-minute money flow dragged you through the range. There's the red dot, right? I didn't know it was going to be there. I just knew it was going to be high probability, right? What happens? Fulfill the range, right? This is like a volume profile masterclass. So there you go. But going back to Chainlink, let's come out of our replay mode because we'll come back here and be like, oh my God, we're ripping. So high time frame context, you're within this large range, right? And the same, like even though this is a much higher time frame, this rotation is much longer than what it just took Bitcoin to fill its range, but it's the same theory. Deviation above the high, get back in, money flow crosses red, full rotation of the profile, right? It's not always going to be that clean. Low-key, like these are all like perfect examples. It's not always that clean. It's beautiful when it is, but we're just back down here, right? The one thing is we still have this front ran value area low, right? We front ran it, 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 right? It's sitting down here at about 11.14. You have the value area low and a daily horizontal down here. So if we go down for one more dip, you still have key support down below. Do you have to touch this? Not necessarily, right? Just like on Bitcoin, on the macro range, right? Did we have to come down to tap this value area low? Not necessarily. We front ran it, but we understood money flow was coming out and the full fill was likely. I always prefer to see the value area low hit. It's like it's programmed into price. I can't say it's going to happen every time. It doesn't happen every time. Sometimes you just front run it, but this is why I'm a little suspicious of that value area low getting tapped, right? I would have preferred for this to get tapped, and maybe it still comes in. But if you do continue down, you have this key level. The daily MPOC is hit, but you still have the value area low and the daily down here. So if we continue down, you have the key support. This is not where I would look for shorts. It's not necessarily, doesn't necessarily mean it can't go down from there, right? It's just not where I would look to take a setup. I would have to short on retracements, right? I would either be short here, 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 or here, or maybe the tops. But you have key support down there on the value area low daily. So that's your key support. And then, within that, right, as long as you hold on top of that value area low, let me check the 4-hour here real quick. Right? Maybe you push down, look for some bullish confirmations. If you get back into the range, as long as you remain above that value area low, right, the doorway to the POC remains open, right? It's the next highest probability area for price to go. Of course, if you have the context agreeing with you. So stay above the low, POC is open. That's your next major target within the profile, 1432. And then if you want to find the local levels, you would just pull your local range, right? And then we can say to ourselves, well, let's see. 90-minute money flow, right? And I'm not saying this has to play out, but it would make sense. If this 90-minute money flow continues into the green, right? Continues up and crosses into the green. Let's check the daily. Daily green dot is printing. So I would say if Chainlink can flip this point of control with right? Keyword, along with the 90-minute and the 80-minute money flow crossing into the green. It's the same setup, right? Price action's fractal. It's the same thing with that 1-minute money flow and the 15-minute green dot. The 1-minute money flow crossing into the red with the 15-minute red dot, just on a higher time frame. If we can flip this POC at about 12:24, right, this would open the door technically to get a rotation, right? Because if that money flow crosses green on the 90-minute, I can anticipate the trend to continue. I'm within my profile. And if we have what's 16 times the 80 and 90-minute, it's about the daily, right? So that's your 1/16th bullish setup. Could look for the rotation up. So there you go. This range, value area low, 1194, POC, 1224, value area high, 1370. And again, I don't want to make this, it seems easy, right? And sometimes it is, right? Like that rotation we just saw in Bitcoin, very simple, very clean. But you could come up here, money flow can cross green, and then it can fake out, right? The market is random. This is where risk management comes into play. You don't just want to long here. I feel a responsibility that people don't see this. Watch like a 15-minute clip on a live stream and think like, oh, now I can just like gamble my entire account and get rich. Obviously, this takes time and practice. I didn't start at this point, right? This took me a long time to get where I'm at. Let's see. And Link has a green dot, so we'd be looking. Hey, shout out to Dave Hagen. He already knows, bro. Let's go. Shout out to Dave Hagen. Absolutely, bro. Shout out to Daniel Spooner, said trading view volume profile levels are slightly off. No. From a technical standpoint, the volume profile levels can't really be off because they're calculated by the volume. Unless like TradingView glitches or something and messes up the volume calculation, maybe then it could be off. But not to my knowledge, no. Shout out to Hodl Crypto, said everybody always be safe. Risk management is the number one way to get rich, believe it or not. Yeah, shout out to, I always tell people like they always want the secret, right? Like the secret indicator, the secret signals group, right? Like that one thing that's going to make trading so easy that they can figure it out in 10 minutes and get rich. That secret is to understand that it's a skill that you have to learn and you have to manage the risk, right? Risk management over win rate every time. Say that every day. Yeah, shout out to Crush It Nasty, said, I write down every 1/16 strategy. Frankie says, so I don't have to do the math. Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of annoying to do the calculation a little bit. Oh, yeah, they're slightly different than Exo's VPs. Yeah, well, it depends on where you pull the volume profile from, right? So if you're looking at something on Exo charts, if you pulled the exact profile and you're on the exact same exchange, they should be the same. But on Exo charts, if you're looking at like session volume profiles, right? Like this wouldn't be a session volume profile. This is pulled over, over a month of price action. So that would be different. Correct. Let's see. Do I think Bitcoin is looking to print the daily green dot? It seems so. It definitely seems likely. I mean, it's pretty much almost there. Cross that zero line, green dot prints. So what would be the next kind of the next 1/16 strategy I would look at? I mean, if we have this 12-minute money flow creeping up, right? If this crosses green, where would I look, right? Well, if that drags the 15-minute up, which is not really following suit here, but if this 15-minute follows suit, crosses into the green, I would be looking for a 4-hour green dot. Is that about to print? There it is! Live, it pops up. Live. Come on, baby. There it is. But again, this is printing. So, this probably will disappear in a second. But it does look like it wants to print there. So we'll see if we can get that 15-minute money flow. Let's work that 15-minute money flow out, break that 786. If we can crack this 786, we can finally look for that bigger move into our bigger target up here. Come on, baby. Frankie the Master. Shout out to Rat IRL. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. And now you could be a master because just here's why we think this will happen. Boop. Write it down. Write it down. Shout out to Robo. The 1/16th on the daily would be the 90-minute. What indicator is this? This is Market Cipher. You can check the link in the description down below if you want to save some money. But this is Market Cipher, specifically Market Cipher B. It comes with a bunch of other parts of the indicator, such as Market Cipher A, but this specifically is Market Cipher B. It's my number one oscillator that I always have on my chart. Shout out to Real Talk Trading, said another midday live. What's going on, everyone? Welcome in. Real Talk. Yeah, we're here, bro. We're here. Volume profile is just making me look like a genius. Making me look way smarter than I am. Yeah, shout out to Gio said, I don't know, man. Seems like a signal from you would be free money. I mean, we do have the premium Discord. It is not a signals group. I give the spoon-fed trade setups, right? I tell you exactly what I'm looking at what key level. We get a little bit more nuance into some of the more advanced entry strategies and entry triggers that we like to look at. It's really more of like a mentorship. I really try to take the people in the premium Discord and grow them into self-sufficient traders. I don't ever want to provide signals. Number one, the reason for that is that I hate talking about this because I talk about it so much because a lot of people always want signals. But if signals worked, right, I would not be here, right? I would not be here doing the TA. Trust me, when I started trading years ago, I started in the exact same situation as everybody else. I didn't want to do the work. I didn't want to study. I didn't want to practice. I didn't want to donate money to the market to learn. I just wanted to get rich quick. I just wanted to get in there, and I wanted to make money fast. I didn't want to believe that it wasn't easy. And, left and right, they're selling you get rich quick schemes. Buy my buy and sell indicator, and just buy when it says buy, sell when it says sell. I've tried every single one of them. It seems like it would work in practice, but it doesn't, right? And if you think about it, if it was that easy, everybody would do it, right? No one would have a job. Everyone would just have a bot trading those signals, and they would just print bajillions of dollars. I wish it was that easy. It is obviously possible to get rich and make money trading. Hopefully I'm an example of that on these live streams. But it takes work, right? I didn't get here in 5 minutes. I didn't get here in a week. I didn't get here in a month. I didn't get here in a year. I struggled for a very long time. And the faster I drop that mindset of searching for the get-rich-quick scheme, searching for the shortcut, that is where my journey got shorter, right? It was when I decided that it was probably not likely that that I would be able to get rich quick, right? That would probably take a lot of work. That is where my journey got shorter. The longest way is looking for the shortcut. Please listen from my experience. I don't just say this to say it, right? It's because I've gone through it. Don't make the same mistake. Like if you guys can learn from my mistakes, it makes my mistakes worth it, right? It makes all the suffering and me touching the hot stove 100 times, over leveraging, not taking profit, not moving my stop loss, gambling. It just makes those mistakes and those years where I was just touching the hot stove, makes it so much more worth it, right? I would say, like, everyone wants that aha moment, that click moment that trading becomes easy. The only aha moment I had was when I extended my time horizon, as I said, every single day, right? I'm not focused on getting rich or making money. I know it sounds like an oxymoron, but I promise you that's how it works. You have to emotionally detach yourself from the money. If you're trying to get rich quick, you're emotionally attached to the money. That is going to build terrible trading habits. That is not what you want, right? That's going to slow down your progress. You need to look at the money on the screen as points in a video game. Pay attention to the percentages. Don't worry about, I'm going to make this much money this month. You'll get there, right? Or just start small. Have realistic expectations. Don't put $500 into an account and think you're going to flip that into $10K in 2 days. Is it possible to gamble and hit lucky on a trade? Yes. Is that going to be sustainable over time where you can quit your job? No. Have a realistic expectation. And I talked about this recently on a live stream. People start trading and they're like, yeah, like my goal is to make 10K in a month. And it's like, listen, that goal is great, but like how much do you make at your job? I make 50K a year. Why are you trying to make 10K in a month, right? Just try to make $100 a week. Try to make $200, $100 a day, $50 a day, right? You only need $200 a day to replace most full-time jobs, right? And that's a much more attainable goal than trying to turn 1,000 into 100,000 in a week. It's very, very difficult. Now, eventually, you could probably get there, right? Not everyone can, but eventually you will get there, or some people will get there. My goal was to make 50K a month. You could have the big goals, right? But as long as you don't expect it to happen overnight, right, or in a month or in a week, right? I would say ask yourself this question if you want to learn how to be a day trader. Are you willing to learn for a year with no expectation of return. Maybe you make money, right? Maybe you're naturally good at it, right? Maybe you don't have a lot of emotion. Maybe you're naturally good at it. But can you take a year or two, right? And hopefully it won't be that long. But just that's the test. Ask yourself, can I go 1 to 2 years breaking myself, grinding at this skill with no expectation of return? To be in the school of trading, in the school of building the systems, in the school of building the discipline, right? If the answer to that is no, I want to get rich before that, I would pick a different career. That just is what it is, right? And the reason I say that is because that's how I broke through. When I was taking the other mindset, right? When I was like, I want to try to make this much this week, and I've been trading for a month. Like, I don't know what made me think that I was special. Right? Like 95% of traders fail, and I'm just going to figure it out in a month and get rich, right? It's like a very egotistical thought, right? But once I kicked the ego aside and said, you know what, I'm going to study this thing for 2 full years with no expectation of making money. And as long as I can get better at the skill over time, the skill of TA, the skill of at least increasing how much I follow my plan, how much I stick to my system, well, then I see that as progress. And guess what? It didn't take 2 years, right? But I had to let go of that rush to get money fast. You got to emotionally detach yourself from the money. That's the truth, right? I can sit up here and be like, get rich quick, join my Discord, right? I just don't do that because I'm not going to sell a fake dream, right? I could sell a real dream, put in the work, study. How bad do you want it, right? Have the grit. That will change your life. That will make you rich. That's the real dream, right? But to get in, open an account, and think you're going to get rich overnight is just an unrealistic expectation. And I think most people, right, the people who are going to make it are probably listening to this going, yeah, like obviously I would never think that. Nothing worthwhile is easy. Those are the people who make it. All right, let's see. Shout out to Mr. Market, said, exactly, concentrate on starting an operating business that has cash flow that can support your investment in trading. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. I always tell people, like, you know, people will tell me, like, hey, I'm going to quit my job, go full in on trading. My answer to that is almost always not what people want to hear. It's like, that would be like the biggest thing I would not recommend to somebody. If you are watching a day trading live stream for the first time and you're saying, I want to learn how to do this, I'm going to quit my job and go all in. I'm all for burn the boats, not for trading. Because again, what is that going to do? It is going to increase your emotional attachment to that money 100-fold. That is going to decline your progress. You're putting the game on mythic mode, right? The best thing to do, right? Like if you have income from other places, right? Like that is how you're going to be able to get emotionally detached from the money. Like for me, I didn't even use my money from my main source of income. I had other side gigs I was doing just to save money to throw into a trading account because if I blew up all that money, it was just my side money. I still have my regular income paying for my bills, right? It's a lot easier to take a $1,000 loss when you're making a lot of money, right? And that's just the fact of the matter. You know, when you lose your rent money on a trade, you're much more likely to revenge trade. You're much more likely to try to re-enter another trade. Well, that's what revenge trading is. Re-enter another trade to make that money back. You're much more likely to move your stop loss so you don't get stopped out and take a loss to try to stay in the position and have it play out, right? But the market doesn't care about any of that. That's why people get slapped around so much. They think the market cares about them. It doesn't. That's just... It doesn't. It cares about the liquidity, the volume, the buys, the sells, right? Maybe a tweet. New subscriber. Shout out to Vibes. Shout out to Vibes. Your Vibes, bro. Shout out to Vibes. Welcome in. Smash that like button. Love from India. Love from the Frankie Candles cave. If you can't handle the L's, you're not made for the W's. That is for sure. Real information provided by you. Yeah, that's all you're going to get here, guys. Real information. My job is to help you guys. And I just know for a fact I would not be helping you if I was telling you you're going to get rich quick. Join my Discord. Join my Discord. I mean, obviously, if you want to take your trading seriously, you can join the Discord, but it's not a signals group, right? It's just if you're chasing that, you're chasing something that doesn't exist. Or if you do know about a signals group that you could just click buy and sell and make money every single time, let me know. I'll code a bot for it and make billions of dollars. Right? Again, critical thinking. Here every day. Thank you. Shout out to Cyrus. Shout out to Cyrus. I appreciate you, brother. Let's see. Do I think we get to 98K in the next coming few days? I would take it slowly. Again, like I said, the line in the sand here for the bigger move up is $95,000, right? It's very simple. My approach to trading is discretionary, reactionary, right? A lot of people say, should I long or short now? Well, sometimes, at least for me, I'm not saying you can't longer, you can long or short, whatever. But for me personally, right, like I have my key levels set, right? What are my key levels? My key levels are obviously based off Fibonacci retracements, daily naked points of controls, support and resistance, right? Where however you want to find those levels. I have the ones that I like to look at. That doesn't mean moving averages don't work. That doesn't mean that, I don't know, like what's another level of resistance that we don't look at? But that doesn't mean moving averages don't work. I just choose to look at the ones that I find high probability reactions at, right? Which are daily MPOCs, value area levels, volume-based levels, and Fibonacci retracements, right? So what else do I want to see there, right? I want to have confluence, right? I want to have multiple key levels in one spot. That gives me the highest probability of a reaction. Not every single time. Sometimes price will rip through key levels, right? But again, that's where risk management comes in. That's why we don't gamble, right? I won't go over risk management today. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow, or maybe I'll make a pre-recorded video on risk management. Obviously, that's very important. But where's my next key area of interest, right? If I want to trade the lower time frames, I want to find the closest local levels, right? And where are those? Well, let's see, right? I'll even turn off the range, even though the range has partially has a part to do with those key levels, right? Where do I have my key levels? I'm going to pull my Fibonacci retracement. Where'd it go? Right? I have a golden pocket, a daily MPOC, and a weekly MPOC. This is an area of interest. This is my trap. This is the trap in the market. This is the place I am interested in looking for a trade, right? Anytime, not just this level, right? Like anytime I have confluence like that. Then I sit on my hands. If price does not come up to that level, then I'm not really interested in a trade, right? Unless I have another reason, if there's confluence somewhere else, right? Or maybe I'm trading the volume profile. For this argument's sake, here is my trap. When price visits that level, price is the mouse. This is the trap. I don't just want to see the level tapped. I want to see an entry trigger, right? I want the mouse to take the bait, right? If the mouse comes in here and it just runs right past the trap, well, the trap's not going to go off, right? So I need the mouse to take the bait. What does that mean? I need to see an entry trigger. I need to see a lower time frame bearish confirmation. There's a ton of different confirmations you can look for. You can look for bearish divergences, SFPs. You can look for many, many different things. I have a lot of entry triggers that I look for. Or you could just look for a reaction, right? See if you get a good rejection, right? Wait to lose the level. You can look to enter in on that, right? Or you can look to enter in on a retracement. Because, of course, I don't set limit orders, right? Like, why would I set a limit order here, right? If I want to come up here, for example, and say I'm looking for an SFP, if I come up to this level and I do not see the SFP, would I be interested in taking that trade? No. So I would not set a limit order here to take a short, because if I'm not on the chart at that time, price comes into that level and there's no SFP, price is probably going to continue up. And you could do that. You could just use good risk management, but you're probably just going to get stopped out of that trade, right? So that's why I said you want to set your trap. You want to have a plan for your trade, right? If price comes here and I see this, then I take the trade, right? And again, you could just simply look for a reaction. It's really up to you. Or you could set limit orders too, because if you have good enough levels, right, chances are you'll get probably some kind of reaction. But again, right, if it was as easy as just being like, that's where you take a short, or that's where you take a long, without understanding further context or entry triggers, you're going to have a really rough time, right? Because there are times, like we've done on this live stream, there's been times where you come into a major level of resistance, right, and you just push right through it. Well, then what do? Then you can't take a trade. Well, then you just find your next area of confluence and your next place of interest, right? And that's kind of what I do on these live streams. I bring up those big areas of interest that I'm looking for. And then it's up to you to do the work, study the entry confirmations, learn more about TA and what you can use to enter a trade. But for me, right, here's my first area of interest. If we get above there, where's my next area of interest? Well, where's my next confluence? Daily MPOC, point of control. If I get an entry trigger there, maybe I'll look to take a short, right? If we get above that and there's no entry trigger, well, guess what? Then I'm looking up towards the value area high golden pocket, right? If we get above that, well, then like these are the traps, right? Those are the traps that I'm looking at. Down here, when price came down, right, we wanted to see a couple of different things, right? We wanted to see the 8-hour bullish divergences, lower lows, higher lows, and then we were looking at this liquidity below 88.6. I'm sorry, 86.3. We want to see an SFP, a wick down below, a candle closure above. That's an entry trigger. Push to the upside, right? And then you have to have a plan, right? What's your plan? You want to have your key levels of resistance where you're looking to take profit and move your stop loss to break even. Congratulations, you're now in a guaranteed winning position. Take the position there. Let's say you hit your target. You take whatever percentage you want, 20%, 50%, 30%. Take a portion of the trade off, move your stop loss to break even. Now guess what? If price continues up, you can put your eyes on the next target, right? If price continues up, more money to be made. If price goes against you and stops you out and does not hit your entire full target, well, guess what? You're getting stopped out in profit. You still win that trade, increasing your P&L over time. Free sauce, baby. Free sauce. I love doing this. All right, let's see. Shout out to Brillo. Said my traps are set on hype, though. Missed the long. Looking for a short. Shout out to Brillo. I love that you're not chasing the long, bro. Yeah, it's only gambling if you don't have a plan or if you don't manage the risk, of course. Hype. Let's take a look at hype. Hype's going crazy. Man, we have not looked at hype in a long time. I don't even know what chart we would have here. Okay, hype is... I'm going to have to move this golden pocket because we made a new low. Haven't looked at this in a minute. All right, so got a weekly MPOC here, golden pocket retracement. Just to make sure this is snapped to the candles. All right, so you're pushing into a major golden pocket retracement. Your 16-hour money flow. So this looks interesting, right? Because what does the 16-hour money flow look like on Bitcoin, right? It's in the green, coming out, right? When you look at hype, you have a big red wave indicating the trend would continue down, right? All the way from here, right? Well, all the way from back here. 16-hour money flow crosses red, big drop down, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, right? Money flows in the red indicates the overall continuation of that trend. So you got a nice red wave for the continuation down, and now you're having money flow crossover into the green. Let's check the daily. Daily money flow attempting to come up here. Let's check the 3-day. 3-day money. Man, we're not going to have a ton of information on these higher time frames. I wish I could see this weekly money flow, man. You got a weekly green dot. 10-hour money flow crossover into the green would be nice to see here for an overall continuation. So for the continuation up on hype, I would like to see this 10-hour money flow cross into the green. Your 12-hour money flow is crossing. Your 16-hour money flow is crossing. Your daily money flow also would want to trend to the upside there. But I would say for sure your next big area of resistance, you've kind of already tapped into it, 28.93 to 32.13. You get above that, I would say your next big level is the value area low at about 35.66. And then, if you could get up into that value area low, you could start to look for the POC and the value area high. Now, I'm not saying price is going to just do this right from here. It's an if this, then that. You got to get above this. This is a big level of resistance. Bet you have a daily MPOC in there as well. No, not really. Proven wrong. Live in front of the internet. How embarrassing. Let's see. Monthly MPOC? Nope. So yeah, I would watch for the continuation up. You want to see that daily money flow cross green. You want to see the 16-hour continue up. And you would love to see that 10-hour money flow with your weekly green dot. That would be very nice. 2-hour money flow trying to come up. You got 2-day bullish divergences. So you do have some divs down here. Yeah, I mean, you got nice 3-day bullish divergences, 4-day bullish divergence. Now, again, right, like just looking at the 4-day here, this money flow is just crossed into the red, right? So it doesn't mean that, you know, these bullish divergences are reversal signals, right? Not necessarily indicative of the overall trend. I do like them. They're nice divs. Lower lows, higher lows. I mean, you got them on the 3-day, the 2-day. Got it on the 4-day. Got it on the 5-day. Not on the 6-day. Technically, you have them on the weekly as well. But again, I wish I could see this weekly money flow because this 3-day, 4-day, this 4-day money flow, you got to be careful. If you really want to get above this level, this is absolutely key to get above because with the money flow coming out, if that green dot doesn't get you back into this range, you could be looking for lower highs and lower lows. And this wouldn't even really be the last place to look for the lower highs. You could also pull your bigger fibs. Yeah, you got golden pocket. I mean, these are definitely your big resistances. So above here, you got 35.53 to 36.76 at your golden pocket value area low. So these are the next big resistances. So we'll see if you can get past these. We'll put one here. I'll just keep it as a big zone. So we'll see. Nice bull divs there, though. Too bad we weren't looking at this. Try to get context here. See, so I'm just going to explain what I'm doing here, right? I'm going to look at this volume profile to see that if that is what we were respecting down here. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We'll see live. Right? Just trying to describe the price action to you. Like, what happened here, right? Well, let's see. You get the move down, you bounce off the value area high, you come back in to the POC, you hold the POC, you tried to fake out again, back to the POC, you can't get out, filled to the low, and this is why we look for longs at the value area low and shorts at the value area high, right? And of course, context is important, right? Probably not feeling like this is a really super big bounce. Why? You don't have any bullish divergences, nothing like that, right? You're in your profile. You know that if you can't get out of here, you're probably going to fill it in full. What happens? Like it's programmed into price. You head down to the value area low, and as you push into that value area low, what do you now have? You now have bullish divergences, which is a nice little reversal signal, and you might have even had local bullish divergences at the low, which would have been a nice entry trigger. Let's see if we had them. Maybe we didn't. Let's see. 45-minute bullish divergences, and this isn't the only confluence or entry trigger that you can look for. This is just generally a very simple one that's easy to understand for people. You have momentum coming up, price action coming down. There's a bull div below the value area low. Your thought process there is if you can get into the range and hold above the low, the next spot to go would be the POC. You guys just saw me draw this level. I did not line this up with this to show that it rejected. I simply just pulled this from the point of control right here. Where do we reject? Right? Hold the low, right into the POC. Correction. What do you have now? If you could get your money flow to cross over into the green, you can look for higher lows and higher highs. The money flow indicates the overall trend. There's your low, your higher low, higher high. At this point, your money flow is trending up on the pullback. Not only are you within your profile looking for the full fill, you have your money flow coming up just like we explained on Bitcoin. Higher low, higher high. Where's that higher low likely to come in at? Golden Pocket 786 retracement. I don't know. Let's see if it came in on the Golden Pocket 786. There it is. Free education here. Welcome to Frankie Candles University. So, currently, we'll see what happens. There's your key resistance. Ain't nobody care about that movie after being scalped 85%? What movie? Maybe not find a really good short for a while, but I gotta wait. I know it will be juicy when it comes in. Yeah, shout out to Brillo, and of course, right, like looking at the higher time frames, I would keep an eye on this 3-day and 4-day money flow, right? Like, bull divs are okay. This indicates a bounce. When we look for this bounce to either be new all-time highs or lower highs and lower lows, what do we look at? We look at golden pocket 786 retracements. These are the two biggest ones to look at. So yeah, I would watch it. If it doesn't come in here, next spot to look is between 35.50 and 36.60, almost 36.70. And if you get above that, you can watch that bigger 786 up towards about 41.40. So yeah, definitely could be in store for a lower high and a lower low, unless all this just fakes out like massively into the green. Shout out to Brillo. Where does the flagpole land on Bitcoin's bear flag? Actually, hilariously enough, I'll show you. It's actually in a very interesting area. And before I pull the flagpole, I will show you the next big key levels to the downside, right? Because it all lines up. There's our lower volume profile, right? Now, depending on what pull you want to pull, let's just pull it from the absolute high, pull it to the breakdown. Brings you, obviously this is kind of rough, but brings you directly into the value area low of this range, which would be the anticipation if we lose these lows, fill the low volume gap down below that we looked at before, right? If we get accepted into this range, you'd eventually anticipate to come down to that low and potentially deviate below and then start bing-bonging around in this range. So it brings you to around, the upper to mid 50s. Now, of course, it doesn't guarantee you have to get down there, but that's just where it falls. Right, I'll even pull the flag. There's your measured move. Let's just see how this played out in 2021 for the measured move. There you go. So, I like looking at measured moves. So like for an estimation, because I just like to see if it lines up with Confluence. And then sometimes what I'll do is I'll kind of pull the partial move, right? Like I'll pull like from the lower high to the low and see if that lines up with stuff as well. And that pushes you right into the point of control of this range, which is interesting. That's speculative. Again, I'm not a huge pattern trader. Yeah, shout out to Dave Hagen said, but this time is different. The claim that's made every cycle. Yeah, we try to say it. Yeah, this time is different. Well, here's the thing, right? This time is different, and this time is different because we have this actual information, not some expected news event, not some expected narrative that may or may not happen. I always say, when can you – I'm not saying you can never say this time is different, right? Like I'm always in the camp of, the 4-year cycle repeats, right? Is that the only thing I watch? Am I just going to stick to the 4-year cycle and ignore everything else? Never. Absolutely not would I ever do that. So it's like, I talk about this. If we come on down, right, you would expect that you would get a 70 to 80% drop in the bear market, right? But if we came down into this bigger volume profile here and we start to see massive money printing, we start to see the Fed chair replaced with someone who's super dovish, right? Like this is all new information that we can actually take in, right? If that lines up with, and this is why I love like this time, if this time is different, right? Like I'll just know that if it's on the chart, right? If we come down here and we get an early bottom, I'll go down for the traditional 70 to 80% correction that you typically see in bear markets. Number one, we'll very likely see the signs on the chart. Maybe not. Maybe it'll just come out of nowhere, but like very likely you'll see it on the chart. And we could also pay attention to other information, right? If they start printing money, that's good for risk on assets, right? If they really truly start just printing money like crazy, like back in 2020 or 2021, right? That's information that's really happening. And Bitcoin generally follows the stock market, right? So if the stock market is ripping into new all-time highs, I know someone's going to say the stock market's at all-time highs and Bitcoin's not. This has happened before, right? It's not like one-to-one perfectly correlated. But if we see many factors that are good for risk on assets and the charts are calling for up, that is different information, right? So then maybe that can make it different, but it's never the base case, right? A lot of people would say, this time is different. This time is different. 100K, right? This time is different. We're just going to keep going up. The bull market's just starting, they said, right? charts. The charts are the truth, right? And it makes it a very non-emotional thing, right? Because it's just like the chart is or isn't, right? It is, money flow is coming out, indicating a massive drop down, indicating a massive drop down, indicating a massive drop down, right? Or it isn't, or it is coming into the green, indicating a massive move up, indicating, well, black swan event, but crosses over here, bottoms in, indicating a massive move up, indicating a massive move up, right? It just is or it isn't. Could it be wrong? Yes. Money flow's been right 3 out of 3 times. Maybe the 4th time is the charm. Maybe the 4th time it doesn't play out and we get a big rip to the upside. Am I gonna bet on that statistically lower probability outcome? Absolutely not. Shout out to Dzex. Hopefully I said that right. Said, boss, you're the greatest. Thank you for teaching the sauce. I will buy the paid Discord soon. And as you have taught me a great deal, and I am in the green. Shout out to Dez. Let's go, baby. Hey, you're doing the work, bro. You're doing the work. I'm sure there's a lot of people that watch that don't put in the work. They don't study. They don't back test. They don't practice, right? Or maybe they don't even act on it. You're doing the work, right? We're just giving you the information. Information's no good without action. So pat yourself on the back as well, bro. I appreciate you. Can I ask your thought on a Forex pair? Sure. I will just say outright, I'm not a Forex trader, but I can give you my analysis on it for sure if you want to drop it in the chat. The past and the present are different. That is true. That is very true. Can't argue with that fact. Neon Visual says the top was in at 124K. Any kind of black swan event like the dollar going to 0 or World War III. Shout out to Neon Visual. Yeah, I mean, the black swan events, like we talked about this before, right? I think a lot of people have hope right now, which is why I do think the most painful situation could be to kind of scam everybody back in. Oh, my God, I knew it wasn't over, and then really hurt them. But there's no real thing here that's making people feel super bearish. There's no super bearish narrative. We're making a higher low, technically, right? All higher lows aren't created equal when the weekly money flow is coming out, but we're making a higher low. There's no real bearish narrative. What does that remind me of? That simply reminds me of back here. There's no real serious bearish narrative, right? We're making a higher low. People are still hopeful, right, that it's not over. And I hope too, right? It's not that I'm not hopeful it's not over, but again, right, like what I hope for and what the truth is maybe 2 different things. But and then, it's not a bear market. You're an idiot if you think this is the bear market. Trust me, I know this because I experienced it, right? Like I said, I got ripped apart talking about the bearish divergence with the money flow coming out, how rare of a bearish sign that was. Same things that we're looking at all right now. The weekly blood diamond was kind of like the kiss of death, right? We saw that weekly blood diamond, the first one we've ever seen on the chart. Like, not a good sign. Very likely bear market incoming. People didn't want to hear that. There was no reason to be bearish. How could you be bearish? Bitcoin's more fundamentally bullish than ever. I agree. But that just is what the chart, like, that's not what I'm saying. It's really what the chart is saying. And then what happens, right? You have the Terra Luna collapse. You have FTX, right? And once that happens, then people accept we're in a bear market, right? But by that time that they're accepting they're in a bear market and they're scared to buy, right? They're behind, right? We're looking for bottoms. They think it's the start of the bear market, right? And then what happens? They see a big pop up, a new all-time high, and then they're thinking, okay, now the bull market is starting, and they're already in late, right? The bull market starts down here, not at a new all-time high, right? And then that's how they get caught off sides. Trust me, I know because I've done it before, right? I'll just say this. It's not like I've ever always gotten this all perfect, right? I've learned, unfortunately, from experience. Don't make my pain worth nothing. Yeah, you need the stages of grief chart handy. That is true. You could Google that. Shout out to Hodl Crypto. It says, what would Frankie Candles do was a real thing we used to do back in the day when trading. And then we execute. Amazing stream so far. I'm not leaving. Shout out to Hodl Crypto. We're happy to have you back, bro. Welcome in. Welcome in. What if people are waiting for lower now and this is the start of the next move? How do we know the bottom will be later? So shout out to Dean Mills. That's a great question, right? And at the end of the day, there's always a risk of that, right? So you'll never get me, right? And that's because this is the fact of the matter, right? Like, is it possible that this is the low, right? Nobody thinks this is low. I mean, again, I don't really know. I feel like more people are probably hopeful, but regardless, right? Could this be the low and then we go into an all-time high? Of course, right? Like, that's not impossible. It wasn't impossible back here. This could have happened back here. But the chart, right? Again, the chart. It would give a complete and total fake out on all of the analysis, right? Or all of the signals. Massive bearish divergences, money flow coming out. Could that fake out? Sure, right? For me personally, right, I could really only talk about like my positioning. I'm prepared for that, right? Of course, I think the higher probability is that there is another big capitulation coming, whether we go to the 50-week, we can go up to 108 to 110K and still potentially roll back over. People will start looking for the head and shoulders. Maybe at that point, it's too crowded of a trade and we maybe pop off. But if that were to happen, right, I sold a lot of my Bitcoin at, I took profit here, right? And then I think I took a little profit here. Nothing significant. I sold a lot of my Bitcoin like towards about $108,000, right when we were starting to lose that key level of support, right? And mind you, my entry is around $20,000, $21,000, right? So it like makes no sense for me to watch all this with massive bearish confirmations. Like if there's even a 60% chance that the bear market's going to start here, it makes no sense for me to hold my bags from down here. But I am still partially exposed to the market, way less than I was at the bottom, obviously, but still partially exposed, right? So if price comes up and decides to scam into new all-time highs, well, I'm still partially exposed to the market. I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to be wrong. I would honestly love that to be the case. But I still have partially exposed to the market. And even at the end of the day, right, I'm not here to top tick every single move within the cycle, right? This buying here and selling here is a good move on paper, regardless of what happens after, right? You bought low, you sold high, right? And if you've waited that long to get your gains, right, that's always going to be a good move, whether price goes like that. Of course, you're going to root for price to go down when you sell. Sure, maybe I feel a little bit of that, but if price goes up, guess what? And price goes to $200,000, I'm still partially exposed to the market. I do that by design because it kind of helps me not FOMO back in. It kind of helps me from making bad decisions if the market goes against what I think it's going to do. So I can still kind of enjoy that move. Of course, we'll be trading that move as far as the leverage trades go. But also, at the end of the day, if this goes to $1 million, I still made a bunch of money here, right? It's still good. And if you don't ever accept that you're not going to top tick every single move, like this cycle, I did not, this previous cycle in 2021, I did not top tick my bags, right? I made a bunch of profit. I did not top tick at the tippy top, right? But you make money. You buy low, you sell high. And if you don't view the market from that kind of frame, you're always going to be looking for higher moves. And if they don't cut, that's how you wind up just round tripping your bags. And trust me, I've done that as well. That is not a good position to be in. And to be honest, I think to have the discipline to buy low, sell high, and not care what happens afterwards, I think that's a skill that you kind of have to learn trial by fire. Right? You got to touch the hot stove. Me personally, I had to touch the hot stove a few times before I was finally like, you know what? I don't care. Right? If you buy down here and don't sell and round trip your bags, let's say you buy like right here, right? And then you round trip your bags completely, that pain is going to help you make the better decision. Because down here, you're thinking, man, I would have been better off selling here. I was worried about this thing. I thought I'm selling up here was too early. I would have been happy selling here. Right? You got to take profit. You have to pay yourself. You have to make those moves, right? Missed gains are none of your business, right? It doesn't matter what price does after. If your plan was to buy here and sell here, or buy here, for me personally, buy here, take profit at your first target, take a little profit at your second target. If you followed your plan, that's how you're going to make money consistently over time, right? I have my dad, for those of you who don't know, is a trader as well. Right, he's a big stock trader. He trades crypto now as well, and he infamously sold the top at 126K. He also infamously sold the top in 2021. He's not a technical analyst. He doesn't really look at the charts. I'll be honest with you. I don't really fully understand his strategy. I can't hate on it, though. Man makes a lot of money doing it. But, I think I learned that from him. you know, like kind of like not as like at a young age, but like a really early before I was like super into all of this stuff, is that like, you know, you have to pay yourself. It doesn't matter what happens, right? If you just view it like that, and guess how he knew that, right? He probably made that mistake many a times. That's how he learned, and I think it really is. There's almost no way to avoid that. You kind of have to learn. It's like I could tell people buy low, sell high. Right, but I feel like if a lot of people haven't felt the pain of buying low, not selling high, and then going back to low, like if you don't feel that, it's very easy to get caught up in chasing that $100,000 move. There is no guarantee, especially back here. I mean, you had like so many people that were like, this coin is going to this price this year, and it's like there's no guarantee that. Like people speak with conviction, right? Like you can't you guys will see that. Anytime I speak with conviction, it has to be backed up by something, right? And even then, I'm always aware the market can go against me. And I just saw someone recently say something like, people who are informed on a very shallow level speak with confidence, right? Because it's easy because they don't have a deeper understanding. I have a very deep understanding of the market. I understand that with no bull divs, with money flow coming out, I understand that there is a chance. I've been doing this for a very long time. I have a deep understanding. I know that there is some kind of probability that you can go back into all-time highs, right? That's why I'm partially exposed to the market. This is how you kind of you develop this over years of learning, right? So, you know, my thought process is I think the capitulation is coming, but you will never hear me say that it is impossible to not get a new all-time high, because I know for a fact that that's not the case. I know for a fact that there is some kind of probability there. I've seen crazy things happen in the market. I've seen unexpected things happen in the market. I've panicked in those situations. I've made bad decisions in those situations, and I've also learned from those and made good decisions in those situations, right? I've gone from bad to good through experience, right? So that's why, like, any real analyst you talk about, or any real analyst or real trader that you talk to, is always going to tell you that risk management is key. They're always going to tell you that. It's not because they're not good at their job. It's not because they're not confident in their skill. It's because they have a deep understanding of the uncontrollable partial randomness of this. I would say this asset, but any asset, right? So there you go. Crypto Billy in the chat. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Good to see you, Billy. Hope you're doing well. Dropping the Frankie Candles face emoji. Shout out to Billy. Yeah, shout out to Fogu. I don't know how to say that name, bro. I apologize. He said, I spoke with conviction on what I thought the news would tell. Wish I understood the charts earlier. Better late than never, I guess. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely better late than never. Market makers just holding the BTC price until after market closes. Too many institutional traders short Bitcoin today, and they must close out trades before the end of the day. Then it will dump. Shout out to Chris. Yeah, too beautiful of a bear flag to be true, for sure. Could be the case. Could be the case. You could argue this. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, this is too beautiful of a bear flag to be true as well, right? And I agree, bro. Like, I think that too sometimes, right? I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, this is just, you know, whatever. However you want to draw this, right? Like, it's just like too pretty of a bear flag. Maybe it doesn't play out, right? Maybe it's a little bit of a crowded trade, right? But you know, sometimes it just does play out, right? I always say, like, people always be like, but the masses are super bearish. Like, how could you be bearish? Or the masses are super bullish. How could you be bullish? It's like, dude, sometimes the masses are right. They're definitely wrong more than they're right, but sometimes they're right, right? So yeah, I mean, this is also, you know, somewhat a little bit too good to be true as well, right? But what happens? It plays out. But we'll see, right? And again, you don't have to know. You really don't have to, right? You just have the key levels. Take the trades with good risk management. I think if this bear flag doesn't play out, I think what you end up with, I'll just roughly draw it here, right? I think what you end up with is something like this. And I don't trade. Again, I'll be very clear. I am not a pattern trader. Like this bear flag forming, like I don't think price is going to go down because of the bear flag. This is just a way to describe price action, right? I am not a pattern trader, but Then what happens, right? You come up here, bear flag gets invalidated, you break up, right? And then people are calling for a head and shoulders, and then it's like, is that too obvious, right? I just don't really trade patterns. But for sure, right, like, can't ignore the fact that, I can't say this is not a bear flag, right? Definitely is. Will it break down or break up? I don't know. I don't trade them. I don't really know the statistical probabilities of that. I used to try to trade patterns when I first started. I think that's like one of the first kind of newbie retail strategies that's taught when you first get into trading. And you can trade patterns, of course, right? I mean, they are useful for sure, but you don't want to use them alone, right? It's not just this bear flag, right? It's many other things, So yeah, and if the bear flag doesn't play out, it still doesn't really change my overall bias, right? Still be looking for the lower highs. And if it doesn't happen, send it into new all-time highs. I'm happy for that to be the case. Yeah, there's a lot of signals besides the bear flag. Yeah, like this is like this is something that I talk about because I know a lot of people relate to a bear flag. This is something that I pay the least attention to. Like the price does not know it is in a bear flag. I hate to say it, right? Price does not know it's in a bear flag. It doesn't break down because it's in a bear flag. All patterns are a way to describe price action, right? Yeah. Shout out to Chican says, I remember people saying exactly the same thing when we corrected down to 74K in April of 25. Everyone kept saying that BTC will never go lower because a majority of traders were short, but we still fell. Yeah, that's why it's not a big thing I pay attention to. I just listen to the chart, right? If the chart is bearish and I am short and I find out everybody is short, I don't know, right? I just trade my own strategy, right? If the setup doesn't play out, I just find the next trade. Shout out to Fluffy. He said, my whole life is like a bear flag at the moment. Shout out to Fluffy. I hope that doesn't last long, bro. I got to get you out of that bear flag and put you into a bull pennant or something. I have to get you some bullish CVD at the lows. Oh, Fogue like a rogue. Shout out to Fogue. Thank you for that. Can we take a look at Litecoin? Yeah, sure. We can take a look at Litecoin. We can take a look at silver as well. Pull up the... All right, so Litecoin, similar kind of situation as, what was it, Link, kind of front-running the value area low. Let me go ahead and extend this profile because we're still within the balanced area. So, let's grab that POC real quick. All right, so this is your macro range. Got your value area high. This is an old fib. I'll have to re-pull this or just pull it to the current low. Doesn't really move the level too much. I'll just take this off for now. So this is your macro range, right? Major level down here at about 61.39 at your value area low. POC sits at about 91.83. Value area high sits at 104.54. So, of course, based off the volume profiles, right, how would you view this? Deviation above the high, expensive price. Wow, got a nice little SFP there. Back into the range, can't break out. I mean, you already went to the POC like 6 times, but lose the POC. At this point, from a profile perspective, the value area low is the highest probability outcome. This does not mean you can't get big retracements. This doesn't mean that you have to go straight down there. But just statistically speaking, based off this profile, this value area low is a high probability of getting hit at some point, right? So looking at the daily, if I had to look at something, right, if we get a little bit of a continuation up and we get a move down there, it does look like maybe if you can continue up a little bit, you could form a little bit of a bull div here on the daily, right? We can use that confirmation as a potential front run of that divergence. So if we're expecting an eventual visit of this low and price wiggles up here, take a look at the higher time frames, 4-day money flow in the red, 5-day money flow in the red, 6-day money flow in the red, weekly money flow had just crossed over into the red, right? So what does this tell me? This tells me that the trend is likely to continue down. So any retracements would be looked at as lackluster, lower highs and lower lows, right? With the largest retracement, kind of hard because you have this like massive liquidation wick. But yeah, I mean, you're within your range. I would even say if you got some kind of big retracement here, like this is the last level to look for a lower high and a lower low to fill the range. And you have beautiful confluence on your full Fibonacci retracement, your POC, and your value area high. So these are 100% the big key levels I would look at. 786 value area high confluence, right? I could even try to pull up some major MPOCs. I'm only going to mark them out if they're confluent just to keep the chart nice and clean. No monthlies. You got a weekly up there, but it's not confluent. And you have a daily here. Better than a weekly. And a daily there and a daily here. Right, so I'll even extend this down to that MPOC. So these are the two biggest areas, right? Technically speaking, if that weekly money flow stays in the red, you could potentially even see big retracements come back down to the low. And if you can't break out of the range, right, well, you could just get sucked back in. So these would be the two biggest areas I would look at. I mean, these are pretty big. These are pretty far away. But just to give you the macro levels, 90.34 at the POC golden pocket, between 90.34 and 94.63, and then your daily MPOC's value area high and 786 retracement, which, by the way, is the last area to look for a higher lower high, in my opinion. Once you break that, I'd be looking to take out this high. That sits between about 155 and 109.07. But overall, this weekly money flow coming out does make me think probably lower highs, lower lows. And then, of course, this is your key level of support. We could see if you have any confluence there. Yeah, you're tapping the golden pocket. I mean, you're not bouncing off of nothing here. But I would say your support underneath the golden pocket, if you do lose it, would, of course, be the value area low / 786 retracement. So we'll see. Could get a bounce here off the golden pocket. But, of course, I always prefer that value area low to get tapped. All right, let's take someone wants to take a look at silver. Oh, hey. We looked at silver yesterday. Two Fibonacci retracements. First one from this low to the high. We were able to break above that. Whoops. We were able to break above that. Right? Little rejection, back up, flip it to support. Next, retracement, golden pocket, 786. You have the confluence here. Should we just leave this? Maybe it plays out. Obviously, silver's very strong. I can't really guarantee you're going to get that drop. But, of course, if you don't reject the local fib, right, no real reaction, no confirmations. I don't know if you did. I'm not a silver trader, so I wasn't really paying attention to this. But here's your last level. I'm just going to keep it blue to separate it from the extension level. So this is the level. If you're going to be looking for a lower high and a potential lower low to come in, as this line has drawn, yeah, this was yesterday. We were getting the bounce. Those were the two levels to look at. This is your last one. Break above that 786. Lower highs invalidated. You could look for a crack of a high. Until then, I would say this is in the cards, right? 24-minute money flow coming into the red. Do we have an 8-hour red dot? It's confirmed. See if we have a daily. Yeah, we'll see. Again, I don't have like my thumb on the pulse of exactly how quickly Market Cipher reacts on something like silver. But I would say the next thing to look at is watch this 80-minute money flow. If this money flow can continue trending out and you can stay below that 786, I would look for the 45-minute and the 80-minute money flow crossovers with the daily and the 16-hour red dot, which has been confirmed for a while. So, yeah, we'll see. 786 sits at about 114,387. That is the level to break to take out this high. If you can't get above there, could be looking for a lower low. Yeah, we'll see. Like if I had 24-minute money flow coming out, 30-minute money flow is coming out, but if this was confluent with a fresh red dot on the 8-hour, I'd feel really confident about this. But you don't really have that confluence. So you'd have to wait for a higher time frame signal. You would have to wait for this daily red dot to print and then see if your 80-minute money flow can continue to kind of put in lower highs and lower lows. And that would help you come down and crack this low. We'll see. And then, of course, flip this. That would anticipate the crack of the high. So there you go. Let's take a look at the weekly. Obviously, long term, this thing is just cooking on money flow. Should have been buying silver. Dang. Insane. Look at that 2-week money flow. Look at the monthly money flow. Whew. Obviously a little overbought there, but things can remain overbought for a period of time. So remember that. BTC pumping. How come our alerts didn't go off? We hit those other targets and we got no alerts. All right, so let's take a look here at Bitcoin. Let's pull that. Bro, am I losing my mind? How do I just keep deleting that local range? All right, so we saw this live in the flesh with the bull divs at the low, push into the POC. We look for the flip of the POC to fill the value area in full. 12-minute money flow starting to cross over into the green. This was the next thing we were looking for. We got the full fill. If we want the continuation up, we want this 12-minute money flow crossover into the green with the 4-hour green dot. 4-hour green dot is now confirmed. What's the 15-minute doing? 15-minute trying to come up as well. We are above this 786. That indicates to me that we want to take out this high. Let's see if we can do it. Might have to wiggle around first before we get up there, but if we were looking for a high, low, lower, low, that's where that would come in. Very likely, right? And of course, we see the 12-minute money flow coming up, and we saw the 4-hour green dot print as we clicked the time frame. And now that is confirmed. So let's see if we can get the 12-minute on the way. That is very likely to leak into the 15-minute, and just the technical flip of this 786, if we could stay above this, would indicate a takeout of that high, right? And of course, this is all in the longer term kind of hope that we could come up to our next major target. So we'll see what happens. We will set the alert. Come on, baby. Do it. Do it. Boring time for the crypto world. Shout out to Lord Bra. You're telling me, brother. You're telling me. Market Cipher A on the weekly. Got really nothing here. You got the short signal. I don't want to say short signal, but you got the. I think they call this like a short signal. I would not call it a signal necessarily, but you got the red X there. There it is. There's the crack of the high. Live in the flesh. I just almost spilled this coffee everywhere. Come on, baby. There we go. Love those alerts getting hit. Can we push to the golden pocket? Let's see. All right, and shout out to anybody who's been in here, right? All this stuff, not to brag, to teach, right? Narrating what we would expect here. Even the flip of the 786. What happens? You flip it, push above. This is free education, guys. Free education. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not saying we have to get up here right now, but it'd be great if we can push into that bigger level. I'd love that. ETH getting alert as well. For the same thing. I believe that was the crack of the high. Where was that at? 29.98. Yeah. 786 tapped. And the fill the volume profile. Oh, Bitcoin going for the golden pocket. We'll take that. We shall take that. And I didn't even get a great long entry in here. I took a long entry yesterday and wound up being pretty decently in profit. Moved my stop loss to break even. Got stopped out at break even and almost entered in almost at the same exact price. So not the exact same trade as yesterday. And for some reason, I can't get FEMEX open on my computer. Let's see here. I think I got in actually $100 lower. By the way, part of the reason I looked for my re-entry was based off that volume profile. But there it is. Still holding the shorts as well, but there's the long. Where's my entry here? Yeah, I got in like almost at the same spot. It's like $180 lower. But there it is. Quick little volume profile rotation into the golden pocket. Not too shabby. If you learned something on this live stream today, guys, smash that like button or let me know in the chat. If you don't want to hit the like button, just let me know in the chat if you learned something. Shout out to Mr. Markets that the 4-year cycle is known in all markets. It's a presidential cycle. 1 year flat, or year 1 flat, year 2 in now. Weak bearish, year 3 best year 4 repricing. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Market. It's like the liquidity cycle. Because it's like my argument is always, people always say, but the 4-year cycle. And I always say, like, of course, you can use the 4-year cycle. I think it's a good way for people to kind of, we'll see if we get that golden pocket physically tapped. I think it's a good way for people to just kind of understand simply like the cycles of the market. Obviously, it does line up with the halvings, but, what I always do is I overlay the stock market on top of Bitcoin. And it's like Bitcoin follows traditional finance, right? So when the stock market goes through its cycles, Bitcoin goes through its cycles, right? Bitcoin bull market. Guess what else was pumping here? The stock market. Bitcoin bear market. Guess what else was dumping here? The stock market. Bitcoin bull market. Guess what else is pumping here? The stock market. So, God, look at that 3-day candle. Right off the value area low. And the setup in the Discord had the entry here of the SFP. I was not there to take that. So my entry is like down here at the value area low. All right, pretty much what we looked at. 1-minute bullish divergences. Yeah, pretty much the same position I was in yesterday. It's only going up from here. Let's go. Shout out to Alex. I hope so. At least we're in the long now. 94K next. Well, let's get let's get above this key level first. I guess. Let me pull up the weekly MPOC, the daily MPOCs. Right. So if we can get above here, right, the next key level from there would be the point of control around 91,250 to between the daily MPOC and the point of control of the range 90,800 into 91,262. Get above here. And again, same thing. Break that 786. That would indicate to me that we're going to come out and take this high, probably tap into the point of control. Another opportunity for a rejection. Flip the POC. Then we can look up towards about $94,000 into the value area high. So we'll see. $100K in the next hour. I'll take that. Stop out of the longs in profit. I mean, stop out of the shorts in profit. I'll take that. Don't even have a stop loss on the trade. Is that true? Who said that? Who said it? Shout out to Banana Republic. He's actually right about that. Obviously sitting here live on the chart, but I oftentimes will not, not oftentimes, but if I'm like live on the chart, watching the chart, I sometimes won't set a stop loss until I walk away, but that is bad practice. I would not recommend that. That's not really good practice because I've been in situations, I'll never forget it. I was down like $22,000, I think. It was like a Honda Civic. I was showing Mrs. Candles, and we were just like, I showed her the phone. I was like, look at this. And she goes, oh, my God. And that's exactly what I did. I didn't have my stop loss set. I thought I had it set, but clearly I didn't. But shout out to you, bro. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and throw that break even. Bada boom. Stop loss to break even. All right, let's see. She going to push into that daily? She going to front run that golden pocket? Daily MPLC? Come on, don't do it. Don't do it. Shout out to Banana Republic. Oh, you didn't even know? I thought you like paused the screen and saw that. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate that. Good thing you said that because you actually wound up being correct. I had an innate feeling. It was a sense. It was a sense. You saw the D-Gen sparkle in my eye. Bearish divergence showing up. Somebody says. I do not see any bear divs just yet. No bear div on the 1 minute. No bear div on the 3 minute. No bear div on the 5 minute. Let's see. No bear div on the 30 minute. Yeah, no bear divs just yet. My candle senses are tingling. Shout out to Neon Visual. 90K would be sweet. Yeah. And, medium time frame, right? Of course, like I said, when you zoom out, right, that little profile we watched fill, that we looked low, POC, value area high, snap to 786, push into our key level. I mean, couldn't be more perfect, guys. Couldn't be more perfect. Shout out to the TA. But the medium time frame context here, of course, key zone 1, key zone 2, key zone 3, key zone 4. I don't know if we're going to visit every single one. But just in general, right? Value area low is tapped. Bullish divergences. Technically, the doorway to the POC is open. Doesn't mean we're going to ignore these key levels of resistance, but just to kind of make sense of that, right? Like if you break above this, right, where's the next likely place for price to go in general? Well, the POC. As long as we're above the value area low, POC is very likely next. Daily green dot printing? Not yet. Come on, daily green dot. You're lagging here. You're lagging. Give us the move. Give us the dang move. Let's see. Will BTC go up like gold did? Bearing in mind it is called digital gold. Shout out to Peter. I hope so. I hope so. Maybe Bitcoin just goes on an absolute bull run again, like gold. That'd be beautiful. I would be very happy for all the bearish things to not play out. Obviously lower probability, way lower probability, but hey, let's do it. 1.1 million incoming, guys. 1.1 million probably by, I'd say 334. Probably 1.1 million incoming. Come on, baby. Pump it. Where's Golden? Golden could probably get it up there. Not going to lie. Buckle up for the ride down. How many hours a day or week are needed to be an efficient day trader? Shout out to Joshua Hines. I mean, listen, man. It depends, right? People always say, like, should I day trade? Should I scalp? Should I swing trade? And I think to answer that question is you have to look at your life, right? What does your life facilitate? Does your life facilitate sitting at the charts all day long taking trades. If it doesn't, right, you're probably not going to enjoy scalping or day trading, right? You're just going to be stressed out. You're going to be checking your phone at work. I have people personally come up into in my life, and I give different advice to somebody who has a ton of free time. I give that person one set of guidance, right, into trading than I do when someone has a full-time job, a family, hobbies that they don't want to sacrifice. They want to watch sports or whatever it is. I give those people two different pieces of advice. If you have a full-time job, you're probably better off swing trading. And I don't know what it is about swing trading that people just don't like. I think it's because there's less action. I personally think that's probably most people are probably better off swing trading, or even just like short-term swing trading, like between a day or two or three, right? But to be on the chart, right? Like imagine like before when we're watching this hyper local volume profile on the 1 minute time frame, right? And you see that bullish divergence, right? And then you're looking for the flip of the POC for a push into the value area high. This, just to give you kind of like some context there, that happens in 10 minutes, right? So if you have a full-time job where you don't have complete freedom over your time during the day, and you can't check the chart or pay attention to your trade or move your stop loss or take profit, you can always set your preset take profits and stop losses. But how much free time do you have, right? Like, I wouldn't recommend scalping to someone who has a full-time job or a family or a lot of hobbies that they don't want to sacrifice. I would say, it really depends also, right? Like at the end of the day, crypto's kind of interesting because it's 24 hours. Obviously, you're going to get the most volume during New York session. You're going to hop on the charts at like 9:30. From value area high to value area low to value area high in this particular case today was a 1% move, right? Oftentimes, that's enough for me personally to take some profit on a full position size. And then just kind of walk away and let the rest play out to my next target, or maybe just close the trade in full. So it's kind of a loaded question, to be honest. In this case, if you were looking for the bull div, you entered here, and you look to exit at the value area high for a full move of 1.47% around, it's an hour and 14 minutes. If you're looking to get in and out, you'd be on the chart for an hour and 15 minutes. But when you have a situation maybe where price is chopping sideways and you're waiting for your targets to get hit, you could be sitting there watching the chart for a while. But again, you can enter the trade, right? You could take the long here, have a partial stop loss here, partial TP here, partial TP here, have your stop loss set at your invalidation, and then just walk away and let it play out. So it really depends. Depends on the day, too. Sometimes days are slow. Sometimes there's no trade. What I would recommend is find the key levels, set your alerts on the key levels, understand the confirmations you're looking for at that key level, walk away from the chart. Go back to your job. Beep, beep, beep. Can you check your phone during your job? Maybe you have more of a flexible job. Maybe you work security. You're sitting at a desk and you're basically sitting there you could do whatever you want. That's a different situation. But set the alerts. Oh, I'm at a key level. Now let me see if there's any confirmation. When I see the confirmation I want, then I could take the trade, set my stop loss, my take profits. I can put my phone back in my pocket. I'm either going to win the trade or get stopped out. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a hard question to answer if I'm being totally honest, brother. But what does your life facilitate, right? For me personally, I always had a lot of freedom over my time because I didn't work a lot of traditional 9-to-5s. I was always doing like side businesses or trying to start full-time businesses. So I always kind of had like control over my time. I also didn't mind, like it was my, like, I think everybody's different, right? Like I don't care about watching sports or watching TV or playing video games when I was super interested in learning the skill, right? So like I had also no problem like sacrificing all my time. And I also had freedom on my time for the most part. I'll never forget, I was trading when I did have a full-time job. Actually, I had one of my ex-coworkers come in here and he was like, dude, I can't believe you're doing this right now. I remember when you used to like sneak looking at your laptop during the workday, which is hilarious and so full circle to see him come in here. But there was a time where I was doing that. That was miserable. It was absolutely miserable, right? Like it was very hard for me to focus. It was very hard for me to pay. I would have been better off swing trading in that case, right? Enter a trade, set my take profits, let it play out over the next week or so. So yeah, I mean, what does your life facilitate is what I would ask you. You have a ton of free time, security guard sitting at a desk for 12-hour shifts in the middle of the night. You know, you don't talk to a lot of people, then you have a lot of time to focus. Maybe you can, use that time to learn, right? And then, yeah, I mean, it depends. If you're a manager at a store or something and you're working constantly, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Shout out to Judd says, Frank, you're giving out too much good information for free. Thank you. Shout out to Judd, bro. That's what I'm here for, bro. I like sharing. It's like no reason to gatekeep, man. It's no reason to gatekeep. We never did get a banana zone for BTC this cycle, did we? I don't know. I think I don't know. Banana zone? I don't know. Not really. Kind of more locally. Whoa, banana zone. Whoa, banana zone. Whoa. Nothing like that. And certainly, nothing like that. Or, hilariously enough, nothing like that. Shout out to Gold. Shout out to Josh, said, Frankie, what did your parents do for work? My dad owned his own electrical business, and my mom worked in the school district. My dad also traded, but he also owned a business. Freedom of his time, right? So I kind of followed in my dad's footsteps. My dad always told me, never own your own business. Just go get a job, get a pension. Sorry, Dad, I can't do it. I know you're giving me good advice, man, but I can't do it. I've had 9 to 5s. Just not for me. Not that it's not for everybody. You know, I think a lot of people try to trash on 9 to 5s. I don't do that. I think a lot of people are happy at a 9 to 5. I think a lot of people would be much happier at a 9 to 5 than a business owner or a trader. I think you have to have a certain personality type. I had a personality type where I didn't mind like just eating trash and you know, sacrificing all my time. It's like what my interest was. I think a lot of people would rather go to work, come home, forget about it at 5 o'clock. Sometimes I wish that too, right? Sometimes I look at my friends with 9 to 5s and I'm like, man, dude, like I love my life. I love my situation that I'm in right now. I love running my business. I love trading. But you know, sometimes sometimes I wish I could get off at 5 o'clock and then just go do whatever I want, but it's just not the case. But the trade-offs, you know, it's a trade-off. You know, it's positives and negatives. But yeah, my dad also is a very successful trader. Hilariously enough, not as closely related of why I do what I do as you would think. I was always interested in it because I always saw him doing it, but he's not a technical analyst. I'm a 100% technical trader. He does not care about the chart. He kind of hates on the charts. But yeah. Dad sounds like the man. I love my dad. My dad is absolutely the man. I look up to him a lot. He's my dad is a tough guy. He's a tough guy. He's also given me a lot of really good advice. He's also taught me a lot about financial literacy, which I will forever be grateful for. W Dad, let's go. Shout out to my dad if you're seeing this. He watches the stream a lot, so shout out to my dad. Frankie the Trash Panda. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing of like, you know, I don't know. It's I also, when I was learning how to trade, the world was a different place, right? Like now they have funded accounts. Now they have like people in high school who are like profitably trading prop firms, right? Like I didn't have those resources when I was younger. But yeah, I think a lot of this has to do with, you know, whether you want to be a trader, a business owner. I've done it all. Like you just got to ask yourself, what is the trade-off, right? Like I don't think there's a right or wrong. I think a lot of people get like tribal about like what they've chosen to do, right? Well, you got to get a 9 to 5, man. You're never going to make it. You're going to fail. If I listened to people that told me that, I would not be living the life that I am living now, which is the life I want to live, which is the life I always wanted. It doesn't mean that, you know, I think people do that to defend where the decisions they made. I chose a 9 to 5. You know, I want to emotionally protect and feel like I made the right decision. But I don't think my decision and your decision are the same thing. I think you can have a 9 to 5 and that's the right decision for you. And I could have a 9 to 5 and that's a terrible decision for me. I don't think there's one answer, right? If I get stuck in a 9 to 5, I lose my mind, right? But again, it does come with perks. Sometimes I envy people with 9 to 5s. Man, so you telling me you just leave your job and you don't toss and turn at night? Trying to figure out if your boss is going to take part of your paycheck away? Because I worry about that sometimes. Shout out to the stop losses. How did my dad learn how to trade? And is that where you learned your analysis? Yeah, no, my dad is not a technical trader. He doesn't look at the charts really at all. He kind of hates on them. He's a self-taught trader. To be honest, he's like I guess he's a fundamental trader. I don't know. He does so well, and I'm just like, he's just like, yeah, I just know it's overbought. Like he just doesn't get greedy. He's just self-taught. I'm sure he's lost a lot of money too. I gotta ask him because I'm just like, even in crypto. I mean, he's not. I mean, he pays it. We talked about the 4-year cycle with him, and he pays attention to that. But he just makes his own decisions. I mean, he's out at like dang near 126K so far. But again, right, like he's disciplined. If price goes back up, like he's not going to chase that, right? So I also kind of got like a little bit of insight into what he does, and I see that he's successful doing it. And there must be something to paying yourself, right? How did he make his initial investment? I don't know. Maybe we'll have him on the show. I don't know if he'll want to come on camera, but I could maybe ask him some questions and give you guys the answers. Pepe, yeah, we could take a look at Pepe. Can we get your dad on the stream during the bear market? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if he wants to come on camera, I'd let him. I don't know if he'll want to. But my dad's also really successful in business too, so I look up to him. He's a very smart person, and my mom too. She doesn't own a business, but I look up to her. She's one of the best human beings the best human being I ever met. Do you meet your parents? Thanks for sharing, dude. Yeah, of course, man. Of course. Yeah, let's take a look at Pepe real quick. Don't forget to smash that like button, guys, if you appreciate the live price action calls here. Shout out to the volume profile, guys. That's like almost like every day we'll see one of those volume profiles fill. Or we'll see them not fill sometimes too, but like not super uncommon to see that if you've been here since the beginning, that like I just love to cover it because it's like, again, you can't just long it randomly, right? And I always try to be as detailed as possible. It's like you have the bullish divergences. Very high probability fill. And I just like to show that because I know it seems like some people might think like, yeah, right? This is hindsight, right? No, this was live. Volume profiles, guys. Check the beginner series. Watch through this. It's free. It's free. You put in the work. All you got to do is put in the work, right? So I guess not technically free. But check it out. It's all here on the YouTube channel. You study this YouTube channel. I promise you this. I can't promise you're going to be profitable right away. I can't promise you'll ever be profitable because there's a lot more that you have to hold up on your end of the deal to make that a reality. But what I can promise you is there is enough free information on this YouTube channel that if you watch it, study it, and practice it, you will have all the tools that you need. There you go. Let's see. I want to meet him. Shout out to Crypto Billy. Billy, you'll meet my dad one day, probably. Maybe we'll get him to come to a conference. That would be cool. That'd be cool. Did a great job raising you. Shout out to Billy. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate my dad's an Italian, a Sicilian. My dad's not a guy you want to cross. And I appreciate the tough love, to be honest. I didn't think that until I got older. But you get older and you realize I'm just like, I'm glad my dad raised me the way I was raised. Volume profile changed my life, Frankie. So awesome. It reminds me of Ichimoku discipline. Shout out to Moses. Let's go, baby. They will, bring him to BTC Vegas. We should. They'll bring him up on stage. How did you know to sell at 126K? I wish I could share his strategy. I don't know. I almost want to say he goes off intuition. I know that's not the case. He's in it all day long. But like I just look at him. I'm like, listen, like if you like, I always tell him like, you got to look at a chart or something. But don't take it from me, man. You're making money. You keep doing what you're doing. Because you tell me like, hey, can you teach me how to use Market Cipher? It looks really good. And I'm like, I'll be honest, Dad. I don't want to don't fix what ain't broken. Because then you're gonna see something on Market Cipher that might be against what you think, and just keep doing what you're doing. I don't want to muddy up your vision. He's got a time machine. Maybe. Yeah, it'd be awesome if he could come to Bitcoin Miami. We should do it. I think he would come. I think he would. But anyway, let's continue on here. Let's take a look at Pepe real quick. All right. So to be honest, where are we at here? January 1st. All right. So we had the bull divs at the low. higher lows. Excuse me, lower lows. Yeah, pushing the anchor VWAP value area low. All right, so let's see. High time frame money flow. 2-day money flow kind of flat. Daily money flow attempting to cross up here. It's kind of choppy, but in general, you got this trending up for the most part. If we can get this daily money flow crossover into the green, that is what would indicate if this is going to be a low, high, higher, low, higher, high. We need this money flow to cross into the green. This comes back out into the red. Not looking as good. Let's check the 90-minute. Man, 90-minute trying to come back up as well. This is in line with your daily green dot. Daily green dot, 90-minute money flow crossover into the green. That's the market cipher B, 1/16th bullish setup. That would be the next thing I would look at for a continuation up. 80-minute trying to crack into the green as well. So I would watch for this 90-minute money flow crossover with your daily green dot printing. Still got some time for that to confirm. But you're tapped into the golden pocket 786, right? Not only would this be where you look for a bounce, but if money flow can facilitate a crossover into the green, you know, the thought process here is like, is this just going to be a lower high before a lower low? Let's take a look at the weekly. All right, that weekly money flow is not looking that great, right? So, you know, you do have to be cautious, but I would say watch this daily money flow. I mean, this was just already in the green, continuing up in a smooth green wave. That would look real good for a higher low and a higher high. But that's not the case, unfortunately. So we're pushing into the golden pocket 786. So I'll tell you this. This is your key support here on Pepe, or PP, as some people like to call it. 475 to 418. And I would say that 786 is your key level. Bitcoin back into the... Oh, there we go! Bitcoin into the golden pocket. Yo, low key, if you just tuned in, I very rarely recommend to rewatch the streams. This would not be a bad stream to rewatch. You'll be able to understand what we saw here at this volume profile to see the full rotation into the high. You will then see what we looked for to anticipate the break of this high and the push into this key level. Crystal ball or volume profiles. Scam call incoming. Please leave me alone. Maybe not a scam call. But I would rewatch it, right? Just come back to see the price action here at the value area low and see what we looked for to help you understand what we'd like to see for these plays to actually manifest themselves, right? It's not magic. Some people say it's a crystal ball. It's not a crystal ball. I didn't knock anything off my desk here. But anyway, it's all volume profiles. It's all taught here. And it's pretty reliable, right? Of course, never going to be 100%. Pushing into the golden pocket. So there you go. All right. So back to Pepe real quick. This is your key level. 786. We'll label it key because it is. Key for PP. Lose this 786, just like we looked for the crack of the 786 here to indicate the break of the high and the push into the golden pocket, right? I'm not going to pull it perfectly, right? 786 is a little higher, right? Break that 786, invalidates the idea of the lower high, makes us look for a new high to be made. Same thing on Pepe here. If you want to look for a higher low, you want to hold this, your last chance to hold is on the 786. If you want to put in a higher low. Once you break that, guess what? You're looking to take out this low right here. Sits at 422. Check that long real quick. All right, long now up over 1,000. Not too shabby for a quick little 3-hour live stream. How high can XRP touch if we break 95K? We could take a look at some of the XRP levels. All right, so we looked at this actually recently. Whew. I don't know what it is with XRP and just like saving itself by the skin of its teeth. Our last key level was right here. We lose this level, very likely we were going to see a big fast drop down. Not only a big drop, but a fast drop down to about $1.53. We held that 786 perfectly. It was the same thing as Pepe. It was a 786 retracement. We held it almost to the dollar. Flipped the value area low. We ended up getting the high probability rotation into the point of control, right? Volume profiles stand true. Flip the value area low, push into the POC. Perfect rejection at the POC, right? So very similarly, This 786 is I mean, we've kind of already failed to hold it, right? We tried to hold it, we tried to hold it, we tried to hold it, we lost it. Now we're trying to reclaim it. I'll keep it here because it is an important level to remain above. Like if we decisively lose this 786, let's take a look at it on the weekly. Yeah, man. I mean, we closed the weekly down there. Yeah, like you don't want to close these. I mean, I don't really typically look at 2-week candles, but like you don't really want to get accepted below that 786. So that sits at about $1.90. You got to stay above that. But look at that daily. This is the last level below us before seeing that fast drop down. And there we are, just getting the bounce right before we lose that level. So the line in the sand here for XRP, in my opinion, like the only thing technically that I can see is the daily at $1.80. If we can't hold that, right, whether we, maybe we come back down. If you lose this daily, there's nothing underneath you. Taking a look at the visible range volume profile. Big old gap, right? There's nothing holding you down here or holding you up. Lose these levels, probably a very fast drop down to this next blue zone between 153 and 140. We hold above it. Whoops. If we hold above it, that's beautiful, right? Whoops. Very sketchy. So right now to the upside, really what you want to get above is right here. I could take off this golden pocket now because it's completely ran through. Let me actually see something here. I mean, this is now resistance until proven otherwise, right? So you have your, let me see, do you have a daily here? Yeah, you got a daily right here. Got a daily up here. So, I mean, this is your key level. I'm just trying to see if you have any confluence on this value area low. Hack the mainframe here, do a little bit of analysis. Come on, give me something there. No day. Oh, you got a lot of daily MPOCs above it. Weekly MPOC? All right, so I'll mark off this weekly MPOC real quick. So, yeah, you don't really have confluence on here, but this is really the level to get above, right? Call it $2, right? You got to flip that. I mean, kind of a psychological level as well. But, just looking at it from a volume profile perspective, right? Zooming it out a little bit. Here's your low. Get back into the range. Flip the POC, opens the door to the high. Flip the POC, opens the door to the high. I'm sorry, flip the value area low, opens the door to the POC. Flip the value area low, technically opens the door to the POC. So that's kind of like your longer term. But of course, you're going to have to be careful here because, obviously the weekly money flow is in the red. So you still got to be careful of lower highs and lower lows. I'll pull the major retracement from the lower high to the current low here. Let's pull it like this. Pull this one as well. Yeah. So I'll give you some local levels. We'll start here. $2 value area low, very important. Doorway to higher prices. Claim this. This is the next zone to look at. Between 211 and 204. And then $2 at the value area low. These are the two biggest levels above. If we flip that 786, we can look to take out this high. Unfortunately, you do kind of have an important Fibonacci retracement just above that, right? I don't want to give you a million different levels, right, and just confuse everybody. This is a valid level of resistance. If that weekly is going to give us a lower high and a lower low, this is the place I would look. But I do like the confluence here on the weekly MPOC. So crack the 786 at 211. We can look to push up closer towards 218 to 228. Once we break that, you're just on your way to the point of control. In a simple manner, technically, if you hold the low, the doorway is open to the POC, right? But context is king. Your weekly money flows coming out. You got to pay attention to those Fibonacci retracements. So that's what I would look at here on XRP. I'll just keep these up on the chart. We'll check back in on this probably tomorrow. Daily green dot printing. Let's check this locally. 90-minute money flow trending up, right? So you got that on your side. Same thing on pretty much everything. Looking for the 90-minute money flow to continue up, crossover into the green with your daily green dot printing. Wish you had a daily bull div down here, but you don't. Would have been nicer. So there you go. That's what I'll look at on XRP. Shout out to N4. Says, my crystal ball says bottom in, new all-time high soon. Let's go. Shout out to N4. I hope that's the case. Crystal ball's in the chat. Let's get it. BTC running. See? Right into the target. For green dot confirmed. Where's the daily green dot on Bitcoin? Come on. It's a pretty nice pump. Give us the green dot. $80-minute money flow, attempting to continue up. Come on, that's what we need for the continuation. Now, of course, doesn't mean you have to continue up in a straight line. That would be trend that you're looking for. 90-minute green dot. Let's see. Let's take a look here real quick. Got a decent amount of shorts coming in here. Shall we squeeze them? Just see something. Yeah, so the daily MPOC was tapped, obviously right here. 89.5. Let's see. 89.3, I believe, was the CME gap. Yeah, CME gap. Boom. Yeah, you got shorts coming in, man. A lot of shorts coming in. Might be able to squeeze these shorts. See. No 15-minute bearish divergences just yet. I wish I could load up the dang wish I could load up the dang heat map. I don't know what is going on with Chrome, bro. Chrome is trash. I'm switching to Firefox. Maybe look at the heat map on my phone. Got the weekly MPOC sitting up at 89,403. That would be the next stop if we could break above the golden pocket. Pull chat back up. Let's see. Firefox over Chrome. Shout out to Cigar Tachi. Yeah. Brave too. Yeah, maybe I'll switch to Brave. I don't know what's going on here. I thought it was my internet for a second. As you guys know, I've been having a lot of internet issues, and they've been brutal. But I'm pretty sure it is for sure a Chrome problem. Because my speeds are fast, man. My speeds are fast now. I get like 1250 up, 1250 down, which is much faster than my other provider. Little 5-minute bear divs forming here. VWAP coming down on the 30-minute. Potential bearish divergences on the 30-minute as well. Yeah, maybe you guys will see me on Brave tomorrow. A little bear divs here. Bear with me here, guys. Bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and lock some profit here in on the short. I mean, I'm sorry, on the long. Take some partials here. Stop loss already at break even. What is this position size? All right. Profits locked in on the long. Stop loss at break even. Guaranteed winning trade. I think that's enough. Nuke Inc. Oh, Nuke incoming. I thought you were saying like Nuke Incorporated. Man, Brave Browser. We got a lot of Brave Browser people in here. All right, so let's see. 5-minute bearish divergence is forming, starting to lose the golden pocket temporarily. I'll be honest. The tons of shorts opening at the high. I'm a little bit concerned there for the squeeze, if I'm being totally frank here. Let's see. Should we play some music? Give me a break of 85K already. I don't want another 2 months of Chop City. Shout out to Indian Martini. Yes, I agree, my friend. I agree. I really hope anything that gets us out of this dang range. Anything. Please, for the love of God. 1 hour money flow crossing into the green. 16-hour green dot confirmed. Daily green dot. I don't know if this daily green dot's going to print. When is this thing going to pop up? Give it to us, dang. He bought. Dump it. I technically sold. Took profits on the long. Still holding a portion of it. Hey, shout out to Hodl Crypto. Said, outside of the charts, I hope you're having a blessed day, brother. Shout out to Hodl Crypto. I appreciate you, brother. I hope you're having a blessed day as well. I'm having a pretty good day. I will say I woke up this morning, and my car was blocking Mrs. Candles in, and she I had to go move. She couldn't move the Supra. I don't know why. It's not even stick. She just couldn't move it. I don't know why. But I got in the car, and I moved it, and I went to go shut the door, and the door was, like, bent out. Like, the door would not close all the way, and it was, like, literally pried open a little bit. And I thought something was stuck in the door jamb, and I couldn't figure it out. And I was like, no way when this lady hit me the other day is my door completely screwed up and I didn't notice. And then it turned out that it must have been ice or something because I pulled it into the garage, and it thawed out, and then the door just shut. So I was like, dang, this car is cursed, man. First someone drives into me, and now the door's just completely broken. But I guess I don't know. I guess it was just like there was ice frozen in between the door or something. Might have an SFP. I wish I could take a look at the liquidation heat map so I could try to like identify if that SFP was going to come in. I'm trying to see if we could squeeze out these shorts. I don't know why these wreck bubbles on ExoCharts. ExoCharts has been tweaking recently. Can't get any kind of, I mean, I can watch the open interest, of course, but those little rec bubbles are helpful. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a classic squeeze setup here with the shorts coming in as prices pushing up, but we'll see if that weekly MPOC comes in or if we're just going to get the pullback. I mean, you obviously, from a market cipher perspective, you got the 10-hour red dot looking to print, 10-minute red dot, 12-minute red dot, 15-minute red dot. Look at the 15-minute money flow. Remember, this is what we look for a potential continuation up with the 4-hour green dot, which, of course, is now confirmed. So let's see here. Yeah, I mean, you got the 5-minute bear diz, but just nothing really on a significant time frame just yet. Yeah, it's like, I mean, maybe you get like the 30-minute. It's a little bit of a 30-minute bear div looking to form. Money flow trying to come out. Not confluent with the 8-hour here just yet. VWAP kind of just cooking back to the upside. So we'll see. Maybe we just play around in here a little bit. Did we crack the high yet? Oh, yeah, we just took the high again. Let's see. Looking like some longs potentially taking profit up here. Not really a ton of shorts liquidated, in my opinion. If Exo charts would cooperate here. We do have some longs closing out, taking profit up here. See maybe this 1-minute money flow, bearish divergences. Let's get that weekly MPOC tapped. Come on. Give it to us. But we'll watch this 1-minute money flow because we can get that 15-minute red dot to print with this 1-minute money flow coming out. That could indicate a local correction there. Yeah, a little bit overheated here. Overbought. Red dots coming in. It's a battle up here. Let me pull up chat here. Kind of left you guys in the dark there. Shout out to Nightly. He said, hey, Frankie, thanks for all you do. Any videos on entry execution? I'm probably going to make a new tutorial on that. But there is, I forget exactly what video it is. I think it might be the Fibonacci retracement video. Talks about entry triggers and like how to set traps and what to look for in those traps to actually look for entries. But at the end of the day, right, like you can look for many different things. You can look for swing failure patterns. Like number one, I always tell people, right, like there's like a checklist, right? Key level tapped, check number one. Check number two, entry trigger. Do you have an SFP? Do you have bearish divergences? Do you have a rejection, right? You could even just look at a rejection as a potential entry trigger, right? But do you have an entry trigger? Beautiful. And then the last thing you really want to look for is confluence, right? Do you have confluence, AKA is the thought process in line with the context of the market, right? So key levels number one. Is it tapped? Yes. If it's tapped, right, like I said, the key level is your trap. You have the trap in the market. Price comes into that trap. The price is the mouse. The key level is the trap. If the mouse comes into the trap but doesn't take the bait, there's no reason the trap is not going to trigger, right? The mouse is probably going to run right past the trap. So did you hit a key level? Do you have an entry confirmation? Do you have confluence? That's what I look for a very good trade. Sometimes you don't get all three checks, right? Sometimes you just have the key level, the entry trigger, and then the confluence is kind of wish-washy. Doesn't mean you can't take the trade with good risk management. As long as you have a nice stop loss set, you're not gonna get wrecked, right? You're just gonna take a small loss. I'd love to see these red dots start to cool off a little bit. Yeah, shorts are like kind of still strong here. For the move down, we want to see longs funneling in at the top. Without the break of the resistance, of course. But I would say you got a lot of... Yeah, I mean, as you start cracking these highs, you could squeeze. In which case, the weekly MPOC is your next level. Got the daily up there as well. So what is that from the value area low? Already a 2.5% move from the value area low rotation. What is the bullish scenario for BTC? Shout out to Ganza. We're pumping. That's the bullish scenario right here. I don't know. It depends on what context you're looking for. Like the long-term bullish scenario, the over the next week, over the next day, over the next 10 minutes. Let me know. Shout out to Owen Johnson, said 2 profitable trades today. Hopefully this makes 3. Let's go. Shout out to Owen. We're making money over here, baby. Let's go. Got TP'd on the long, and shorts have already been locked in profit, stop loss to break even. So we'll see. Maybe I'll stop out of the shorts live too. In profit. Does that count? Does that count as a... That counts as profitable trade. Let's see. Tiny little 5-minute bear div. Come on, 15-minute red dot. All right, let's see here. ETH. There we go. Same thing for ETH. Hold on top of the low. Bitcoin gets the pump, push through the profile. Next big target would be... Actually, you might be pushing into this. Oh, you're already above the 786 here. If we can hold on top of that 786, this golden pocket would be next. Take out the highs into the POC golden pocket. Doesn't have to happen in a direct line, right? If we get these 15 and 24-minute red dots, could cool off first, and then send it back up to the golden pocket. I wish I could see the liquidation heat map. I might check it on my phone. Got a little SFP here of these relative equal highs here. Where's this dang liquidity at? Oh, actually, you know what? I might be able to pull it up on my other browser. Let's see. Oh, beautiful. It wants to load over here. All right, let's see here. Let me pull it up on the... I got to log in. Come on. Check it on the app here real quick. Model 3, and I'm not talking about the Tesla. Come on, dude. All right. You can't zoom on the phone. That is kind of wild. So we do still have a little bit of liquidity. I'm looking at the 3-day here. We do still have a little bit of liquidity. Obviously, I'm not going to show you this because you won't be able to see anything. Still have some of that liquidity sitting down below. Yeah, like down below these lows. Let me pull up the... Yeah, I mean, we did have some liquidity up there. Only thing is it's... Pull up a lower time frame. Not going to lie, the app's not that bad. The app's not that bad. It's pretty much the same thing as the website. It's really not that bad. All right, so we did have some liquidity up there. Wish I could zoom in on it. But that liquidity was sitting between 89.1 all the way up to about 89.7. Yeah, so we did have some liquidity there. SFP on the 1 hour confirmed. So really a little bit, I do want to be a little bit cautious of that, those shorts potentially getting cracked. And now we got some longs that came in here. All right, we'll see. Let's see. Shout out to Fast Easy Cash. Thank you for the super chat, bro. I appreciate you. Said, Frankie, can you show us how to use Exo charts? I focus more on Exo charts in the premium Discord. I don't really talk about it on the YouTube channel. It's very freaky for a lot of new people. They kind of look at that and they're just like, what the heck is going on there? So yeah, I teach that more in the premium Discord. Sometimes I'll bring it up on stream if there's like a really, really good example of something. But yeah, we cover that more in the Discord. TDK, thank you for the super chat, said, close the short from 97.8 or let it run. Shout out to TDK. I think you know, I'm not a financial advisor, bro. I can't tell you what to do with your trade. I have not closed my, or are you asking me if I closed my short at 98K? I have not closed my short at 98K. My short still running up here. Profit's locked in, right? If that wants to stop me out in profit, I am happy with that. But I have not closed mine. How many screens do I have? I have 3 screens. I got a vertical screen here for chat. Can't see my hand. I got a vertical screen over here for chat. I got an ultra wide here. Formatted in 1080 because I can't stream in ultra wide. I don't know why that's not a thing. And then I have another just regular 1080 monitor here for other stuff, OBS and just heat maps and stuff. I'm in like a cockpit. I want to get more. Not even for the charts, right? More charts, more money, right? More screens, more money. That's what they say. No, I do want to get more just so I have more real estate, like when I'm live, to just like throw stuff off the screen and like have it live on another. Just want to have like a throwaway screen where I can throw stuff. A lot of liquidity sitting between 89.5 and 89K. Yeah, above the liquidity drops off. Yeah, I would say this is the liquidity. This is pretty much where the liquidity was running into. Weekly MPOC. Yeah, that 1 hour SFP. I mean, listen, that could push you down. Got the red dots printing. Personally, I would run a tight stop loss. I wasn't really as interested in shorts here just because I'm holding from much higher. Right? I'm still holding my short up here. Profits locked in, stop loss to break even, and holding my short from here. But not a bad risk to reward. Not financial advice, of course, right? This is not financial advice. This is not I'm not telling you to take this trade. I'm not telling you this trade is guaranteed to play out. This is not a signal, but I don't even want to put that on there. Just, 1 hour SFP, medium time or lower time frame, red dots looking to print. Wouldn't be impossible to get a little bit of a cool off. Pretty simple invalidation, break above the daily, right? You're looking to go into that 786. So not financial advice. I'm not saying take that trade. I'm not saying it's definitely going to play out. My next resistance level to the upside, if we break this major area of confluence, technically break above the golden pocket, 786 would be next. Flip the 786, POC, daily naked point of control, would be next, which is sitting between $90,784 and $91,277. Shout out to Dar A. Said I already took the SFP before you said it. Tight stop loss. Let's go. Shout out to Dar A. Come on, baby. DXY. We can take a look at the DXY. I was actually looking at the DXY earlier today. Haven't really checked in on the DXY in a while. But I would say I'll give you a simple analysis here on the Dixie. Weekly money flow still in the red. 2 week money flow in the red with a fresh red dot. Monthly red dot printing looks generally more bearish than bullish, at least on the higher time frames. 16-hour money flow coming out. 12-hour money flow coming out with a fresh red dot. That looks bearish as well. This is obviously probably helping Bitcoin's push to the upside. So yeah, oftentimes the DXY will kind of look like a inverted Bitcoin chart. I'm obviously not perfect, but right, you try to take a look at, what is this? Just pull up the 8-hour on Bitcoin as well, right? Dixie dumps, Bitcoin pumps, Dixie pumps, Bitcoin kind of pumping as well. Dixie dumps, Bitcoin dumps. We used to check in on the DXY a lot more often. Sometimes they're much more closely correlated, but yeah, I would say this push down on the Dixie could be helping Bitcoin with its little push up. But I would say higher time frames look a little bit more bearish. Yeah, money flow all coming out here, 8-hour, 10-hour. Got your monthly red dot. I would say that looks a bit more bearish. Shout out to the Dixie. Get off the screen now. We need the big screen for Bitcoin. Come on. All right. Will the SFP play out? Shout out to C. Dingle. Shout out to you, brother. What is the difference between the daily and the weekly MPOCs? One is pulled from the daily time frame. One is pulled from the weekly time frame. I got tutorials on the channel to show you how to pull them just like me. Even have in that tutorial, even show you how to set them up on a nice little template here. So you can just click this nice little MPOC template, go to the weekly time frame, and mark off your weekly MPOCs. Go down to the daily, mark off your daily MPOCs. Check it out in the beginner series. Let's see. Shout out to Batty. Thoughts on the USDT dominance? We talked about this recently. Like, USDT dominance is pretty much a inverse Bitcoin chart. For the most part. Head and shoulders is really not something I would really pay attention to in general. So I don't really have much of a thought on a head and shoulders. Definitely looks like a head and shoulders. Probably what you're looking at. Something like that. Retest the neckline. Obviously, that neckline. Yeah, I mean, looks like a head and shoulders to me. I'm not a pattern trader, but I would say that definitely looks like a head and shoulders. But, you know, every time we always talk about this, like, you got the daily money flow. Like, it almost is always going to be, like, almost completely inverse to Bitcoin, right? Like, you have the weekly money flow crossing into the green. Bitcoin's weekly money flow is crossing into the red. Your 2-day money flow is kind of flat trending out. Bitcoin's 2-day money flow is kind of flat, trending up. It's pretty much an inverse Bitcoin chart. Do I recommend SMC? Yeah, I mean, I don't trade SMC, not because I don't think it works or anything. But yeah, at the end of the day, like most strategies, like a lot of strategies are profitable, right? Like a lot of the times, the reason someone's not profitable is not because of the strategy. It's because of their trade management, their risk management. So yeah, I would say like ICT, SMC, even trading patterns, trading Fibonacci, like most of this stuff is profitable enough to make money with the right risk management and plan. All right, let's see. Will the SFP play out? We shall see. And if anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about with an SFP, all it is, and I was able to get the the liquidity on the phone app. But all an SFP is I'm not going to explain. We have videos on SFPs as well showing exactly how I would look to trade them. But essentially, you're just looking for where you would assume liquidity lies in the market, right? A lot of times above equal highs, liquidity resides, and then you're looking for a wick above. I like to see them on the 1 hour and the 30-minute. You can see here on the 1 hour. There's the wick, right? Little wick above. Technically, the candle closure down below. Technically, you don't have the confirmation there just yet on the 1 hour, but you do have it confirmed on the 24-minute. You have it confirmed on the 15-minute. Yeah, this is technically not confirmed. You would have to wait for another candle confirmation. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I would be a bit cautious of the shorts getting squeezed, though, because we did have a lot of shorts enter at the top. Yo, shout out to bullishsauce.e. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Just a super sticker. What is that, a bird? First, fist bump. Shout out to Bullish Sauce. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Pro streaming 3.5 hours. We're hanging, bro. These live streams during the day are a little bit more free, just because, like, you know, the 2-hour live streams at 5:45 are very taxing, and by the time we get off, it's like 7:30 at night. Like, I'm live during the day. I got all day, and I actually have personally really been enjoying these daily live streams, guys. We get to look at the live price action. I think it helps a lot of people out, too, because you can actually see, right? Like, again, I would recommend rewatching this stream to when we were tapping here into the value area low, looking to flip this POC. I could actually, like, narrate what we look for live, and obviously it's not going to play it every time. Recently, we were kind of like crushing the volume profiles, but I explain exactly what we look for, why we look for the continuations up, why we look for the continuations down, why we look for the fills of the volume profiles, why we might not look for the fill of the volume profile, what we would look for to indicate that we're going to take out the high, which was obviously the break of the 786, which obviously brings us into our next major key level of resistance, the bigger area of confluence, the bigger target. Right in the beginning of the stream, we kind of started off with the major levels, right, which were, of course, locally, this level, or for resistance, right? And then come on. And then you have the level of support, which was down here. It's like interested in the bigger rejection from this level potentially. And if we come down first, that would be the level you'd be interested in for the bounces, right? We're just waiting for those levels to get hit. And as we're sitting here in kind of purgatory, we pulled this local volume profile. We spotted the bullish divergences on the lower time frames, on the deviation below the low. We flipped the value area low, push into the POC. After we flip the POC, we look to go to the value area high, all hit step by step. And then we look for the flip of the 786 to indicate we would take out this high into our next key level of major resistance, and here we are. So I've been really liking them. Hopefully you guys are as well. And yeah, I mean, I guess our used to be like 2-hour live streams were long, but it doesn't seem like that during the day. 3.5 hours ain't too shabby. Yeah, also way better volume, better price action than at 5:45 after the stock market closes, 100%. Down we go. Shout out to Carlos. Just pump and dump today, but overall BTC is bearish. Pretty much. Pretty much my thought. I like the crack the highs phrase. Crack the highs, baby. Those highs got cracked. Hopefully it's nobody's girlfriend. 15-minute red dot finally printing. 1 minute money flow crossing over into the red. All right, maybe we get a little bit of a cool off there. Let's see. Yo, shout out to Doc. Says, I had a whole ass work meeting and come back to see Frankie is still going, baby. We live. I'm not leaving. I'm just kidding. I will have to leave at some point. 4-hour CVD, 4-hour CVD, bullish or bearish? I don't really look at the 4-hour CVD. I only look at CVD on lower time frames for like local entry confirmations. I don't really look at the CVD on the higher time frames. Yo, shout out to Tactical Pew Pew, said I entered on the SFP. Shout out to Tactical Pew Pew. Not because I told you to. I definitely didn't say to, right? Shout out to Tactical Pew Pew. Now, he took that SFP because he knows what an SFP is because he watches the Frankie Candles YouTube channel. But he entered in on the SFP. He's Rudy today. Hey, Pew Pew, let's go. I got my Pew Pew right next to me, actually. But let's go. Entered in on the SFP. You're our Rudy today. Looking for the 15-minute red dot, 1-hour money flow crossover into the red. That does indicate you could see a little bit of a continuation of that trend to the downside. If we get that, we would look for that 24-minute. Also following with a red dot could help the drop down. 45-minute rolling over, 30-minute rolling over. Let's see if we can get the push. SFP's already confirmed. 30-minute SFP confirmed. Right, there's the confirmation of the 30-minute SFP. Next areas I would be looking at, or next major areas. Now, we're not within a volume profile here, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult than Rudy's trade because Rudy was basically long from the low. Pretty clear rotation to the high. But I would say we could take this fib off the chart. Right, let's see if we can get any. I would say this area would not be a bad place to start looking towards. This would enable a little bit of a pullback while also keeping an open door for a potential continuation, giving you a wick-to-wick move of about 1% down to the value area high. Not too shabby. There we go. Pushing. Same Frankie, it's the best fidget toy. Shout out to Jax. Oh, man. Honestly, I'm very surprised we came up this high. Shout out to J-Dance. There we go. Just mark out those key levels. See if we hit them, and there we are, right? And especially breaking that 786 that we were looking at was an indication, and now we're starting to get the little rejection here. Where would I expect to cool off to? I would say this is like a decent local target. If the cool off does continue, this would be a decent local target. And then, of course, right, we do have to keep in mind that the daily green dot, I mean, is very likely to print at some point today, right? And if that happens with our 80-minute continuation into the green with our money flow, that could give you higher lows, higher highs, right? You have confluence here on your golden pocket POC 786, right? Potential higher lows for higher highs. I mean, these would be kind of the bigger areas I would look at. No guarantee that you even have to get down there, but, you know, I would say if you get that 24-minute red dot, 15-minute red dot continuation, it's like you want to see this stuff kind of roll over together, right? You have the 1 minute money flow crossover into the red, right? Just like we looked at before, indicating a trend continuation, which we've seen. 15-minute red dot gives you the market cipher B116th, potential continuation setup. 24-minute, right? You have the 15-minute red dot. That's probably going to leak into the 24-minute, right? 24-minute red dot is probably going to leak into the 30-minute. But when we look at the, 30 minutes, probably going to leak into the 45-minute. Right, if we see that 45-minute red dot, we can watch the 3-minute money flow crossing into the red. That would be another market cipher B116 strategy. That 45-minute red dot could leak into the 80-minute. But we have to understand when you get up to the 80-minute that if this money flow continues up with the daily green dot, that could indicate ebb or flow for higher low, higher high. So we shall see. Shout out to Kyle. Say, got stopped out on hype a few times today. Shake my head. Luckily, my risk management is better because of Frankie. I didn't get wrecked, and I'm still trading LFG. Yo, shout out to Kyle, bro. I'm pinning that, dude. I'm pinning that. That's what I like to hear, bro. That's what I like to hear. It's about staying in the game. It's about capital preservation, right? Not getting into one trade and wrecking yourself. Trust me, I've felt that pain plenty in my life. This is the best show live. Go Frankie and the Candles. Frankie and the Candles. That's going to be the movie we come out with. Frankie and the Candle. I don't know if I like that name, but maybe Frankie and Candles. I don't know if I like that one either. Anyway, good luck to all, and don't forget to smash that like button. Shout out to Carlos. I appreciate you, brother. We love having you in here. Don't forget to smash that like button. Show Carlos some respect by smashing that like. Volume weighted average price. Shout out to Dingle. VWAP, baby. W Kyle. Let's go, baby. Come on. Is Rudy in here? Rudy. Where's Rudy? I thought I saw Rudy in here. So there's Rudy. BTC ain't pumping because there is no music for for him to dance. Actually, I do have to pee real quick, guys. So I'm gonna run a little beat here real quick, and I'm gonna go pee. What shall we play? I don't know what this is going to be, but enjoy. The name of the movie should be Frankie Candle. What about Frankie's Candle? No, that's not good either. That's not good either. That sounds like an OnlyFans page. Gold? Somebody said gold. Gold into the Fibonacci extension, which was the target we looked at yesterday, sitting at 51.82. There it is. Man, you break this, next target on gold, all the way up here at about 56.73. But I will be right back, guys. Going to go ahead and... I don't know if this is going to be a good song, but I'll be back in 2 seconds. All right. I probably should have put that music a little louder. Sorry about that, guys. Shout out to Mark Dutch said, squeeze it properly, Frankie. Keep that keyboard dry. Coffee, probably not going to keep the keyboard dry. But don't worry. I'm a professional squeezer, especially when they're shorts. All right, so let's see here. Come on, Pew Pew. Come on, Pew Pew. Give Pew Pew his target. Let's hit that anchored VWAP, $88,529. Give it to him. 1 minute money flow continuing out, giving you the continuation of your lower high, lower low, 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 lower high, equal low. Interesting. Dutchy out of pocket with that comment. Usually it's Chris Mella, but Dutchy giving it to us as well. Shout out to Chris said, sounds suspect. Stay tuned for the next episode of Frankie and the Candles. Yeah, I walked into that one, didn't I? Good Lord. Drain the lizard. Come on, baby. Bearish retest of the golden pocket. Send it down, baby. Come on. Oh, my God. She's pushing up. We got to pull up the 1 second here. Got to pull up the 1 tick. Oh, man. I have the poor man's trading view right now. This is so embarrassing. There we go. Pump and dump it. Pump and dump it, baby. I'm just kidding. SFP still in play there. We'll see. Let's mark out that SFP for our boy. See if we can make it down there. Unhinged. Shout out to Owen Johnson. Unhinged, baby. We are unhinged here on the daily live streams. Unfortunately. Chris Shamella just kind of like leaked into our psyche. Now everybody in chat's going, talking about my candle. Anyway. Come on. We got the organic liquid IV in here too, guys. Trying to stay hydrated. Come on. Send it down. I'm still holding my short from both my shorts, actually. Where we at? Just so you can feel like we're in this together. I'm technically short. I would have to come all the way up here to get stopped out in profit, but there we go. Come on, Pew Pew. I technically want it to go down too. Yo, shout out to Alex O. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. I said I love Frankie Candles. I love Alex O. Let's go. Love you back, bro. I have to step away for a bit. Did Frankie give the sell signal yet? Shout out to Newbie Crypto. No signals. Hashtag no signals. No signals. Shout out to Carlos. Said, Frankie, you cracked me up. I just spilt my wine. Well, I am in France. Shout out to Carlos. Drinking wine in France, baby. I love it. I love it. Let's take a quick look at ETH. Yeah, I would love that 30-minute money flow coming out. 8-hour red dot not looking to print. So I don't really have confluence there. But yeah, we'll see. Next target on ETH, 3,061. If we can continue up here, go ahead and drop an alert real quick. Bada boom. 2-hour money flow trying to come up. 1 hour, 16-hour, 32-hour would be the 1/16th of the 2-hour, which would be like in between the day and the due day. So that 2-hour money flow crossover, maybe with the daily green dot and a potential 2-day green dot, could be nice. Can we pull up? Did I do that math right? The 32-hour? Can we pull that up? Let's see. Dang. They ain't gonna let me do it. Unbelievable. Am I short, Frankie? I am short from 98K, and I am also short from, this is Ethereum. I am short from 98K, and I am also short from 91K. I am not short from here. So, quick answer, simple answer, yes, I am short. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. Kind of got to watch the lower time frames here. Yeah, losing the golden pocket. Got the Bears retest of the golden pocket. Send it down for tactical Pew Pew. Send it down for our boy. He is Rudy today. He is Rudy today. Can we help him hit his targets like we helped Rudy hit his targets? We could just tell price. We could get the magnets up here. We can get the magnets. Sometimes the magnets help. Come on. Come on. Give it to us. Give us the anchored VWAP first. We don't want to be greedy. Get tactical pew pew and profit here. Come on. Might have to add a couple more. That's nice. It's like tower defense. Shout out to Crypto Billy. Said, sorry, stepped away to check on Trump. Still not talking, so stay right here. Shout out to Crypto Billy. Keep us updated. Send it down. Send it down. Alex said, I'll go to the Bitcoin conference if you do, Frank. We plan on going. We plan on being there. We're going to try to get Mr. Senior Candles. We're going to get the godfather of the Mafia there, hopefully. And maybe he can try to tell us where this thing is going next. That'd be sick. That'd be cool. I have my dad. That'd be like a clash of worlds. Be like New York Mafia boss meets crypto degens. I'm just kidding. My dad's not a Mafia boss. It's a joke. Oh, man, don't just chop around here. We already got a decent little pullback. Pew Pew, are you in profit? Let us know if you're already in profit. What do we got here? A little 0.35% move. That's not what we're here for. That's not what we're here for. We want at least 1% to the value area high, but we won't be greedy. We'll ask for that anchor VWAP first. Come on. Come on. Shout out to J-Dan. Said this will be silver's year. The automotive and AI industry will explode its price. Also, silver is really only a mined byproduct out of other mines, which will unfortunately lead to supply shortages. Yeah, I actually heard about that. Tony D said, bring my mom too. That would be out of control and endless entertainment for the Mafia. Yeah, shout out to Tony D. Your mom needs to meet my dad, bro. That would be the B2B of the century right there. Frankie Candle's dad, B2B, Tony D's mom. Just back-to-back comedy, I'm sure. Shout out to New York. New York has a bunch of characters. Well, let's see here. 15-minute red dot. 15-minute money flow finally in the green here. Of course, 4-hour green dot already confirmed. So we have the 12-minute money flow cross into the green, which is an early signal, obviously sooner than the 15-minute. So we did have the 12-minute crossover, I believe, during the print of the 4-hour, giving the valid 1/16 setup. 15-minute money flow following suit. So that would be nice for a continuation. Doesn't mean you can't continue a little bit more of a pullback, but just overall. See if these magnets get stepped on. The parent swap. Dude, Tony D's mom is so funny. It's because it reminds me of my dad. They are very similar in a lot of ways. I don't talk about people's moms unless insufferable. Shout out to Laser Go Pew Pew. Oh, yeah, let's go. Shout out to Lasers. Did you say he's got to be in profit? Shout out to Lasers. Are you in profit is the question. We need this SFP to pay you out, bro. I owe you some money here. So we got to kind of bully the candles down into some kind of target here. Trump's going to be talking about how dope he is? Probably. 300 to 400 per ounce of silver coming. There we go, Pew Pew. There we go. Magnets working overtime here. Magnets working overtime. Come on. What else can we throw up there? Throw the calf up there. Stomp down the price. Bearish retest on that 786. Or I'm sorry, golden pocket. Send it down for the boy. Send it down for him. Let's see silver. Let's see if we can find any technical targets here on silver. Around $300 to $400. So let's see here. So let's pull this extension from the April 11 high to the March 20 low. Let's pull the extension levels. Not far off of what we're... Not far off of that. All right, so hang on. Where does this go back to? Thought my phone was ringing for a second. Yeah, man, I would have to pull up like other extension levels. What happens if I pop that on log? There we go. 250 have a significant log-based fib target. Above that, I mean, dang. Imagine $1,300. That'd be insane. So, yeah. Other than the Fibonacci extensions, I can't really, can't really look left, right? It's really the only thing I can look at. So we'll see. Take it step by step there. I'm going to go ahead and mark that out real quick. $244. Could be reasonable. And 165 based off this extension, right? We already came into the first target. First extension target up in here. Break above that. Now we're up in the second target. Above that, you got the 166.31. 4-hour live stream, Frankie's on steroids. I'll be honest, I'm not against steroids. I probably wouldn't do it because I couldn't prick myself every day, personally. I just feel like that would get super annoying. But, yeah, I don't know. I'd kind of be down for steroids. Just come up in here just yoked. Any confirmation for that short up there? Yes, we actually covered it live. We had the infamous Frankie Candles calf. That's actually the only thing I've ever done steroids for. It was just specifically for the calves. Calves on swole. Can't really get my leg up there anymore. Dang, bro. Am I getting old? I can't even get the calf up here anymore? Good Lord. Get the right one up there? Barely. Oh, my God. I got to start stretching, guys. Good Lord. I'm stretching right after this live stream, guys. That's embarrassing. Oh, my God. Oh, that's crazy. You see my leg tweaking out? That's lack of flexibility. I'm not doing that. That's because I'm stretching my leg. Dang. That is embarrassing. The steroid acne would suck, though. Yeah. I'm just kidding, guys. Don't do steroids. Or do. Totally up to you. I'm not a medical advisor, nor a financial advisor. Some crazy guy on YouTube. He said, drag those magnets down to, what did he say, 85K? Say less. Say less, Pew Pew. Come on, baby. Send it down for him. Also for my short. Come on, baby. Send it. Send it. Stomp it down. Stomp it down. Look at those thighs. Look at those white thighs. They're like see-through. If silver goes that high, imagine what gold will be like. Yeah. I've talked so many times on this channel that I wanted to buy metals, and I snoozed and I loosed, guys. I snoozed and I loosed. But you can't win them all. Gonna lose the charge, bro. They're too far away. Shout out to Big Huggies. You know what? He actually has a logical point there. He has a logical point. We got to keep it, we got to keep it, and we'll just slowly trail him down. We'll trail him down. He's actually right. That was very scientific of you. I like that. I like that. We're going to keep it nice and condensed here for our boy. Nice and condensed. There we go. Send it down. Come on. Come on. All right, let's see. Oral roids, is that a thing? Shout out to Felix, said BTC is not metal, that's why it doesn't work. Definitely can't use it in microchips, that's for sure. I guess you could put it on microchips, but you can't use it in physical microchips. Yeah, I mean, that's like the utility of gold. You could use it in real stuff. But it's funny because some of the utility of Bitcoin cures some of the fallbacks of gold, right? Like gold doesn't really, obviously our money's not backed by gold anymore, which is a big problem. But you can't really use gold as money, right? Because it's kind of like impractical to carry around a bunch of heavy gold with you. Bitcoin solves that problem. It's not portable. or Bitcoin is portable. Gold is not portable. But of course, yeah, you can't put. I don't know what they use it for. Transistors, solar panels, whatever. I think they use silver for solar panels. But yeah, can't use Bitcoin for that. Shout out to Seek Parabolic, said, my favorite strategy is going against the herd 100. Shout out to Seek Parabolic. Not a bad strategy. When paired with other forms of analysis, yeah, not a bad, usually the masses are wrong. Come on, guys, let the pump continue. Shout out to N4M. I have no choice, bro. Pew Pew's the chosen one. He decided to take the SFP, and we'll see if we can get him paid. Don't like how long it's taken to yank down. Shout out to Chris. We'll see. We shall see. I'm probably going to get some of these, 5-minute green dots, right? So just as I watch this price action, right, it's like, see if these get a little turbulence here on the lower time frames. Yeah. And, of course, right, like 15-minute money flow, again, right, could be indicating higher lows and higher highs. Technically, right hither would be a target. Golden pocket, 786, hyperlocal. Whoops. Come on. There we go. There we go. Golden pocket tapped. Can we get him the 786? Can we get him the 786? Hopefully the magnets work. They're working overtime. Hype chart. We'll pull up the one that we were looking at. Still playing with the golden pocket. Trying to hold on top of that GP. No real bear divs. Maybe got some 3-minute bear divs. Money flow still in the green. Let's see, 30-minute red dot printing. And we'll see. Bearish divergence. Bearish divergence, guys. Higher highs. Lower highs. I'm kidding. That's not what I like to see. Actually, that might be a real question some people might have. Is that a bearish divergence? I mean, technically, price is going against your oscillator, but that's not what I like to see. I like to see more like local bearish divergences. Playing with the golden pocket. Come on. Pew Pew, we drew it for you. Can we get the 786? Give him the 786. Give it to him, baby. Come on, give him the 786. Pop it, baby. Pop that candle for a real one. Come on. Took ETH short on the SFP. Let's go. Shout out to Jixer. Come on, baby. Come on. Man, I sold my hype on that first little pump. Markets are scary. Shout out to Gonza. They do tend to be a little bit spooky sometimes. Magnets are hustling. They're working overtime. Gotta watch out. They might duplicate. Come on, magnets. Magnets in the chat. Come on. Gold feels good holding it, though. Shout out to Billy. Billy Goatails in the chat. Shout out to Billy Goatails. I was like, shout out to Billy Go. It's Billy Goatails. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, gold do feel good, though. I wish I owned more. I really do. And by more, I mean, like, other than, like, random things that I have with gold in it. Australia has the worst Bitcoin laws. It's illegal to trade unless you have 2.5 million in your bank. Talk about nanny government has to change so I can do it legally. What? 2.5 million is an insane requirement. That is an out of control requirement. It's like for stocks, it's like 25K or whatever. 2.5 million's crazy. What percentage of the population has $2.5 million sitting in the bank randomly? Shout out to Bullish Sauce. Thank you for the super chat, bro. I appreciate you. He says, VVV. Venice token and per stock, crypto related. Check them real quick. Frankie G. Not Frankie C. Frankie G. Let's see. VVV. Frankie G. Checking out VVV. Stock. Valvoline? Crypto related gas. Is it a coin or is it a stock? I see Valvoline. I know that's probably not what you're. VVV Sports Unlimited? Let me know, Bullish Sauce. Let me know exactly what you're looking for there. Per is stock. Oh, Venice token. Yeah, I probably should have just read that, bro. Sorry. So VVV. Let's take a look. I'm going to look at Market Cypher B. I'm not going to mark this out in full, but I will say you got your 2-day money flow crossover, daily money flow crossover, already giving you the continuation of the overall trend there. 3-day money flow curving to the upside here. Nice. That doesn't look bad, right? That 3-day doesn't look bad to me. Now, of course, you do want to keep in mind the overall context on Bitcoin, but at face value here, this 3-day money flow doesn't look bad. 3-day green dot looking to print. 4-day money flow crossing over into the green, and that VWAP, I believe, is curving up there, looking to cross over into the green or printing the green dot. There we go. That solves that mystery. So your 4-day money flow coming up into the money flow doesn't look bad on the higher time frames, like even the 2-day, right? Like, again, doesn't mean you can't cool off. That will indicate very likely the overall trend, right? So, pullbacks could be in store there. Let's pull this little local volume profile here real quick. So I'll give you these local levels as well, right? Here's your local volume profile. So this will give you somewhat of an idea of what you can look at to the upside. Value area low sitting at 287, POC at 350, value area high at 420. Now that is pretty much the only profile I can really pull. Just check this overall volume. Yeah, so you could look at that locally. And if we go ahead and hide that and just kind of pull all this volume, look at the overall macro profile. This is actually kind of clean. Not typically how I mark off my profiles just because it's not really a clean range, but you already have the local clean range in here. But you could also see here, rejection on the value area low, big move down, break in, tap the POC, flip the value area low to support. This is worth having on your chart as well. Those are kind of the two profiles I would look at. Value area low here, 254. POC, 321. Value area high, 577. Don't hate the money flow on the higher time frames. Obviously, you got to be careful of cool-offs in the meantime, but those would be the key levels that I would look at. So there you go. Shout out to bullishsauce.eth. And then he said Per is the crypto-related stock. Paladin Energy. That's got to be it, right? Oh, man. So let's just check the higher time frames here. 4-day money flow, can't hate that. 6-day money flow, can't hate that. Coming into the green. Weekly money flow in the green, right? So that would be the overall indication of the trend, continuation. Here's your weekly money flow over cross into the green. High, higher, low. Higher high, higher low, higher high, right? Very similar here with the money flow crossover. Red dot potentially looking to print soon, so cool-offs could be in store there. Let's pull this little profile for you, get you some levels. Let's pull from the low. Yeah, this is going to move. But I would watch this local range. 576 at the value area high. POC 363. Value area low, 343. But also, pay attention to this volume profile. Whoops. All right. And let me just pop that over to the loss. Just tweak that a bit. Right on the bearish retest, right? And the actual loss, bearish retest, send it down. All right, so there's a macro range you could pay attention to. If you do continue a bigger move up, right, if all this higher time frame money flow is going to indicate a bigger move to the upside, this would be the roadmap I'd look at. Value area low rejected. If you keep putting in higher lows and higher highs, flip the value area low at about 1077. Next major high time frame target would be about 2403. Flip that to support. Push into the value area high at 3679. Those would be the next kind of road. That'd be like the roadmap I'd look at for price. And maybe you go fill this massive wick. I'm just joking. But yeah, there you go. That's what I would look at here on Per. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Just a reminder, guys, please do not super chat your altcoins. Does not guarantee that we will look at them, even though I just looked at those. Shout out to Sandra. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Frankie, please tell Izzy Boo Cat to move over so I can see the screen. He's loving the TA. Hey, is Izzy going to be the first profitable cat in crypto? I think he's got a good chance. Shout out to Sandra. Hopefully your cat's doing good. AXS, yeah, we could take a look at that. Shout out to Lasers Go Pew Pew. Said, when I change my name, there will be signs. Shout out to Lasers Go Pew Pew. Maybe change it to Blix Go Pew Pew. I'm just kidding. Anyway, all right, let's see here. MicroStrategy. I'll take a look at should take a quick look at MicroStrategy here. MicroStrategy, really not much of an update here. MicroStrategy just kind of bing-bonging around in that lower volume profile, which we have compared to Bitcoin many a times. This is like the 70 to 59K range on Bitcoin. MicroStrategy kind of leading the way there for the big drop through the low volume gap below the lows into that next key level. Very similar to what I would expect on Bitcoin if and when we get that bigger capitulation down. So just kind of stuck inside this profile. So as long as we remain below the POC at 164.14 and below the value area high at 173.88, this would be the range I'm looking at. Value area low at about 132.23. Let's see. Let's take a look at Axie. Do we have an Axie chart? Barely. All right. Well, whatever this was did not happen. So it's been a while. Well, here you go. Huge deviation below the profile. Back in, playing around with the value, right? We always talk about the idea of auction market theory. Balanced areas on price do tend to act as magnets. Price comes out of value, right? There's no value in here. You got a little bit right there, but really, that's your next value area, right? There's nothing in here. Price just grinds right through it. Once you get the push back up, price is going to get gravitated towards that next area of value. Boom. Oh, actually, hang on. Let's take that wick out of there. Yeah. Try to get that as close as possible. I don't want to be too nitpicky here to save time. But value area high, POC, value area low. Test, test, test. POC, back out, back in, above the POC, retest the low, back to the high, above the high, back in, bearish retest, back to the low, deviate the low, back above the POC, back to the high. So there's some local levels, right? You know, pretty local, right? I wouldn't really consider these super significant. 214 at the value area low, 230 at the POC, value area high at 263. Higher time frame though, you know, take a look at this on like much higher time frame. You know, pretty decent pump. But of course, let's take a look at the weekly. Weekly money flow pretty decently in the red here. The only reason, right, I would say like this doesn't look as bad as a lot of other stuff is that it's not a fresh crossover into the red, right? Like when you see that fresh crossover, it indicates there could be a large money flow wave, aka a large trend to the downside. When you spend some time in the red after a big dump, right? If you get that money flow to start working its way up, you have a lot of work to do here. This is still coming out. It's still deep in the red. But your long-term thought is like you really want this money flow to start working its way up, and we'll leak down to some of these time frames to see if there's any leading indicators there. But if you could flip out of this volume profile, your next value area, right? Here's your value. Once you lose this value, price is going to seek out previous value. I don't know. Yeah, we kind of just, two things technically. You're going to create new value or seek out previous value. In this case, we created new value, which is the least common, more often than not, it will seek out fair value. But if there's no fair value, it's just going to create new balance, right, or new value. So we created the new value, deviated below that, back in here. If we leave this value, the next area of value to the upside is between about 502 and call it 501 and 953. So your hope here is if you can continue, eventually get out of this profile, get gravitated up towards that value area low at 501. So that would be, is it confluent with your golden pocket? Let's see. Yeah, you got the 786 there. Little 786 confluence there. So I would say if you break out of this range, or if and when you break out of this range, you got your golden pocket sitting here between about 338 and 373. Right, definitely an area that you could look for the rejection. But once you flip that, next area I would look at, right, not only based off the theory of seeking out the next area of value, but also break above the golden pocket. Next place to go is the 786. Once you break above that 786 value area low, you can look to fill the rest of the profile. But until then, you got to be very aware of these major levels of resistance. Do you have any confluence in there? We can go ahead and check the no weekly MPOC. You have one up in the 786 zone, so you have some confluence there with a weekly MPOC. Got a monthly MPOC right here, sitting at about 315. So those are some key levels that I would look at. Those are the two major zones. You got another monthly MPOC right up here as well, at about 427. So you can screenshot these levels. But just to give you like the context here, break out of this value. Next area of value is really up here between about 50, call it, come on to the daily. Yeah, call it about like 497 all the way up to about 956. So there you go. Shout out to Wise Patty. Says, wow, did I miss Frankie saying it was going to be a short stream? 4 hours later, he's still at it. Shout out to Rue, or R-U, Wise Patty. Shout out to you, brother. Always a short stream here. 4 hours and 15 minutes. 16 minutes, actually. Loving the TA. Shout out to Sandra. Let's go. Hopefully your cat's loving it, too. Seems like he is. Al Jr. in the house. Shout out to Al Jr. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Nobody will be buying Halt's next bull run. Maybe not. Shout out to Jay Lopez. Yeah, maybe not. I think a lot of people have some pretty crazy PTSD from this cycle. That is for sure. Monero. Take a look at Monero. All right, let's see. Trying to get my bearings on. When was this drawn? January 26th. I was able to look at this yesterday, I guess. So, whoops. Yeah, we've lost the previous all-time high. We got the big new all-time high. Bounce off the previous all-time high. Tested it as resistance, got the drop down to the value area high zone here in confluence with the POC. Obviously, a support level. If we do get a continuation up, you got a daily MPOC here at about 491. And then your golden pocket retracement. Yeah, this is current. You have a decent bit of confluence here. Weekly, previous all-time high, 786. This could be the local area to look for a lower high before seeing a lower low come in, potentially pushing you into the point of control at about 438. If you lose that POC, could be a faster drop down to the value area low, sitting at about 384. So this is pretty much similar concept as yesterday. Yeah, it's pulled from the high to the low. So this would be the main area. Not saying that you can't get an early rejection from like a hyper local level here, but I would say more of the confluence sits up here on the weekly MPOC and the 786. So there you go. Daily MPOC, honorable mention, 491.73. Maybe that's confluent with a lower time frame fib. What is this? Yeah, not really. Maybe this one. Yeah, local. Call it 487 into about 492. Local fib. But again, I don't want to give you every single level. Daily MPOC, 491.73. You know, is it impossible to get a lower high there before coming back down? Not necessarily. And again, right, money flow on the 1 hour crossing into the green. No confluence there on this. Yeah, daily green dot, 90-minute money flow trying to come up, looking very similar to everything else. Context would be pretty similar to Bitcoin in that case. Weekly money flow thick in the green here, obviously, as Monero was one of the very, very few coins that got a decent run up, somewhat decent. But there's no saying that's not the top of the wave. So, yeah, daily money flow trending out over time. You know, this could indicate lower highs and lower lows. If you break above this previous all-time high, you still have other Fibonacci levels to look at. You know, you could pull from this lower high or the all-time high. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge if and when we get there. This would be the first major level to look at, in my opinion. So there you go. Synthetics bullish divergence on the weekly. Let's see. Technically, not currently printing. Yeah, you had one here. Lower lows, higher lows with the green dot printing. Technically, your momentum wave still making a higher low. I would like to see another green dot print here on the weekly. But also, your weekly money flows in the red. I wouldn't say it's super, super beautiful, but yeah, you do have lower lows, higher lows. But I'd like to see another green dot print here in order for me to say a new one is presenting itself, right? So, got a little bit of time there for that green dot to print on the weekly. 5-day money flow attempting to come up. 6-day money flow. And again, right, like you have to keep in mind the context on Bitcoin. But the hope is, right, like on Bitcoin for the bigger moves, right, like technically, as we covered yesterday, right, like on the daily money flow, we could still technically keep in mind that you could come up and break this high. I'm playing it level to level. We covered all the key levels in the beginning of the stream, all the major levels I'll be looking at in the line in the sand in order to indicate that we're going to crack that high. But if Bitcoin goes on the bigger retracement, right, like that's kind of what we need to at least give the alts some room to run, right? I'd like to see Bitcoin push up, maybe dominance continues to fall. And then we could see the alts kind of run up as well. But, you know, overall, it's hard for me to say that, like, you know, of course, like even Pepe, right? Pepe with a nice push up. But, like, not all pushes up are created equal, right? It's like, all right, nice push up, right? Nice push up. But, like, zooming out, right? Like, you have to keep the overall context in mind. And if the context on Bitcoin is potentially lower highs, even if we break above this high, right? Lower highs and lower lows to come at our next key levels. If that is still going to be the anticipation up there, you know, it's hard for me to say, oh, beautiful weekly bull div, new all-time highs incoming. Does that make sense? But you do technically, if you get another green dot, you will have that weekly bullish divergence. Shout out to Iron, says, have you talked at all about swinging lower to the liquidity below 86.8? Yeah, we do still. I mean, we did sweep a good amount of the liquidity below 86.3. We actually got the SFP set up down there at the low 86.3. Got that beautiful SFP. But what's going on here locally? All right, come on. Give him the 786. Give Pew Pew the 786. Come on. Magnet's still there. Cap's still stomping on it. Come on. But yeah, I don't have I can't pull up the heat map. Where'd my phone go? I can't pull up the heat map because I don't know. Chrome's tweaking out right now. But we do have some liquidity sitting below these lows. If you scrub back to the beginning of the stream, you'll kind of get my overall thought process locally here. I mean, we've already kind of seen scenario 1 play out, right? The thought was bing bonging around here. Can we fill this profile? And, even regardless of this profile, waiting for this key level or this key level. So if we get the pullback here, right, if this winds up being bigger, right, shorts continue to pay out, right, we have our next key level down here. Untapped daily MPOC below 85,860, and then you have the daily down here at about 85.4, right? So if you got liquidity sitting down there, might be able to take out that low again before potentially getting a bigger bounce. So we'll see. Maybe we'll just cover that live price action tomorrow. We're going to get this 786 for Pew Pew? Come on. Give him the 786. Give him the 786. You could do it, Biddy. You could do it. Don't be shy. Let's see. Could you check ETH? We checked ETH. We could check it locally. But we went over the ETH targets and thought process a couple times, actually. But we'll see. We'll see. Next big target sitting up at about 3,060, up into the POC at about 3,080. Key support going to still remain that value area low, right? Like lose that value area low. 786 is the line in the sand to see the bigger breakdown towards 2674. Shout out to Wise Patty said, what are your thoughts on the 100-week EMA? I don't know if you're talking about the 100-week EMA or the 100-week SMA. I will pull it up. We actually covered this a few times on some other streams, but I will go over it with you. 50-week moving average, obviously major resistance. 100-week SMA. That's your support, right? Stuck between the 100-week and the 50-week, right? Eventually, historically, we do end up losing the 100-week with the weekly money flow coming out. 2021, between the 100-week and the 50-week, eventually we do break that 100-week and continue down. 100-week was never really support back here, but 50-week, eventually you lose the 100-week, big capitulation, right? 100-week, 50-week, bears retest, bounce, lose it, big capitulation on the weekly money flow crossover. Big capitulation on the weekly money flow crossover. Big capitulation on the weekly money flow crossover. So this is what we covered this and kind of said, like, why are we a little bit sketched out here, right? It's like, well, hey, again, not saying the retracement can't continue. We'll see what happens. We'll cover it live every day here. But, got the weekly money flow coming out. Whether we do something like this, like if we lose that 100-week, probably big capitulation incoming. And when we take a look at the volume, like we looked at earlier, right, and we see that there's not a lot of volume underneath us, it would make a lot of sense, right? Not only have we seen the big capitulation after the loss of the 100-week moving average in the past, but also you have this massive volume gap, which would call for when you lose this, of course we will be looking for fake outs down here, but once you lose it, right, could be a big capitulation down to our next big key levels that we covered earlier, between 70 and 59K. So long-term scenario remains the same, guys, whether it's lower highs, whether it's, continuation of the lower highs, just melt down from here, or we get the bigger retracements to come in, this still does look more high probability for the long term. And then hopefully we can start talking about higher prices when we get down here. And the 100-week EMA, I don't know. I'm sure you probably mean the 100-week SMA. But we could look at the 100-week EMA. Whoops. Yeah, pretty close. It's tapping. It's tapping there. So, I mean, what are my thoughts on that? It's support, and it's supporting. I don't really have much of an opinion other than that. Shout out to Perry. Said, "Bro, you're live even now." Yeah, we're going on dang near close to 5 hours. Hey, the earlier live streams, guys, we got a lot more time to play around with. I don't mind it. Always talked about making the live stream shorter, but we go live during the day. I don't mind going longer. Just calling those live moves. Let's go local here for Bitcoin. Looking for some low time frame green dots. Does she want to go up and tap that weekly MPOC? She's playing. Come on. Oh, we turned the magnets off. We got to turn those magnets back on. Come on, Tactical. Come on. Do it for Tactical. Come on. Give him the 786 at least. Charts never sleep. Shout out to Pew Pew. That's right. Neither does Frankie Candles. The charts will show you what he says, probably. It's not possible that, they say something completely unexpected and, charts get stepped on, but definitely the lower happens less often than the charts just being in the same direction. Panda the Prophet said there is no greater crypto cult leader. # not a cult. Guys, we are not a cult. We are a friendly mafia. # not a cult. We like candles. We worship goats. I don't know. Other than that, we don't really resemble a cult too much. Shout out to Felix said, "Yo, what's up, Frankie? Long from 86,000, making profit on the Warbucks account I won." Yo, shout out to Felix. Did you get the 5K challenge or did you get the 10K instant funded? Shout out to Felix, bro. Nice. Love to see you making money there, bro. Hopefully you take a payout, bro. Touch the money. Feel it in real life. Shout out to you, bro. Let me know what account you got. And nice to see here. Long from 86K. Off the SFP. Bro, you tell me you're long from that SFP. You're the GOAT, bro. You're the GOAT if that's the case. Congratulations. 30-minute bear div printing soon. Yes, potentially. Potentially could get that 30-minute bear div is printing there. Now, this is not, just for what it's worth here, this is not really what I love to see. I mean, this is pretty broad. I like to see these, I would love, not saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying, when you see a bearish divergence more like this, more local to the key level, right? That's more what I like to see. But at the end of the day, you got your price action coming up, momentum technically trending out, red dot printing. So you could technically consider that a bearish divergence, yes. Give us the 786 for Pew Pew. We got the alert set. What's your longest stream? Probably close to 5 hours. I think 5 hours is, I don't know, maybe Tony D might know. But yeah, I think maybe I want to say 5 hours. I think we were pretty long during the election or the inauguration. I forget which one it was. But probably 5 hours. I'll be honest, with the early live streams, probably not going to be unlikely for us to be live for 8 hours at some point. Long from the SFP. Shout out to Felix, bro. Let's go. Oh, you got the 10K instant funded account free. 10K instant funded account, making money. Felix, you're in the premium? Or did you find that SFP on your own? Let me know. Taking the long off the SFP, taking that liquidity. How did you know to take that SFP? Please let me know. So shout out to Felix. Hope you're enjoying that account, bro. Who doesn't love chicken? I could trust a man. I can't trust a man that doesn't love chicken or steak. Shout out to Pew Pew. I'd have to agree with that. More of a steak guy than a chicken guy, but chicken's good. Chicken's good. It's got to be cooked right, though. I like fried chicken. I like chicken parmesan. That's my favorite. It's probably my favorite dish ever. Chicken parm, only made by my grandmother or my mom, of course. Shout Shout out to Ru or RU says, thanks, Frankie. I had the 100-week SMA and EMA on the weekly. Thought it seemed to be holding the EMA better. Didn't know the difference between them. Yeah, the EMA just kind of is more reactive off of price. And they're kind of super complement, too, so you kind of just lump some of them together here, at least currently. Seek Parabolic said, not a Trump hater, but I bet he'll threaten someone. That's crazy. I'm super not political, but that doesn't seem out of the question. Call it the 5-hour stream. Shout out to Sandra. You've been here for a while. I wonder, like, what the rotation of people. I know there's a couple of people in here that have been here the whole time. But I wonder what the rotation is. Like, out of all the people in here, what was the, how many people were here the whole time? How many people rotated in and out? How many new people did we get halfway through? I'd love to know. Wonder if there's a way to tell that in the YouTube analytics. Sushi, shout out to Servando Estrada. Let's take a look at Sushi real quick. Yeah, very similar sentiment as Bitcoin, right? At least locally. You got the daily green dot printing. Your money flow is trying to trend up here. Not too shabby. Can't hate on that too much. We're going to go down to the 80 and the 90-minute. 80-minute trying to trend up. 90-minute attempting to turn it up. It's not as clean as we would hope. 15-minute money flow crossover. I would say, in general, very similar as to Bitcoin, other than the fact that you have this massive red wave. I mean, listen. Yeah, you don't have any bull divs, but you got the daily green dot. I mean, your hope here is that this green dot can continue you up and that money flow can cross into the green. That money flow crossover is what I would look at to indicate that the move can really be sustainable for the trend. Money flow always indicates the trend. But we'll have to see what that green dot does. I'll give you the line in the sand here. Break the 786. Whoops. Break the 786 at about 35 cents. That would be, I mean, you're already close to the highs, but that would indicate the break to the upside, in my opinion. And then just pull some volume profiles here. Starting to lose the voice a little bit. Almost 5 hours of talking. Just yapping away here. Doesn't really change it. So you got an upper value area here. So if you do get the continuation up, if you do get the money flow crossover into the green, here's your next area of value that I can see, right, locally. Local value area. You're at the value area low. Hold on top of that POC. You get the 90-minute money flow crossover. Could help your trend continuation. You'll notice this is very similar to every other volume profile we look at when we look at it with money flow. And then I would say this is the final boss. Break above this. That's where you can start looking towards your next profile, starting at about 47 cents. POC sits at 51 cents. Value area high at 58 cents. And then, of course, you can look at the larger value area, but we'll just keep these local targets in mind until we get up there, if we can. Yeah, and once you start breaking out of that, you can start to look to come into the bigger profile, which would be more significant, in my opinion. So there you go. 5:45 stream about to start. Insane. Oh, shout out to Crispy Chicken. That's why they're talking about chicken. Shout out to @Crispy Chicken. Here for the long and the short stream. Shout out to Big Huggies. Let's go. I joined, left for a meeting, and came back 5 minutes ago. The martini. We're still going, baby. Poll about the age of your viewers. I would assume most people in here are between the ages of 24 and 35. Dang. Seek Parabolic said he's 41. I'm already off. Trying to go for 89.5 again. Let's see here. Yeah, just keep bing-bonging around here against that golden pocket. Bouncing off the golden pocket, bearishly retesting the golden pocket. 45-minute red dot looking to print. 3-minute money flow attempting to trend out. Let me go ahead and hide some of these levels real quick so I could pull some freshies. Oh, there we go. Yeah, just drop it in the chat. Drop your age in the chat, and we'll just try to randomly estimate what the general age is. 41, 42, 26, 41, 39, 62, 28, 30, 24, 18, 41, 36, 35, 23, 40, 46. I might have been a little too low. 120. Shout out to Crypto Keith. Dang, bro. 55, 29, 38, 44, 19, 33. Dang, bro. We are diverse in age here in the Candle Mafia. Dang. I like that. Tony D is 93. I can confirm that. He's very wise. Yeah, Tony, can you put up a poll for age range? Let's see. -88. Shout out to Chili. Or Chill Pixels. He's just a thought. Oh, popping up there. Golden Pocket 786. Snap that 786. This is what you want to reject for the continuation down. Otherwise, we might be able to pop up there. Let's see. Oh, because we got Trump speaking. Getting a little bit of volatility there. Right off the Golden Pocket. Let's see. Are we going to get some crazy wicks? 18. Hey, shout out to Disto. Starting the ripe age of 18. Nice work, bro. You got so much time. You're so young. I'll match it to the YouTube analytic ranges and see how they compare. All right, let's do it. 2008 in the chat, baby. Shout out to the 2008 babies. Going up for that 786 test. Pew pew. Those magnets. Man, we got to stop taking these magnets off the chart. 56. Man, I might have been a little low. 48. I might have been a little low. Might be closer to like 30 to 50. 1999. Let's go. 90s babies. What a great time to be alive. Or great time to be born, I should say. 2000. All right, not too bad. Just missed the 90s. I like when I was born. I kind of grew up without all the crazy technology, but then got to see it all come into reality. Basically, just got to see all the movies we watched come true, which is crazy. Looks like we're continued in that direction with AI and robots. Played 1 game of Counter-Strike, 3 games of LOL. I was showering, eating, and you're still here. LOL. Shout out to Perry. Yeah, baby. We outlast pretty much anything. You can't kick me off. YouTube's going to be like, maximum stream limit reached. Mid-90s rocked hard AF. Tons of skaters like the movie kids. Yeah, shout out to Lasers Go. Pew pew. 90s was a great time. Forgot how old I am at this point. Shout out to Sid. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel for my birthday. It's like, how old am I? Every time I turn a new age, I'm like, I'm 31, 32. How old am I? Sometimes I have to ask Mrs. Candles. I'll be like, I'm 32. She'll be like, he's not 32. He's 33. At a certain point, you kind of start trying to not keep track anymore. Short squeeze incoming. Could be. We had a lot of shorts opening at the high. Is the max stream limit 12 hours? Is that true? What do they do? Just cut it? That's kind of crazy. No 24-hour live stream at 100K subs? That'd be kind of lame if they don't let us do that. Pump it to dump it. 50 years old over here. Shout out. I feel like 50 doesn't even seem that old anymore. I don't know if that's because I'm getting older or if just like I meet people who are 50 and I'm like, dang, bro, you don't look 50. I feel like you're my age. I'm 33. The guy that made Kids made a movie about skateboarding in my hometown, actually. The movie is called Ken Park. Interesting. All right, there's the 786 getting pushed on here. Short's going to get squeezed. Are we going to reject? Or are we going to squeeze out the shorts? This is that limit, right? That is the highest we want to go for that retracement. We break above that and hold, looking for a crack of that high. Let's see here. Let's see. Will she break? Will she break? We didn't want this 786 for Pew Pew. Pew Pew needed this 786 Bitcoin, and you front ran it like a scammer by 0.04%. Total scam. The iPhone and Instagram came out while I was in middle school. I was just in between generations. It's not a bad time either. I had a flip phone when I was in middle school. Shout out to the flip phones. Low-key kind of missed the flip phones. Not going to lie. Oh, man. Yeah, shout out to Saeed. Said, take coconut water. Very beneficial. Yes, Mrs. Candles loves coconut water. Only problem is the coconut water I like is the one that's not good for you. It's like the one that's loaded with sugar. But we got some organic liquid IV here. I should probably drink some of this. Shout out to Lucia. Said, seems like a lot of people pulled that fib, in my opinion. Yeah, probably. It's kind of what makes fibs work. It's because a lot of people look at them. A lot of people look at this fib. Well, people are probably going to be looking for support on that fib, a.k.a. buying, kind of making it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Am I in the short now? I did not take the short up here. I'm short from higher. But we did get the SFP for a 0.5% move. Not huge, not huge. What do you know about Sony Ericsson? Yo, Sony Ericssons were fire. I never had one. I had a lot of flip phones. I was always into technology, so I was always like trying to get the new phones and stuff. I had a lot of phones. I had Nextels. Nextels were low-key fire. The indestructible walkie-talkies, basically. They were bricks, but they were indestructible. Do I still drink Super U? Yeah. I don't drink it on the stream a lot because it was keeping me up at night, but I do drink it. Super U's fire. I really like it, and it's supposed to be. It's more natural. It's like more like of a supplement rather than like an energy drink. It's kind of like a pre-workout, but like natural. Yeah, I like Super U. We sneaked back into the school to play GTA 1. Good old times. Left a window open. Dang, that's kind of wild. Yeah, just kid shenanigans. Game Boy Color era. Oh, yeah, Game Boy Color. Oh, man, you guys are bringing me back to the glory days. Now we're in like a new glory day. Now we're in the ask your phone any question you want. AI tells you everything. And you can make money clicking buttons on a computer, which I guess was still technically possible back then, but more accessible than ever. You don't even need the money. You can get a funded account. Crazy. Oh, man. Didn't have Market Cipher back then, though. They were missing out on that. Yo, shout out to Ryla. I don't know if I'm sure I'm not saying that right. Said, Frankie, I feel like you have a twin on YouTube. someone named Scammer Payback. Search him. Really identical facial features and personality. Shout out to Scammer Payback. I know who you're talking about. I think. Is that the guy that puts on like the granny voice? Yeah, I know that guy. That guy's awesome. That guy's out there doing the Lord's work. Gotta appreciate that guy, man. That guy's like, he's like saves old people from getting scammed. It's like I stand for that. I love that. He's out there doing great work. He's starting to get a little pullback there at the golden pocket. Can we get the 3-minute red dot? Can we get that money flow to continue out for a continuation? Let's see. Can't even tune your car in Europe? That's part of the reason why I got the automatic transmission in my Supras, because the ECUs are locked on the manuals, which is kind of crazy. I would think if any of them are going to be unlocked, it would be the manual. Yeah, he should do an episode just hacking crypto scammers, 100%. I just have no idea how people live with themselves who just scam people. It makes no sense to me. Bothers me, man. Like, what? How could you want, like, I don't know how people sleep at night, bro. I really don't. It makes absolutely no sense to me. Like, oh, yeah, man, I made all this money. How'd you get it? I ruined other people's lives. What kind of loser do you have to be? All right, let's see this poll here. What is your age? Dang. Between 25 and 54. What did I say? I think I said 25 and 42. So most people are 34 to 44. But it's pretty, yeah. We got some youngins in the chat too. So most of you guys are like my age. 40% of you are my age. 31% of you are it's kind of weird, kind of close ages. So yeah, about really majority of you guys are 25 to 54. Hey, if you're 18 to 24, you're ahead of the curve. You're ahead of the curve. God, where are you going to be when you're my age? You'd be 31. I don't know. Hopefully further ahead than I am. Yeah, some people's emotions don't extend to empathy. I don't understand that, man. That's like, I don't know. It correlates with YouTube analytics flawlessly. Huh. Dang, that makes sense. Because I always wonder, because I am kind of like terminally on the internet when it comes to like Instagram and TikTok, and I always talk about like memes, and I like never know if I'm just like missing the core audience, because a lot of the memes are like much younger, and a lot of people probably don't get the stuff I talk about in here when it comes to like the memes and stuff. But maybe you do. I don't know. Might be a generation thing. We're like internet generation. So, yeah, shout out to Newbie said, for those of you just tuning in, we're just getting started. Shout out to Newbie Crypto. 5 hours in, just getting started. Here comes the breakout. Shout out to Clips. We'll see. Crack that 786. We'll look to pop the highs. Welcome to the 545. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Frankie Candles live stream every single weekday right here, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Technically, here we are. Mrs. Candle's going to be like, oh, wow, you went live at 5:45 today? I'll be like, nope, I've been live all day. And I didn't sleep at all last night either. I'm not going to lie. I woke up this morning. I was like, it's going to be a rough one today. I don't know. I go live. I just get my energy. I feed off your energy, Mafia. Like, you guys give me the energy and the price action, too. My 30s but went by faster than my 20s. Don't say that, Neon. Don't say that, bro. My 20s flew. I feel like when I turned 16, it took me 40 years to turn 21. And then after 21, from 20 to 30 was like, boop. Specifically, 21 to 26 happened in 0 time. Frankie goes hard. Shout out to Pew Pew. Bro, we can't leave you hanging here. I mean, we either got to see this thing snap the high or tap that 786. If it taps the 786, we're going off on an epic outro for Pew Pew. How's Mrs. Candles today? Mrs. Candles is good. She was very upset with me that I was parked in front of her car. And she leaves like super early in the morning. She was leaving it super early in the morning. And she's like, can you move your car? She's like, I'm afraid to drive it. And I'm like, it's you could drive it. It's a car. And then she somehow couldn't move it. She said, it's not moving. And I'm like, you got to take the parking brake off. Just put it in drive. It's a normal car. And she couldn't move it. I don't know what happened. I had to go out there and move it anyway. Yeah, we can take a look at Suey. Early 90s, baby. Let's go. Shout out to bullishsauce.eth. Me too. 92, baby. 92. You're the monkey, I think. All right. Let's take a look at Suey. Seep. Shout out to the memes. That I don't know how many of you guys will get that. But anyway, let's see here. Suey. All right. Oh, man. Clinging to that 786. Clinging. At the end of the day, like you lose this 786. I'm probably looking to take out this low. You do have the value area high here at $1.34. You got the daily green dot. I mean, that is what it is. Money flow kind of not agreeing with you here, though. Daily green dot, money flow continuing out. That's not necessarily what you want to see. VWAP curving up on the 2-day. Let's check the 4-hour. And the thing I don't love about these lows is you just don't have the medium time frame bull divs, right? Like 4-hour didn't give you the div, but you got them on the higher time frames. That really confusing situation, if I'm being honest here. But at the end of the day, like these lows are extremely important, right? Like if you lose the 786, I'm probably looking. Yeah, I mean, I'd be looking to take out the lows. Can't reclaim 786. Take out the value area high. Unless you could get a sweep of the lows. Maybe that's where you get the bull divs, potentially. All right, maybe you can get the... Then you get a little bit of a 4-hour bullish divergence. Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't even really look super, super enticing to me. But that's your key level. I'd call it about $1.34. You get accepted under that level and can't get out. I mean, it is what it is, right? You're getting accepted into your upper profile. Why is this value very high so far up? Where did that come from? Oh, you know what that might have been? Yeah. So, to be honest, I wouldn't really mind playing around with these lows, maybe sweeping them. The line in the sand would be this 786. From the liquidation wick low to the lower high, lose that 786. That is probably where you're accepted into the profile, and you're going to head down closer to the value area low, which the POC and the value area low are super close here with the weekly MPOC. So there's really no midpoint to stop off at, right? Usually the POC is somewhere in the middle. You don't really have that, right? You have both the levels giving kind of a super magnet down here. So your key support right now is for sure between $1.34 and $1.21. If you want to sweep down there, reclaim, maybe you can get a bigger bounce up. But if you lose that 786, currently sitting at $1.08, that is what I would look at as the doorway to much lower prices. So $1.38 is the most important level to hold on top of. And it's untapped, right? So maybe you could hold the support, break back out. But if that fails, probably looking closer down towards 45 cents. Take a look at the weekly. Weekly money flow in the red. Doesn't make it impossible for lower highs and lower lows. So we'll see. We got the weekly red dot printing. So, two biggest signals on the chart right now. We'll see what the daily green dot gives us on Bitcoin. We'll see what the weekly red dot gives us on Bitcoin and SUI, right? Those are going to be the two biggest things, right? Because I think if that daily green dot is going to give us that push up to the highs, I think we're going to see that eventually happen. I think this is going to be the thing to let us know if that's going to happen, right? If the weekly red dot, I mean, if we're going to just melt down from here without a bigger retracement, because, as I've said, I'll just pull Bitcoin back up. As I've said recently, right, the kind of thought process that we have here, I'll pull up a clean Bitcoin chart. Are we going to get the bigger retracement to continue for a new high, or are we just going to kind of grind down from here? I can make an argument for both cases, right? Daily money flow in the green, daily green dot looking to print. I think if we're going to get the high to come in, I think that daily green dot would be the mark of the continuation. If that doesn't give that to us, if we get a daily green dot, it's a lackluster retracement, a lower high on one of our bigger key levels that we looked at earlier in the stream, we're just going to melt down from here. I think daily green dot, we'll see what it gives us. If it gives us a lower high, we see another daily red dot without a new high coming in, that's where I think that weekly red dot will give us the outcome of lower prices. But either way, we'll just play it level to level. Now, who knows? Maybe we'll come back down here for a little sweeper. All right, let me just hide the... Come on. All right, look at that, 786 value. This VIB is fighting. But, if we do wind up getting another drop down, maybe we could put in another low here and then continue up. I'm simply waiting for the key levels, right? And if we crack up from here and break the highs, the next major key level is going to be sitting between the POC, our daily MPOC, and the point of control of the range. Right? You can mark this off on your chart, sitting between about 90,784 and 91,277. Shout out to Creighton C. Yo, Creighton, Mrs. Candles was mentioning you the other day. She was saying what's up to the Mafia, and she said she was shouting out some of the OGs, and she goes, "Where's Creighton C? Is he in here?" Shout out to Creighton. Thank you so much for the super chat, bro. He says, "It seems some here worry about scammy, bad people. No worries. I'll protect you and your Bitcoin. Please stop by the Arby's on Lawrence Avenue. Free potato cakes for every Bitcoin put under my protection. Just ask for me. Meelin Creighton." Shout out to Creighton C. Professional Bitcoin protector. Creighton, you're wild, bro. Captain Kirk in the chat as well. What is going on, Captain? Welcome in. Good to see you in here. Hope you're doing well. It says, I want to know why the pool stops at 54. Asking for a friend. The pool? What pool? They kick you out of the pool when you turn 54? What the heck is that? Shout out to Captain. Time to head out. Great stream as always. Wishing you all great wealth. It's a mental thing. Shout out to Seek Parabolic. Have a great one. We'll see you next time. Tell Mrs. Candles I said hi. Shout out to Creighton. It was funny. She goes, and where's Creighton C? Where's Creighton C? And I was like, he's not here today. Live again. Shout out to Stakar Tachi. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. We never left. I was going to kind of wait to see if we can get this thing to play out. But dang, man. There's the 5-hour mark right there. Oh, poll. Can I not read? Oh, she corrected it. I was going to say, can I not read? What is the poll? And Tony took these from our YouTube analytics. Shout out to Captain. We did not choose those numbers. How do I feel? Shout out to Kyle. Says, Frankie, how do you feel about the alts falling, filling all those wicks from that flush crash end of summer? Per se, if BTC falls to 55 to 60, then potentially a weekly bull div forms. Yeah, I think that's a decent, plausible situation. Yeah, I mean, if Bitcoin dumps, right, obviously we would expect the altcoins to follow suit in some form or fashion. So, yeah. Yo, Neon said, shut up and take my coin. Neon, whole coiner? Shout out to Neon Visuals. Neon has to, YouTube has to give us 6 options and not 4. Yeah, that would be nice. But yeah, 37% now at 34 to 44. Come on. I really want this. I want to see if this hits for Pew Pew, but we might be sitting here all day. One of our other streams, we were waiting for a key level, and thank God we didn't stay live because we would have been live till like 10:30 a.m. the next day. Don't tempt me with a good time. Just stop by Harvey's. Crazy. But all right, guys, I think I'm going to call it here. We'll see. Oh, come on. Now it starts to move. See, you tempt Bitcoin. I'm going to walk away, and then Bitcoin starts moving. You just got to tease her a little bit. yeah, I'm just gonna walk away now. You know, I'm out of coffee. Look, I stayed, and it starts to move back up. Unbelievable. It might be in Pew Pew's best interest for me to walk off here. Started reading the Encyclopedia Britannica when Frankie started streaming. I'm reading about, I don't even know what that word says. Poland, let's hear it for the short stream. Shout out to Fiat Level. Yeah, you'll get through the entire encyclopedia before we end the stream. Magnets, come on, baby. Dip your head under the desk. I think it's working. There's no way this is working. Dang it. I shouldn't have talked. It started to work. Shout out to Supervisor said, it will go up and you will get poor. Dude, get poor is kind of crazy. I don't know why that sounds so funny. I don't know. I'm going to lose my job and get poor. Just keep the stream running. Should I just like go eat dinner and just leave this live? We'll just put it on with the chart on auto. And just let it print the candles and see what happens. Looks like a Head and Shoulders now. Come on. Just give it to us here. You get the 30-minute red dot yet? There's a 30-minute red dot printing. Rejected the 786. Got a little suspicious there for a second. Oh, there we go. Come on. Come on. I've been going for 5 hours, Bitcoin. Please. We're dedicated. We're dedicated. Hashtag get poor is crazy. Yo. That's a new thing. Guys, we're going to hit the TP or we're going to hashtag get poor. Imagine someone tunes in right now and just sees you playing hide and seek. Yeah, like that's how you know that we're just unhinged. 2026, the year of being unhinged. It's like, what is going on? This guy's playing hide and seek with Bitcoin? Wait, hang on a second. Wait, why is there low-key something to this? He ducks under the desk and it goes down. It's kind of crazy. You might be onto something. It's my new strategy. Course dropping soon. Bitcoin hide and seek. Your road to profitability. Rat IRL says, Frankie, respect. I did eat 2 meals on this live stream. Shout out to Rat IRL. I haven't eaten anything. Actually, I'm getting pretty hungry. Mrs. Candles should be home by now. Mrs. Candles! This guy, she comes in. My hair's all crazy. Yo, somebody recently said it looked like I had a toupee, bro. Shout out to that guy. He wasn't wrong. This looks like when I have hat hair, it low-key looks like I have a toupee, bro. Low-key, that looks like a toupee. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's a toupee, guys. Look at that. Oh, man. It's definitely 5 hours into the stream. I'm losing it, guys. That's me losing my job and getting poor. Bro, I don't know what it is about getting poor that just makes me laugh. I thought you hit your head for a second. New method, hide from Bitcoin. I'm telling you guys, it's a strategy that not a lot of people know about. Actually, don't leak that. Low key. Don't leak that, guys. It's a CandleMafia secret. Bitcoin hide and seek. Come on. All right, we're gonna give this a couple more minutes, guys. I do have to go eat something, or I might pass out live on stream. At least he got hair. Most of the viewers here are bald. Shout out to Tommy. Is that true? Can we put a bald poll in the chat? I feel like bald is not something to be self-conscious about. Bald is cool. Every bald person I know in my life, I see old pictures of them with hair, and I'm like, ew, that's weird. That's weird. You look way better bald. I feel like it looks cool. I would not look good bald. I have a weird-shaped head. So if I ever do lose my hair completely, toupee, 100%. Still here, Frankie, 5 hours. There, we're going, baby. We're going. We don't give up. We don't give up until Pew Pew's gets his 786 tapped. It's more of a peekaboo. Oh, man. We pissed her off this time. Hashtag get bald. If Frankie passes out, will Bitcoin dump? That actually might be what we need. Hey, DZ is cool. DZ is cool. I love DZ. DZ's the man. He looks good bald, too. I think if you imagine DZ with hair, that'd be crazy. All right, man. I don't know. We tried, Pew Pew. We got the 3-minute money flow crossover into the red. 45-minute red dot incoming. That's what you're looking for, brother. If you can get that red dot to print, 3-minute money flow continues into the red. That's what you're looking at. 88,826 at the 786. Hopefully we can get it tapped. Maybe I'll drop up the outro music and it'll wind up hitting when I get off the camera. Any thoughts on rate cuts, FOMC? We'll see. Very likely a lot of volatility. But we'll see. We'll probably be live for it if I'm being honest. So, but yeah, guys, with all that being said, I think that's all he got. We'll see what happens here. Bitcoin just pushing up. We cannot wait all night. But I'm going to go try and eat some food and not pass out and fall down the stairs. So with all that being said, thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate every single one of you guys for hanging out with us for this 5-hour Frankie Candles live stream extravaganza. You guys are all the best. Smash that like button on your way out if you learned something. If you're looking for a place to trade or you want to check out the free Discord, premium Discord, whatever it is, links in the description down below. I love each and every single one of you from the bottom of my heart. Shout out to Hodl Crypto. Shout out to Sandra. Shout out to Dylan. Shout out to Neon Visual, Panda Profit, Indian Martini, Fiat Level, Wayne C, Captain Kirk, Jesse, Crypto Billy, everybody that was in here. Shout out to the mods. Show them some love. Tony D. Darren does things. I think I already said that. That's all I got. Asta pasta. Frankie Candles out. Bing bong.
Here we go. At the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up. Yeah, you know. Maxed out. Put the pedal to the floor. On the road, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the road, here we go. Yeah, at the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the road, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah, you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the road, here we go. Yeah, at the top of the class on a roll.
time to run it up, yeah, you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the road, here we go, here we go. Here we go. On the road, here we go, here we go.
Well, she's bouncing. She's bouncing. I got some cold pizza here. Shout out to Tony D. Should we go for another 5 hours? I'm just kidding. I got to get out of here. Shout out to the Mafia. Thank you guys for being here. Smash that like button on your way out. That's all I got for today's live stream. See you tomorrow. FOMC. Should be chaos. Should be fun. That's all I got. Asabasa. Frank Candles out. Bing bong.